Subsect Roman 2. How love tyrannizeth over men. Love or heroical melancholy, his definition, part affected. You have heard how this tyrant love rageth with brute beasts and spirits. Now let us consider what passions it causeth amongst men. Improbe amor quid non mortalia pectora cogis? How it tickles the hearts of mortal men, Horresco referens, I am almost afraid to relate, amazed, and ashamed, it hath wrought such stupendous and prodigious effects, such foul offences. Love indeed, I may not deny, first united provinces, built cities, and by a perpetual generation makes and preserves mankind, propagates the church. But if it rage, it is no more love, but burning lust, a disease, frenzy, madness, hell. Est orcus alle, vis est medicabilis est rabies insana. 'Tis no virtuous habit this, but a vehement perturbation of the mind, a monster of nature, wit, and art. As Alexis in Athenaeus sets it out, viriliter audex, mulibriter timidium, furori precepts, labor infractum, melfelium, blanda percussio, and see it subverts kingdoms, overthrows cities, towns, families, mars, corrupts, and makes a massacre of men. Thunder and lightning, wars, fires, plagues, have not done that mischief to mankind, as this burning lust, this brutish passion. Let Sodom and Gomorrah, Troy, which dares Phrygius and Dictys Cretensis will make good, and I know not how many cities bear record. Et fuit ante-Hellenam, and see, all succeeding ages will subscribe. Duana of Naples in Italy, Fredegund and Brunhalt in France, all histories are full of these basilisks. Besides those daily monomachs, murders, effusion of blood, rapes, riot, and immoderate expense, to satisfy their lusts, beggary, shame, loss, torture, punishment, disgrace, loathsome diseases that proceed from thence, worse than calentures and pestilent fevers, those often gouts, pox, arthritis, palsies, cramps, sciatica, convulsions, aches, combustions, and see, which torment the body, that feral melancholy which crucifies the soul in this life, and everlastingly torments in the world to come. Notwithstanding they know these and many such miseries, threats, tortures, will surely come upon them, rewards, exhortations, e contra, yet either out of their own weakness, a depraved nature, or love's tyranny, which so furiously rageth, they suffer themselves to be led like an ox to the slaughter. Facilis descensus averni, they go down headlong to their own perdition, they will commit folly with beasts, men leaving the natural use of women, as Paul saith, burned in lust one towards another, and man with man wrought filthiness. Semiramis equo, pacifictoro, Aristo Ephesius Asini si commiscuit fulvius equi, alii cannabis, capres and si, und demonstra nascuntur aliquando, centauri, Silvani, et ad terram hominum prodigiosa spectra. Nec cum brutis sed ipsis hominibus rem habent, quod peccatum sodomii vulgo dissiter. Et frequens allum vidium apud orientalis allos fuit, Grecos nimerum, Italos, Afros, Asianos. Hercules hylum habuit, Polycletum, Dionum, Perithunta, Abderum et Phryga. Aliae et Euristium ob Hercule amadum tradunt. Socrates pulchrorum et alicentum causa frequens gymnasium adabat, flagitios spectaculo passibet oculos, quod et filbus et fidon, rivals, charmides et reliqui platonis dialogi, satis superque testatum faciunt. Quod viro Alcibiades de eadem sacret loqueter, lubens cantaisco sed et abhorreo, tantum incitamentum prebit libidini. Et hunc perstrinxit Theodoratus lib. Decurat. Greek. Effect. Cap. Ultimo. Quin et ips Plato suum demerator Agathonum, Xenophon, Clinium Virgilius Alexin Anacreon Bethillum. Quod autem Dineron, Claudio, Ceterorum portentosa libidine memori proditum, malum a Petronio, Suetonio ceterisque petatis, quando omnem fidem excedet, quam a me expectetis, sed vetera quorumer. Apud Asianos, Turcas, Italos, nunquam frequentius hoc quam hodierno dividium. Diana Romanorum Sodomia, efficini horum alicubi apud Turcas, qui saxis semina mandant arenas orantes. Et frequens queruli, etiam inter ipsos conjuges hac dere qui virorum concubitum elicitum calcio in oppositum partum verso magistratui indicant. Nullum apud Italos familiar magis peccatum, quiet post Lucianum et Tatium, scriptis voluminibus defendant. Johannes de la Casa, Beventinus Episcopus, divinum opus vocet, suave celis, adioc jactet, si non alia usum vener. Nihil usitatius apud monachos, cardinals, sacrificulos, etiam furor hic ad mortem, ad insanium. Angelus Policianus, ob puri amorum, violentus sibi inanus ingessit. Et horrendum sane dictu, quantum apud nos patrum memoria, celis didistandum hoc severit. Quam enim anno 1538. Prudentissimus rex Henricus octavus cuculatorum coenobia, et sacrificorum collegia, vodarirum, per venerables legum doctors Tomum Liam, Richardum Leightonum visitari fecerat, and c. Tanto numo reperti sunt apud ius scortators, sinidi, gainones, pedicones, purare, pederasti, sodomiti, balle verbis uter ganimes, and c. Ut in anaqvoc aerum novum creditoris gamoram. Sed vidi si lubit aerundum catalogum apud undum balcum, puli inquit in lectis dormere non potrent ob fraters necromanticos. Hic si apud viterios monachos, sanctos silicet homuntions, quid in foro, quid in alla factum suspiceris. Quid apud nobles, quid inter fornices, quam non foditatum, quam non spersitum. Cilio intrum terps elas, et ni nominandas quidem monocorum masturbations, masturbators. Rodricus a Castro vocet, tum et ius qui si in visum ad venerum excitandum flagris cedunt, spintrias, succubas, ambubeas, et lasciviant lumbo tribids elas mulierculas, qui si in visum fricant et praeter eunuchos etiam ad venerum explendum, artificiosa ella veritra habent. Imo quod magis Myra, femina fomenam Constantinopoli non ida praedum deperiet, ossa rem plane incredibilum, mutato cultu mentita verum de nuptiae sermonum init, et brevi nupta est. Sed authorem ipsum consul buspiquium. Omido salinarios illos Egyptiacos, qui cum formisarum cadaveribus concumbunt, et aerum vecinam libidinum, qui etiam idala et imagines deperunt. Nota est fabula Pygmalianus apud Ovidium, mundi et Paulini apud Aegisippum belli jud. Lib 2 cap. 4 Pontius C. Caesaris legatus, referent Plinio, lib 35. Cap. 3 Quem suspicer eam esse qui Christum crucifixit, picturus adelanti et Helleni idio libidine incensus, ut toller is velit si natura tectore permissus alias statuum boni fortuni deperiet, alienus, lib 9. Cap. 37. Alias boni d, et ni qua pars probro vassit, raptus ad stupra, quad ade alle, et ni os quidem a libidine acceptum. Heliogabilis per omnia cava corporis libidinum recepit, lamprid, vita adjus. Hostius quidem specula fecit, et ita dispossut, ut quam verum ips pateretur, aversus omnes admissare modus in speculo vidrit, ac deigned falsum magnitudine ipsius membri tanquam vira gauderit, simul verum et fomenam passus, quad dictu fodum et abominandum. Ut verum plainsit, quad apud plutarchum grillis Ulyssi obgessit. Ad hunc usc diem apud nos nec mas merm, nec fomena fomenam amavit, qualia multa apud vos memorables et preclari viri fecerunt. Ut vials missos facium, Hercules imberbum sectans socium, amicos deserut, and si vestri libidines intrasuus naturi fines coerceri non possent, quin in star fluviae exundantes atrocum foditatum, tumultum, confusionem naturi gignant in re veneria. Nam et capras, porcos, equos inerant viri et fomini, insano bestiarum amore exarcerunt, imde minatori, centauri, sylvani, sphinges, and si sedni confutando docem, aut e foras efferem, qui non omnis sire convenit, hic enim doctis salumodo, quad causa non absimili rodricus. Scripta velim, ni levisamus ingentes et depravadis mentibus factissimi celeris notitium. And c. Nolo quem diudius his sordibus inquiner. I come at last to that heroical love which is proper to men and women, is a frequent cause of melancholy, and deserves much rather to be called burning lust, than by such an honorable title. There is an honest love, I confess, which is natural, lacus occultus captivans corda hominum, ut emulieribus non possent separari, a secret snare to captivate the hearts of men, as Christopher Fonseca proves, a strong allurement of a most attractive, occult, adamantine property and powerful virtue, and no man living can avoid it. Et quivim non sensit amoris, aut lapis est, aut bellua. He is not a man but a block, a very stone, aut numen, aut Nebuchadnezzar. He hath a gourd for his head, a pepon for his heart that hath not felt the power of it, and a rare creature to be found, one in an age, qui nunquam visi flagravit amore puli. For semel insanivimus omnes, dote we either young or old, as he said, and none are accepted but Minerva and the Muses. So Cupid in Lucian complains to his mother Venus, that amongst all the rest his arrows could not pierce them. But this nuptial love is a common passion, and honest, for men to love in the way of marriage. Ut materia appetit formam, sic mulier verum. You know marriage is honorable, a blessed calling appointed by God himself in paradise. It breeds true peace, tranquility, content, and happiness, qua nulla est aut fuit unquam sanctior conjunctio, as Daphnius in Plutarch could well prove, et qui generi humano immortalitatem perit, when they live without jarring, scolding, lovingly as they should do. Felices ter et amplius quos erupta tenet copula, nec ullis. Divulsus queremoniaes, suprema sitius solvit amor die. Thrice happy they, and more than that, whom bond of love so firmly ties, that without brawls till death them part, tease undissolved and never dies. As Seneca lived with his Paulina, Abraham and Sarah, Orpheus and Eurydice, Aurea and Poetus, Artemisia and Mausolus, Rubinius Celer. That would needs have it engraven on his tomb. He had led his life with Aeneas, his dear wife, 43 years 8 months, and never fell out. There is no pleasure in this world comparable to it. Tis summum mortalitatis bonum, hominum divumque voluptas, alma Venus. Latet enim in mulier aliquid magis potentiusque, omnibus aliis humanis voluptatibus. As one holds, there's something in a woman beyond all human delight. A magnetic virtue, a charming quality, an occult and powerful motive. The husband rules her as head, but she again commands his heart, he is her servant, she is only joy and content. No happiness is like unto it, no love so great as this of man and wife, no such comfort as Plaisance uxor, a sweet wife. Omnis amor magnus, said Aperto in Conjuge Major. When they love at last as fresh as they did at first, cherac chero consenescit conjugi, as Homer brings Paris kissing Helen, after they had been married 10 years, protesting withal that he loved her as dear as he did the first hour that he was betrothed. And in their old age, when they make much of one another, saying, as he did to his wife in the poet, Uxor vivimus quod viximus, et moriamur, Cervantes nomen sumpsimus in thalamo. Nec ferat ulla disat commutamur in evo, quintibi sim juvenis, tuc pula mihi. Dear wife, let's live in love and die together, as hitherto we have in all good will. Let no day change or alter our affections, but let's be young to one another still. Such should conjugal love be, still the same, and as they are one flesh, so should they be of one mind, as in an aristocratical government. One consent, Jaron-like, coelicere in unum, have one heart in 2 bodies, will and nil the same. A good wife, according to Plutarch, should be as a looking-glass to represent her husband's face and passion. If he be pleasant, she should be merry. If he laugh, she should smile. If he look sad, she should participate of his sorrow and bear a part with him, and so should they continue in mutual love one towards another. Et me ob amore tu deducit nulla senectus, sive ego tithonus, sive ego Nestor ero. No age shall part my love from thee, sweet wife, though I live Nestor or Tithonus life. And she again to him, as the bride saluted the bridegroom of old in Rome, Ubi tu Caius, ego semper Caia, be thou still Caius, I'll be Caia. 'Tis a happy state this indeed, when the fountain is blessed, saith Solomon, Prov. v. 17. And he rejoiceth with the wife of his youth, and she is to him as the loving hind and pleasant roe, and he delights in her continually. But this love of ours is immoderate, inordinate, and not to be comprehended in any bounds. It will not contain itself within the union of marriage, or apply to one object, but is a wandering, extravagant, a domineering, a boundless, and irrefragable, a destructive passion. Sometimes this burning lust rageth after marriage, and then it is properly called jealousy. Sometimes before, and then it is called heroical melancholy. It extends sometimes to co-rivals, and begets rapes, incests, murders. Marcus Antonius compressit Faustinam sororum, Caracalla Julium novercam, Nero matrum, Caligula sorors, Cineras miram filium, and but it is confined within no terms of blood, years, sex, or whatsoever else. Some furiously rage before they come to discretion or age. Quartilla in Petronius never remembered she was a maid, and the wife of Bath in Chaucer cracks, since I was 12 years old believe, husbands at Kirkdore had I 5. Aretine Lucretia sold her maidenhead 1,000 times before she was 24 years old, plus Miley's vendiderant virginitatem, and nec te salabo, non dirent qui ut integram amberant. Rahab, that harlot, began to be a professed queen at 10 years of age, and was but 15 when she hid the spies, as Hugh Broughton proves, to whom Serrarius the Jesuit queest. 6 in cap. 2 Jossu subscribes. Generally women begin pubescere, as they call it, or cataleyer, as Julius Pollux cites, lib 2 cap. 3 onomast out of Aristophanes, at 14 years old than they do offer themselves, and some plainly rage. Leo affirms saith, that in Africa a man shall scarce find a maid at 14 years of age, they are so forward, and many amongst us after they come into the teens do not live without husbands, but linger. What pranks in this kind the Middle Ages have played is not to be recorded. Si mihi sint centum lingui, sint aurex centum, no tongue can sufficiently declare, every story is full of men and women's insatiable lust. Nero's, Heliogabali, Benosi, and C. Celius Amphilinum, said Quintius Amphilinum depurunt, and see they neigh after other men's wives, as Jeremiah cap. V8. Complaineth like fed horses, or range like town bulls, raptors virginum et viduarum, as many of our great ones do. Solomon's wisdom was extinguished in this fire of lust, Samson's strength enervated, piety in Lot's daughters quite forgot, gravity of priesthood in Eli's sons, reverend old age in the elders that would violate Susanna, filial duty in Absalom to his stepmother, brotherly love in Ammon, towards his sister. Human, divine laws, precepts, exhortations, fear of God and men, fair, foul means, fame, fortune, shame, disgrace, honor cannot oppose, stave off, or withstand the fury of it. Omnia vincit amor, and see no cord nor cable can so forcibly draw or hold so fast, as love can do with a twined thread. The scorching beams under the equinoctial, or extremity of cold within the circle arctic, where the very seas are frozen, cold, or torrid zone, cannot avoid or expel this heat, fury, and rage of mortal men. Quo fugas ob demens, nulla est fuga, tu licet usque ad tanem fugas, usque sequeter amor. Of women's unnatural, insatiable lust, what country, what village doth not complain? Mother and daughter sometimes dote on the same man, father and son, master and servant on one woman. Sed amor, sed ineffrenata libido, quid castum in terris intentatum reliquit. What breach of vows and oaths, fury, dotage, madness might I reckon up? Yet this is more tolerable in youth and such as are still in their hot blood. But for an old fool to dote, to see an old lecher, what more odious, what can be more absurd? And yet what so common, who so furious? Amor date si occiperent, multo insaniunt acrius. Some dote then more than ever they did in their youth. How many decrepit, hoary, harsh, writhen, burst-bellied, crooked, toothless, bald, blear-eyed, impotent, rotten, old men shall you see flickering still in every place. One gets him a young wife, another a courtesan, and when he can scarce lift his leg over a sill, and hath one foot already in Charon's boat, when he hath the trembling in his joints, the gout in his feet, a perpetual rheum in his head, a continuate cough. His sight fails him, thick of hearing, his breath stinks, all his moisture is dried up and gone, may not spit from him, a very child again that cannot dress himself or cut his own meat, yet he will be dreaming of and honing after wenches. What can be more unseemly? Worse it is in women than in men, when she is edate declivis, diu vidua mater olim, parum decor matrimonium sequi viter, an old widow, a mother so long since in Pliny's opinion. She doth very unseemly seek to marry, yet whilst she is so old a crone, a beldam, she can neither see, nor hear, go nor stand, a mere carcass, a witch, and scarce feel. She caterwauls and must have a stallion, a champion she must and will marry again, and betroth herself to some young man, that hates to look on but for her goods, abhors the sight of her, to the prejudice of her good name, her own undoing, grief of friends, and ruin of her children. But to enlarge or illustrate this power and effects of love is to set a candle in the sun. It rageth with all sorts and conditions of men, yet is most evident among such as are young and lusty, in the flower of their years, nobly descended, high-fed, such as live idly, and at ease. And for that cause which our divines call burning lust, this fairness insanus amor, this mad and beastly passion, as I have said, is named by our physicians heroical love, and a more honorable title put upon it, amor nobilis, as Savonarola styles it, because noble men and women make a common practice of it, and are so ordinarily affected with it. Avicenna, lib 3 fen. 1, tract 4 cap. 23. Calleth this passion alici, and defines it to be a disease or melancholy vexation, or anguish of mind, in which a man continually meditates of the beauty, gesture, manners of his mistress, and troubles himself about it, desiring, as Savonarola adds, with all intentions and eagerness of mind, to compass or enjoy her, as commonly hunters trouble themselves about their sports, the covetous about their gold and goods, so is he tormented still about his mistress. Arnoldus Villanovenus, in his book of Heroical Love, defines it, a continual cogitation of that which he desires, with a confidence or hope of compassing it, which definition his commentator cavils at. For continual cogitation is not the genus but a symptom of love. We continually think of that which we hate and abhor, as well as that which we love, and many things we covet and desire, without all hope of attaining. Carolus Alorm in his Questions makes a doubt, an amor sit morbus, whether this heroical love be a disease. Julius Pollux Onomast. Lib 6. Cap. 44 determines it, they that are in love are likewise sick. Lascivious, salax, lascivians, et qui in venerem furit, vir est e gratis. Arnoldus will have it improperly so called, and a malady rather of the body than mind. Tully in his Tusculans defines it a furious disease of the mind. Plato, madness itself. Ficinus, his commentator, cap. 12. A species of madness, for many have run mad for women, Esder, Roman 4. 26. But Rhases a melancholy passion, and most physicians make it a species or kind of melancholy, as will appear by the symptoms, and treat of it apart, whom I mean to imitate, and to discuss it in all his kinds, to examine his several causes, to show his symptoms, indications, prognostics, effect, that so it may be with more facility cured. The part affected in the meantime, as Arnoldus supposeth, is the former part of the head for want of moisture, which his commentator rejects. Langius med. Epist. Lib 1 cap. 24. Will have this passion seated in the liver, and to keep residence in the heart, to proceed first from the eyes so carried by our spirits, and kindled with imagination in the liver and heart, cogit amor jecer, as the saying is. Medium ferit per epar, as Cupid in Anacreon. For some such cause belike Homer feigns Titius, liver, who is enamored of Latona, to be still gnawed by 2 vultures day and night in hell, for that young men's bowels thus enamored, are so continually tormented by love. Gordonius, cap. 2 part. 2 will have the testicles an immediate subject or cause, the liver an antecedent. Fracastorius agrees in this with Gordonius, in De Primitis Imaginatio Venerea, Erectio, and C. Titillatissim impartum vocet, ita ut nisi extruso semen gestions voluptas non cesset, nec assidua veneris recordatio, addit Nastavinius comment. 4 sect. Prob. 27. Arist. But properly it is a passion of the brain, as all other melancholy, by reason of corrupt imagination, and so doth Jason Pratensis, c. 19. De Morb. Cerebri, who writes copiously of this erotical love, place and reckon it amongst the affections of the brain. Melancthon de Anima confutes those that make the liver a part affected, and Guianerius tract. 15. Cap. 13 et 17. Though many put all the affections in the heart, refers it to the brain. Ficinus, cap. 7 in Convivium Platonus, will have the blood to be the part affected. Jo. Friatagius, cap. 14, noct. Med. Supposeth all 4 affected, heart, liver, brain, blood, but the major part concur upon the brain, tis imaginatio lisa, and both imagination and reason are misaffected. Because of his corrupt judgment and continual meditation of that which he desires, he may truly be said to be melancholy. If it be violent or his disease inveterate, as I have determined in the precedent partitions, both imagination and reason are misaffected, first one, then the other. Mem. Roman 2. Subsect. I. Causes of heroical love, temperature, full diet, idleness, place, climate, and sea. Of all causes the remotest are stars. Ficinus, cap. 19. Saith they are most prone to this burning lust, that have Venus in Leo in their horoscope, when the moon and Venus be mutually aspected, or such as be of Venus complexion. Plutarch interprets astrologically that tale of Mars and Venus, in whose genitures male sign and male sign are in conjunction. They are commonly lascivious, and if women queens, as the good wife of Bath confessed in Chaucer, I followed mine inclination, by virtue of my constellation. But of all those astrological aphorisms which I have ever read, that of Cardan is most memorable, for which howsoever he is bitterly censured by Marinus Marcennus, a malapert friar, and some others which he himself suspected, yet methinks it is free, downright, plain, and ingenious. In his 8th geniture, or example, he hath these words of himself, male sign, and in dignitatibus assiduum mihi veneriorum cogitationem priestabunt, ita ut nunquam quiescem. Et paulo post cogitatio veneriorum me perpetuo, et quam facto impler non licuit, aut fessus potentum puduit, cogitation assidua mentidus sum voluptatum. Et alibi, ob et dominium et radiorum mixtionum, profundum fuit ingenium, sed lascivum, egoque turpi libidini deditus et obscenus. So far Cardan of himself, quod disi fatet or ideo ut utilitatem adferret studiosus hujus disciplini, and for this he is traduced by Marcenus, when as in effect he saith no more than what Gregory Nazianzen of old, to Chilo his scholar, offerebant si mihi vicendi mulieres, quorum presalenti elegantia et decor spectabili tentabatur me. Integritas pudicitii. Et quaedam flagidium videvi fornicationis, et mundici virginalis florum arcana cordis cogitation fodevi. Sed ad rem aptirs ad masculinum venerum sunt quorum genesi Venus est in signo masculino, et in Saturni finibus aut opposition, and c. Ptolomeus in quadrapart. Plura de his et specialia habet aphorismata, longo proculjubio usu confirmata, et ob experientia multa perfecta, inquit commentator ejus Cardanus. Though. Campanella Astrology Lib. 4 Cap. 8. Articulies 4 and 5. Insanium amatorium remonstrantia multa precederis accumulat aphorismata, quiqui volet consulat, chiromantici ex singulo veneris plerump conjecturem faciunt, et monti veneris de quorum decretis tacenerum johen. Duindagen gaclenium ceterosque si lubit in species. Physicians divine wholly from the temperature and complexion. Phlegmatic persons are seldom taken, according to Ficinus' comment, cap. 9. Naturally melancholy less than they, but once taken they are never freed, though many are of opinion flatuous or hypochondriacal melancholy are most subject of all others to this infirmity. Valescus assigns their strong imagination for a cause, bodying abundance of wind, Gordonius of seed, and spirits, or atomy in the seed, which cause their violent and furious passions. Sanguine thence are soon caught, young folks most apt to love, and by their good wills, saith Lucian, would have a bout with every one they see. The colt's evil is common to all complexions. Theomestus, a young and lusty gallant, acknowledge it, in the said author, all this to be verified in him. I am so amorously given, you may sooner number the sea sands, and snow falling from the skies, than my several loves. Cupid had shot all his arrows at me. I am deluded with various desires, one love succeeds another, and that so soon that before one is ended, I begin with a second. She that is last is still fairest, and she that is present pleaseth me most. As an hydra's head my loves increase, no Iolaus can help me. Mine eyes are so moist a refuge and sanctuary of love, that they draw all beauties to them, and are never satisfied. I am in a doubt what fury of Venus this should be. Alas, how have I offended her so to vex me? What Hippolytus am I? What Telchain is my genius? Or is it a natural imperfection, an hereditary passion? Another in Anacreon confesseth that he had 20 sweethearts in Athens at once, 15 at Corinth, as many at Thebes, at Lesbos, and at Rhodes, twice as many in Ionia, thrice in Caria, 20,000 in all. Or in a word, letter 1F10, letter 1F77 phi, letter 1F7b, lambda lambda alpha, pi letter 1F71 nu tau alpha, and c. Folia arborum omnium si nosti refera cuncta, out computer arenas in equor universes, solum meorum amorum t facero logistam. Canst count the leaves in May, or sands ith ocean sea, then count my loves I pray. His eyes are like a balance, apt to propend each way, and to be weighed down with every wench's looks, his heart a weathercock, his affection tinder or naphtha itself, which every fair object, sweet smile, or mistress's favor sets on fire. Guianerius Tract 15. Cap. 14. Refers all this to the hot temperature of the testicles, Ferrandus a Frenchman in his Erotique Mel. Which book came first to my hands after the third edition, to certain atomy in the seed, such as are very spermatic and full of seed. I find the same in Aristot. Sect. 4 Prob. 17. Si non cessernator semen, cesser tentagens non possunt, as Gustavinius his commentator translates it, for which cause these young men that be strong set of able bodies are so subject to it. Hercules de Saxonia hath the same words in effect. But most part one say, such as are aptest to love that are young and lusty, live at ease, stall-fed free from cares, like cattle in a rank pasture, idle and solitary persons, they must needs herquitulaire, as Guastavinius recites out of Censorinus. Mens erit apta capi tum quam lidissima rerum. Ut sieges in pingui luxuriabit humo. The mind is apt to lust, and hot or cold, as corn luxuriates in a better mold. The place itself makes much wherein we live, the clime, air, and discipline if they concur. In our Misnea, saith Galen, near to Pergamus, thou shalt scarce find an adulterer, but many at Rome, by reason of the delights of the seat. It was that plenty of all things, which made Corinth so infamous of old, and the opportunity of the place to entertain those foreign comers. Everyday strangers came in, at each gate, from all quarters. In that one temple of Venus 1,000 whores did prostitute themselves, as Strabo writes, besides lies and the rest of better note. All nations resorted thither, as to a school of Venus. Your hot and southern countries are prone to lust, and far more incontinent than those that live in the north, as Bodine discourseth at large method hist. Cap. 5 malls Asiatici, so are Turks, Greeks, Spaniards, Italians, even all that latitude. And in those tracts, such as are more fruitful, plentiful, and delicious, as Valence in Spain, Capua in Italy, domicilium luxus Tully terms it, and which Hannibal's soldiers can witness, Canopus in Egypt, Sybaris, Phoecia, Baiae, Cyprus, Lampsacus. In Naples, the fruit of the soil and pleasant air enervate their bodies, and alter constitutions, insomuch that Florus calls it certamen Bacchae et Veneris, but Foliot admires it. In Italy and Spain they have their stews in every great city, as in Rome, Venice, Florence, wherein, some say, dwell 90,000 inhabitants, of which 10,000 are courtesans, and yet for all this, every gentleman almost hath a peculiar mistress. Fornications, adulteries are nowhere so common, urbs est jam tot a lupener. How should a man live honest amongst so many provocations? Now if vigor of youth, greatness, liberty I mean, and that impunity of sin which grandees take unto themselves in this kind shall meet, what a gap must it needs open to all manner of vice, with what fury will it rage? For, as Maximus Tyrius the Platonist observes, libido consecuta quam furit materiam improbam et proruptam licentiam, et effrenatum audaciam, and see, what will not lust effect in such persons? For commonly princes and great men make no scruple at all of such matters, but with that whore in Spartian quicquid libet licet, they think they may do what they list, profess it publicly, and rather brag with Proculus, that writ to a friend of his in Rome, what famous exploits he had done in that kind, than any way be abashed at it. Nicholas Sanders relates of Henry Roman 8. I know not how truly, quod pocas vidit pulchriers quas non concupirit, et possessimas non concupirit quas non violarit. He saw very few maids that he did not desire, and desired fewer whom he did not enjoy, nothing so familiar amongst them. Tease most of their business. Sardanapalus, Messalina, and Joan of Naples are not comparable to meaner men and women. Solomon of old had 1,000 concubines, Ahasuerus his eunuchs and keepers. Nero his Tigellinus panders and bawds. The Turks, Muscovites, Magyars, Zaraths of Barbary, and Persian Sophies are no whit inferior to them in our times. Delectus fit omnium puellarum toto rigno forma praestantirum, saith Jovius pro imperator. Et quas ille linquit, nobles habent, they press and muster up wenches as we do soldiers, and have their choice of the rarest beauties their countries can afford, and yet all this cannot keep them from adultery, incest, sodomy, buggery, and such prodigious lusts. We may conclude that if they be young, fortunate, rich, high-fed, and idle withal, it is almost impossible that they should live honest, not rage, and precipitate themselves into these inconveniences of burning lust. Odium et reges prius et betas. Parted it herbs. Idleness overthrows all, vacuo pector regnat amor, love tyranniseth in an idle person. Amore abundas antefio. If thou hast nothing to do, invidia vel amore miser torqueber, thou shalt be haled in pieces with envy, lust, some passion or other. Homines nihil agendo male ager discunt. Tease Aristotle's simile, as match or touchwood takes fire, so doth an idle person love. Quaeritur Aegistus quaer sit factus adulter, and see, why was Aegistus a whoremaster? You need not ask a reason of it. Ismenedora stole Baccho, a woman forced a man as Aurora did Cephalus. No marvel, saith Plutarch, luxurians opibus more hominum mulier agit. She was rich, fortunate, and jolly, and doth, but as men do in that case, as Jupiter did by Europa, Neptune by Amymone. The poets therefore did well to feign all shepherds' lovers, to give themselves to songs and dalliances, because they lived such idle lives. For love, as Theophrastus defines it, is odiosi animi affectus, an affection of an idle mind, or as Seneca describes it, juventigigniter, juxu nutriter, furiis aliter, odioque inter lita fortuni boni. Youth begets it, riot maintains it, idleness nourisheth it, and see which makes Gordonius the physician cap. 20. Part. 2 call this disease the proper passion of nobility. Now if a weak judgment and a strong apprehension do concur, how, saith Hercules de Saxonia, shall they resist? Savonarola appropriates it almost to monks, friars, and religious persons, because they live solitarily, fare daintily, and do nothing. And well he may, for how should they otherwise choose? Diet alone is able to cause it. A rare thing to see a young man or a woman that lives idly and fares well, of what conditions soever, not to be in love. Alcibiades was still dallying with wanton young women, immoderate in his expenses, effeminate in his apparel, ever in love, but why? He was overdelicate in his diet, too frequent and excessive in banquets, ubicunc securitas, ibi libido dominator, lust and security domineer together, as Saint Hierome averreth. All which the wife of Bath in Chaucer freely justifies, for all to sicker, as cold engendreth hail a licorice tongue must have a licorice tail. Especially if they shall further it by choice diet, as many times those Sybarites and Phoexes do, feed liberally, and by their good will eat nothing else but lascivious meats. Vinum imprimis generosum, legumen, fabas, radices omnium generum bene candidas. Et largo piper asperses, carduos hortulanos, lactucas, erucas, rapas, poros, keepas, nusum pisem, amygdalas dulces, electuaria, serupos, succos, cochleas, concas, pisces optime preparados, aviculas, testiculos animalium, ova, condimenta diversorum generum, mals lectos, pulvinaria, and si et quicquid fear medici impotentia, re veneri laboranti prescribunt. Hoc quasi diaceterian habent indelidiis, et his daps multo delicatirs. Mulsum, exquisitas et exoticas frugs aromata, placentas, expressos succos multis furculis variados, ipsumque vinum suavitate vincens, et quicquid culina, pharmacopoeia, aut quique fear officina subministrare possit. Et hoc plerumque victu quum si ganons infartiant, ut ille ob crescita suum, si bulbus et cochles curavit, etiam ad venerum si parent, et ad hanc pilstrum si exercint, qui fieri possit, ut non miser deperrient, ut non penitus insaniant. Istuans venter cedo dispuit in libidinum hieronymus 8. Post prandia collironda. Quis enim continer si potest. Luxuriosa res vinum, fomentum libidinis vocet Augustinus, blandum demonum, Bernardus, lac veneris Aristophanes. Non etna, non Vesuvius tantis ardoribus istuent, ac juveniles medali vino pleni addit hieronymus. Unda ob optimum vinum lampsacus olim priaposacer. Et venerandi baccae socia apud orpheum venus audit. Hic si vinum simplex, et per si sumptum priester possit, nam quomi bac rapis tui plenum. Quam non insanium, quem non furorum acceteris expectamus. Gomsius salem enumerat inter equi in tempestivam libidinum provocer solent, et salitirs feri fominas, ob essem salis contendit. Venerum ideo dicunt ob oceano ortem. Unda tot invenita scortorum milia cur stint in promptu causa est Venus orta mari. Et hinc fida mater salacia oceani conjux, verbunc fortis salax assail efflixit. Malabacica tantum olim in amoribus prevolurunt, ut corni exili statui baccae ponrenter. Cubibus in vino maceratis utunter indi orientals ad venerum excitandum, et surex radis africani. Chini radix eostum effectus habit, talus curbi meminit mag. Nat. Lib 2 cap. 16. Baptista porta ex India aliti, cujus mentionum facit et Theophrastus. Sed infinita his similia apud racin, mattheolum, mizaldum, ceterosque medicos occurrent, quorum ideo mentionum feci, nequis imperatir in hos scopulas impinget, sed pro virili tanquam siets et cots consulto effugit. Subsect, Roman 2. Other causes of love melancholy, cite, being from the face, eyes, other parts, and how it pierceth. Many such causes may be reckoned up, but they cannot avail, except opportunity be offered of time, place, and those other beautiful objects, or artificial enticements, as kissing, conference, discourse, gestures concur, with such like lascivious provocations. Kornmannus in his book De Linea Amoris makes 5 degrees of lust, out of Lucian belike, which he handles in 5 chapters, vicis, colloquium, convictus, oscula, tactus. Sight of all other is the first step of this unruly love, though sometime it be prevented by relation or hearing, or rather incensed. For there be those so apt, credulous, and facile to love, that if they hear of a proper man or woman, they are in love before they see them, and that merely by relation, as Achilles Tatius observes. Such is their intemperance and lust, that they are as much maimed by report as if they saw them. Callisthenes, a rich young gentleman of Byzance in Thrace, hearing of Leucippe, Sostratus' fair daughter, was far in love with her, and, out of fame and common rumor, so much incensed, that he would needs have her to be his wife. And sometimes by reading they are so affected, as he in Lucian confesseth of himself, I never read that place of Panthea in Xenophon, but I am as much affected as if I were present with her. Such persons commonly feign a kind of beauty to themselves, and so did those 3 gentlewomen in Balthazar Castilio fall in love with a young man whom they never knew, but only heard him commended, or by reading of a letter. For there is a grace cometh from hearing, as a moral philosopher informeth us as well from sight, and the species of love are received into the fantasy by relation alone. Ut cuper ob aspectu, sic vel ob auditu, both senses affect. Interdum et absens amemus, sometimes we love those that are absent, saith Philostratus, and gives instance in his friend Athenodorus, that loved a maid at Corinth whom he never saw. Non oculi sed mens vidit, we see with the eyes of our understanding. But the most familiar and usual cause of love is that which comes by sight, which conveys those admirable rays of beauty and pleasing graces to the heart. Plotinus derives love from sight, letter 1F14 rho omicron sigma, quays, letter 1F45 rho alpha sigma iota sigma. Si nescis, oculi sunt in amore duces, the eyes are the harbingers of love, and the first step of love is sight, as Lilius Geraldus proves at large hist. Dior. Syntag. 13. They as 2 sluices let in the influences of that divine, powerful, soul-ravishing, and captivating beauty, which, as one saith, is sharper than any dart or needle, wounds deeper into the heart, and opens a gap through our eyes to that lovely wound, which pierceth the soul itself eclis. 18. Through it love is kindled like a fire. This amazing, confounding, admirable, amiable beauty, than which in all nature's treasure saith Isocrates, there is nothing so majestical and sacred, nothing so divine, lovely, precious, 'tis nature's crown, gold, and glory. Bonum si non summum, de summis tamen non infrequenter triumphans, whose power hence may be discerned. We contemn and abhor generally such things as are foul and ugly to behold, account them filthy, but love and covet that which is fair. 'Tis beauty in all things which pleaseth and allureth us, a fair hawk, a fine garment, a goodly building, a fair house, and see that Persian Xerxes, when he destroyed all those temples of the gods in Greece, caused that of Diana in integrum servari to be spared alone for that excellent beauty and magnificence of it. Inanimate beauty can so command. 'Tis that which painters, artificers, orators all aim at, as Eryximachus the physician in Plato contends. It was beauty first that ministered occasion to art, to find out the knowledge of carving, painting, building, to find out models, perspectives, rich furnitures, and so many rare inventions. Whiteness in the lily, red in the rose, purple in the violet, a luster in all things without life, the clear light of the moon, the bright beams of the sun, splendor of gold, purple, sparkling diamond, the excellent feature of the horse, the majesty of the lion, the color of birds, peacocks' tails, the silver scales of fish, we behold with singular delight and admiration. And which is rich in plants, delightful in flowers, wonderful in beasts, but most glorious in men, doth make us affect and earnestly desire it, as when we hear any sweet harmony, an eloquent tongue, see any excellent quality, curious work of man, elaborate art, or aught that is exquisite, there ariseth instantly in us a longing for the same. We love such men, but most part for comeliness of person. We call them gods and goddesses, divine, serene, happy, and see, and of all mortal men they alone, Calcagninus holds, are free from calumny. Qui divitias magistratu et gloria florent, injuria laecissimus, we backbite, wrong, hate renowned, rich, and happy men, we repine at their felicity, they are undeserving, we think. Fortune is a stepmother to us, a parent to them. We envy, saith Isocrates, wise, just, honest men, except with mutual offices and kindnesses, some good turn or other, they extort this love from us. Only fair persons we love at first sight, desire their acquaintance, and adore them as so many gods. We had rather serve them than command others, and account ourselves the more beholding to them, the more service they enjoin us. Though they be otherwise vicious, dishonest, we love them, favor them, and are ready to do them any good office for their beauty's sake, though they have no other good quality beside. Dic igiter o famos, adolescens, as that eloquent Favorinus breaks out in Stobius dic autoloque, suavius nectar loquaris, dic o telemash vehementius ulisticis, dic Alcibiades ut cunc ebrius libentius tibi licet ebrio auscultabimus. Speak, fair youth, speak autoloquus, thy words are sweeter than nectar, speak o telemachus, thou art more powerful than Ulysses, speak Alcibiades though drunk, we will willingly hear thee as thou art. Faults in such are no faults. For when the said Alcibiades had stolen Anytus his gold and silver plate, he was so far from prosecuting so foul a fact, though every man else condemned his impudence and insolency, that he wished it had been more, and much better, he loved him dearly for his sweet sake. No worth is eminent in such lovely persons, all imperfections hid. Non enim facile to his quos plurimum diligimus, turpitudinem suspicamur, for hearing, sight, touch, and see, our mind and all our senses are captivated, omnis sensus formasis delectat. Many men have been preferred for their person alone, chosen kings, as amongst the Indians, Persians, Ethiopians of old. The properest man of person the country could afford was elected their sovereign lord. Gratior est pulchro veniens e corpor virtus, and so have many other nations thought and done, as Curtius observes. Ingens enim in corporis majestate veneratio est, for there is a majestical presence in such men. And so far was beauty adored amongst them, that no man was thought fit to reign, that was not in all parts complete and supereminent. Agis, king of Lacedaemon, had like to have been deposed, because he married a little wife, they would not have their royal issue degenerate. Who would ever have thought that Adrian IV, an English monk's bastard, as Papirius Massovius writes in his life, inopsa suis relectus squalidus et miser, a poor forsaken child, should ever come to be Pope of Rome? But why was it? Erat acri ingenio, facundia expedita eleganti corpor, facic lita ac hilari, as he follows it out of Nabrigensis, for he plows with his heifer. He was wise, learned, eloquent of a pleasant, a promising countenance, a goodly proper man. He had, in a word, a winning look of his own, and that carried it, for that he was especially advanced. So Saul was a goodly person and a fair. Maximinus elected emperor, and see Branchus the son of Apollo, whom he begot of Jance, Sucron's daughter, Seth Lactantius. When he kept King Admetus' herds in Thessaly, now grown a man, was an earnest suitor to his mother to know his father. The nymph denied him, because Apollo had conjured her to the contrary. Yet overcome by his importunity at last, she sent him to his father. When he came into Apollo's presence, Malas de reverenter osculatus, he carried himself so well, and was so fair a young man, that Apollo was infinitely taken with the beauty of his person. He could scarce look off him, and said he was worthy of such parents, gave him a crown of gold, the spirit of divination, and in conclusion made him a demigod. Ovis superba formi, a goddess beauty is, whom the very gods adore, nam pulchros de amant, she is amoris domina, love's harbinger, love's lodestone, a witch, a charm, and see beauty is a dower of itself, a sufficient patrimony, an ample commendation, an accurate epistle, as Lucian Apuleius, Turriquellus, and some others conclude. Imperio digna forma, beauty deserves a kingdom, Sethibulensis paradox. 2 Cap. 110. Immortality, and more have got this honor and eternity for their beauty than for all other virtues besides, and such as are fair are worthy to be honored of God and men. That Idalian Ganymede was therefore fetched by Jupiter into heaven, Hephaestion dear to Alexander, Antinous to Adrian. Plato calls beauty for that cause a privilege of nature, naturae gaudentes opus, nature's masterpiece, a dumb comment, Theophrastus, a silent fraud, still rhetoric carneades that persuades without speech, a kingdom without a guard, because beautiful persons command as so many captains. Socrates, a tyranny which tyrannizeth over tyrants themselves, which made Diogenes belike call proper women queens, quod facerant homines qui preciperant, because men were so obedient to their commands. They will adore, cringe, compliment, and bow to a common wench, if she be fair, as if she were a noble woman, a countess, a queen, or a goddess. Those intemperate young men of Greece erected at Delphos a golden image with infinite cost, to the eternal memory of Phryne the courtesan, as Aelian relates. For she was a most beautiful woman, insomuch, saith Athenaeus, that Apelles and Praxiteles drew Venus's picture from her. Thus young men will adore and honor beauty, Nay, kings themselves, I say, will do it, and voluntarily submit their sovereignty to a lovely woman. Wine is strong, kings are strong, but a woman strongest, 1 Esd, Roman 4. 10. As Zerubbabel proved at large to King Darius, his princes and noblemen. Kings sit still and command sea and land, and sea, all pay tribute to the king, but women make kings pay tribute and have dominion over them. When they have got gold and silver, they submit all to a beautiful woman, give themselves wholly to her, gape and gaze on her, and all men desire her more than gold or silver or any precious thing. They will leave father and mother, and venture their lives for her, labor and travel to get, and bring all their gains to women, steal, fight, and spoil for their mistress's sake. And no king so strong, but a fair woman is stronger than he is. All things, as he proceeds, fear to touch the king. Yet I saw him and Apame his concubine, the daughter of the famous Bartachus, sitting on the right hand of the king, and she took the crown off his head and put it on her own and stroke him with her left hand. Yet the king gaped and gazed on her, and when she laughed he laughed, and when she was angry he flattered to be reconciled to her. So beauty commands even kings themselves. Nay, whole armies and kingdoms are captivated together with their kings. Forma vincit armados, ferrum pulchritudo captivat, vincenter specie, qui non vincenter prolio. And 'tis a great matter, saith Xenophon, and of which all fair persons may worthily brag, that a strong man must labor for his living if he will have aught, a valiant man must fight and endanger himself for it, a wise man speak show himself, and toil. But a fair and beautiful person doth all with ease, he compasseth his desire without any painstaking. God and men, heaven and earth conspire to honor him. Every one pities him above other, if he be in need, and all the world is willing to do him good. Chariclea fell into the hand of pirates, but when all the rest were put to the edge of the sword, she alone was preserved for her person. When Constantinople was sacked by the Turk, Irene escaped, and was so far from being made a captive, that she even captivated the grand Signior himself. So did Rosamond insult over King Henry II. I was so fair an object, whom fortune made my king, my love made subject. He found by proof the privilege of beauty, that it had power to countermand all duty. It captivates the very gods themselves, moros ira numina. Deus ips diorum factus ob hanc formem bos, equus imber aller. And those molly genii are taken with it, as I have already proved. Formosum barbari verenter, et ad spectum pulchrum immanis animus mansusit. Helioter. Lib 5. The barbarians stand in awe of a fair woman, and at a beautiful aspect a fierce spirit is pacified. For when as Troy was taken, and the wars ended, as Clemens Alexandrinus quotes out of Euripides, angry Menelaus with rage and fury armed, came with his sword drawn to have killed Helen with his own hands, as being the sole cause of all those wars and miseries. But when he saw her fair face, as one amazed at her divine beauty, he let his weapon fall and embraced her besides. He had no power to strike so sweet a creature. Ergo habitanter enses pulchritude, the edge of a sharp sword, as the saying is dulled with a beautiful aspect, and severity itself is overcome. Hyprides the orator, when Phryne his client was accused at Athens for her lewdness, used no other defense in her cause, but tearing her upper garment, disclosed her naked breast to the judges, with which comeliness of her body and amiable gesture they were so moved and astonished, that they did acquit her forthwith, and let her go. O noble piece of justice! Mine author exclaims, and who is he that would not rather lose his seat and robes, forfeit his office, than give sentence against the majesty of beauty? Such prerogatives have fair persons, and they alone are free from danger. Parthenopaeus was so lovely and fair, that when he fought in the Theban wars, if his face had been by chance bare, no enemy would offer to strike at or hurt him, such immunities hath beauty. Beasts themselves are moved with it. Sinalda was a woman of such excellent feature, and a queen that when she was to be trodden on by wild horses for a punishment, the wild beasts stood in admiration of her person, Saxo Grammaticus lib 8, Dan, hissed, and would not hurt her. Wherefore did that royal virgin in Apuleius, when she fled from the thieves' den in a desert, make such an apostrophe to her ass on whom she rode? For what knew she to the contrary, but that he was an ass? Simi parentibus et proco formoso reditoris, quas, tibi gratias, quos honors habibo, quos cibos exhibo. She would comb him, dress him, feed him, and trick him every day herself, and he should work no more, toil no more, but rest and play, and see, and besides she would have a dainty picture drawn, in perpetual remembrance, a virgin riding upon an ass's back with this motto, Asino vector regia Virgo fugiens captivitatem. Why said she all this? Why did she make such promises to a dumb beast? But that she perceived the poor ass to be taken with her beauty, for he did often obliquo callo pedes puelli decoros basir, kiss her feet as she rode. Et ad delicaculas voculas tentabated hinir, offer to give consent as much as in him was to her delicate speeches, and besides he had some feeling, as she conceived of her misery. And why did Theogen's horse in Heliodorus curvet prance and go so proudly? Exultans alacriter et superbiens, and see, but that such as mine author supposeth, he was in love with his master. Dixis's ipsum equum pulchrum intelliger pulchrum domini famem? A fly lighted on Malthius' cheek as he lay asleep. But why? Not to hurt him, as a parasite of his, standing by, well perceived, non ut pungerit, said ut oscularator, but certainly to kiss him, as ravished with his divine looks. Inanimate creatures, I suppose, have a touch of this. When a drop of Psyche's candle fell on Cupid's shoulder, I think sure it was to kiss it. When Venus ran to meet her rose-cheeked Adonis, as an elegant poet of ours sets her out. The bushes in the way some catch her neck, some kiss her face, some twine about her legs to make her stay, and all did covet her for to embrace. Air ipsa mare inficiter, as Heliodorus holds, the air itself is in love. For when Hero plaid upon her lute, the wanton air in 20 sweet forms danked after her fingers. And those lascivious winds stayed Daphne when she fled from Apollo. Nudabant corpora venti, obviac adverses vibrabant flamina vests. Boreas ventus loved Hyacinthus, and Orithyia Erichthons's daughter of Athens. Roman 6 rapuit, and see he took her away by force, as she was playing with other wenches at Ilissus, and begat Zetes and Galias his 2 sons of her. That seas and waters are enamored with this our beauty, is all out as likely as that of the air and winds. For when Leander swam in the Hellespont, Neptune with his trident did beat down the waves, but they still mounted up intending to have kissed him. And fell in drops like tears, because they missed him. The river Alpheus was in love with Arethusa, as she tells the tale herself. Viridesque manu cicada capillos, fluminis alphae vetters recidivit amores, pars ego nymphorum, and c. When Arthame and Isis meet oscula mil sonant, connexubratia pallant, muduac explicitus connectunt calla lacertes. Inachus and Pineus, and how many loving rivers can I reckon up, whom beauty hath enthralled? I say nothing all this while of idols themselves that have committed idolatry in this kind, of looking-glasses that have been wrapped in love, if you will believe poets, when their ladies and mistresses looked on to dress them. Et si non habeo sensum, tuo gratia sensum exhibit, et calidi sentio amoris onus, diriges huc quadis spectantia lumina, flamma succendunt inopi sasha membra mehi. Though I no sense at all of feeling have, yet your sweet looks do animate and save, and when your speaking eyes do this way turn, methinks my wounded members live and burn. I could tell you such another story of a spindle that was fired by a fair lady's looks, or fingers, some say, I know not well whether. But fired it was by report, and of a cold bath that suddenly smoked, and was very hot when naked Celia came into it, muremur qui sit tantis et unde vapor, and see but of all the tales in this kind, that is the most memorable of Death himself. When he should have struck in a sweet young virgin with his dart, he fell in love with the object. Many more such could I relate which are to be believed with a poetical faith. So dumb and dead creatures dote, but men are mad, stupefied many times at the first sight of beauty, amazed, as that fisherman in Aristaenetus that spied a maid bathing herself by the seaside, saluta mihi sunt omnia membra, a capite ad calcem. Sensusc omnes periet depector, tam immensus stupor animam invassit mihi. And as Lucian, in his images, confesses of himself that he was at his mistress's presence void of all sense, immovable as if he had seen a Gorgon's head, which was no such cruel monster, as Celius interprets it, lib 3 cap. 9. But the very quintessence of beauty, some fair creature, as without doubt the poet understood in the first fiction of it, at which the spectators were amazed. Misery quibus intentata nights, poor wretches are compelled at the very sight of her ravishing looks to run mad, or make away with themselves. They wait the sentence of her scornful eyes, and whom she favors lives, the other dies. 4865 Heliodorus, lib 1 brings in Thyames almost besides himself, when he saw Chariclia first, and not daring to look upon her a second time, for he thought it impossible for any man living to see her and contain himself. The very fame of beauty will fetch them to it many miles off, such an attractive power this lodestone hath, and they will seem but short, they will undertake any toil or trouble, long journeys. Peonia or Atalanta shall not overgo them, through seas, deserts, mountains, and dangerous places, as they did to gaze on Psyche. Many mortal men came far and near to see that glorious object of her age, Paris for Helena, Corybus to Troja. Illis tragem qui forte debis venerat insano Cassandri insensus amore. Who, inflamed with a violent passion for Cassandra, happened then to be in Troy. King John of France, once prisoner in England, came to visit his old friends again, crossing the seas. But the truth is, his coming was to see the Countess of Salisbury, the nonpareil of those times, and his dear mistress. That infernal god Pluto came from hell itself, to steal Proserpine. Achilles left all his friends for Polyxena's sake, his enemy's daughter. And all the Grecian gods forsook their heavenly mansions for that fair lady Philodioneus' daughter's sake, the paragon of Greece in those days. Enim venestate fuit, ut eam certatem omnes de conjugem expederent. For she was of such surpassing beauty that all the gods contended for her love. Formosa divis imperat puella. The beautiful maid commands the gods. They will not only come to see, but as a falcon makes a hungry hawk hover about, follow, give attendance and service, spend goods, lives, and all their fortunes to attain, were beauty under 20 locks kept fast, yet love breaks through, and picks them all at last. When fair Hero came abroad, the eyes, hearts, and affections of her spectators were still attendant on her. Et medios inter vultus superreminet omnes, perc urbum aspiciunt venientum numinis instar. So far above the rest fair Hero shined, and stole away the enchanted gazer's mind. When Peter Aretine's Lucretia came first to Rome, and that the fame of her beauty, ad urbanarum deliciarum sectators venerat, nemo non ad videndum eam, and see was spread abroad. They came in, as they say, thick and threefold to see her, and hovered about her gates, as they did of old to Lies of Corinth and Phryne of Thebes, ad cujus jacuit Grecia tota fors, at whose gates lay all Greece. Every man sought to get her love, some with gallant and costly apparel, some with an affected pace, some with music, others with rich gifts, pleasant discourse, multitude of followers, others with letters, vows, and promises to commend themselves and to be gracious in her eyes. Happy was he that could see her, thrice happy that enjoyed her company. Charmides in Plato was a proper young man in comeliness of person, and all good qualities, far exceeding others. Whensoever fair Charmides came abroad, they seemed all to be in love with him, as Critias describes their carriage, and were troubled at the very sight of him. Many came near him, many followed him wheresoever he went, as those formerum spectators did at Contius, if at any time he walked abroad. The Athenian lasses stared on Alcibiades, Sappho, and the Midalnean women on Phaon the fair. Such lovely sights do not only please, entice, but ravish and amaze. Cleonymus, a delicate and tender youth, present at a feast which Androcles his uncle made in Purio at Athens when he sacrificed to Mercury, so stupefied the guests, Dinias, Aristippus, Agasthenes, and the rest, as Charidmus in Lucian relates it, that they could not eat their meat. They sat all supper time gazing, glancing at him, stealing looks, and admiring of his beauty. Many will condemn these men that are so enamored, for fools, but some again commend them for it. Many reject Paris's judgment, and yet Lucian approves of it, admiring Paris for his choice. He would have done as much himself, and by good desert in his mind. Beauty is to be preferred before wealth or wisdom. Athenaeus Deipnosophist, Lib. 13. Cap. 7 holds it not such indignity for the Trojans and Greeks to contend 10 years, to spend so much labor, lose so many men's lives for Helen's sake. For so fair a lady's sake, ob talem uxorum cui priestantissima forma, nil mortal refert. That one woman was worth a kingdom, 100,000 other women, a world itself. Well might Stirpsichores be blind for carping at so fair a creature, and a just punishment it was. The same testimony gives Homer of the old men of Troy, that were spectators of that single combat between Paris and Menelaus at the Scaean gate, when Helen stood in presence. They said all, the war was worthily prolonged and undertaken for her sake. The very gods themselves, as Homer and Isocrates record, fought more for Helen than they did against the giants. When Venus lost her son Cupid, she made proclamation by Mercury that he that could bring tidings of him should have 7 kisses, a noble reward some say, and much better than so many golden talents. 7 such kisses to many men were more precious than 7 cities or so many provinces. One such a kiss alone would recover a man if he were a dying, suavilum stygia sic te deval reducit, and c. Great Alexander married Roxanne, a poor man's child, only for her person. 'Twas well done of Alexander and heroically done, I admire him for it. Orlando was mad for Angelica, and who doth not condole his mishap? Thisbe died for Pyramus, Dido for Aeneas, who doth not weep, as before his conversion, Austin did in commiseration of her estate. She died for him, methinks, as he said, I could die for her. But this is not the matter in hand. What prerogative this beauty hath, of what power and sovereignty it is, and how far such persons that so much admire and dote upon it are to be justified. No man doubts of these matters. The question is, how and by what means beauty produceth this effect? By sight, the eye betrays the soul and is both active and passive in this business. It wounds and is wounded, is an especial cause and instrument, both in the subject and in the object. As tears, it begins in the eyes, descends to the breast. It conveys these beauteous rays, as I have said, unto the heart. Ut vidi ut piri, Mars vidit Hanc, visam Cupid. Shechem saw Dinah the daughter of Lee, and defiled her, Gen. Roman 34. 3 Jacob, Rachel, Roman 29. 17, for she was beautiful and fair. David spied Bathsheba afar off, 2 Sam, Roman 11, 2. The elders Susanna, as that Orthomenian Strato saw fair Aristoclea daughter of Theophanes, bathing herself at that Hercine well in Lebadia, and were captivated in an instant. Vidrant oculi rapurunt pectora flammi, Ammon fell sick for Thamar's sake, 2 Sam, Roman 13. 2 The beauty of Esther was such, that she found favor not only in the sight of Ahasuerus, but of all those that looked upon her. Gerson, Origen, and some others contended that Christ himself was the fairest of the sons of men, and Joseph next unto him, speciosus pre filiis hominum, and they will have it literally taken. His very person was such, that he found grace and favor of all those that looked upon him. Joseph was so fair that, as the ordinary gloss hath it, filii decurrent per murum, et ad fenestras, they ran to the top of the walls and to the windows to gaze on him, as we do commonly to see some great personage go by. And so Matthew Paris describes Matilda the Empress going through Cullen. P. Morales the Jesuit saith as much of the Virgin Mary. Antony no sooner saw Cleopatra, but Sethopian, Lib. 1, he was enamored of her. Theseus at the first sight of Helen was so besotted, that he esteemed himself the happiest man in the world if he might enjoy her, and to that purpose kneeled down and made his pathetical prayers unto the gods. Charicles, by chance, espying that curious picture of smiling Venus naked in her temple, stood a great while gazing as one amazed. At length he brake into that mad passionate speech, O fortunate god Mars, that wast bound in chains, and made ridiculous for her sake. He could not contain himself, but kissed her picture, I know not how oft, and heartily desired to be so disgraced as Mars was. And what did he that his betters had not done before him? Ac aliquis dideis non tristibus optat sic feri terpes. When Venus came first to heaven, her comeliness was such, that as mine author saith, all the gods came flocking about and saluted her, each of them went to Jupiter, and desired he might have her to be his wife. When fair Antiochus came in presence, as a candle in the dark his beauty shined, all men's eyes, as Xenophon describes the manner of it, were instantly fixed on him, and moved at the sight, insomuch that they could not conceal themselves, but in gesture or looks it was discerned and expressed. Those other senses, hearing, touching, may much penetrate and affect, but none so much, none so forcible as sight. Forma Briseis Mediis in armies movit Achillum, Achilles was moved in the midst of a battle by fair Briseis, Ajax by Tecmessa. Judith captivated that great captain Holofernes, Dalila, Samson, Rosamund, Henry II. Roxolana, Suleiman the Magnificent, and c. Nu Goat a kappa letter 1 FB6 delta epsilon kappa alpha letter 1 F76, sigma letter 1 F77 delta, eta rho omicron nu kappa alpha letter 1 F76, pi letter 1 FE6, rho kappa alpha lambda letter 1 F74 tau letter 1 F76, sigma omicron letter 1 F56 sigma alpha. A fair woman overcomes fire and sword. Not under heaven so strongly doth allure the sense of man, and all his mind possess, as beauty's loveliest bait, that doth procure great warriors erst their rigor to suppress, and mighty hands forget their manliness, driven with the power of an heart-burning eye, and lapped in flowers of a golden tress, that can with melting pleasure mollify their hardened hearts inured to cruelty. Clitophon ingenuously confesseth that he no sooner came in Leucip's presence, but that he did cord tremere, et oculis lascivius inturi. He was wounded at the first sight, his heart panted, and he could not possibly turn his eyes from her. So doth Callicyrus in Heliodorus, lib 2 Isis priest, a reverend old man, complain, who by chance at Memphis seeing that Thracian Rhodope, might not hold his eyes off her. I will not conceal it, she overcame me with her presence, and quite assaulted my continency which I had kept unto mine old age. I resisted a long time my bodily eyes with the eyes of my understanding. At last I was conquered, and as in a tempest carried headlong. Xenophiles, a philosopher, railed at women downright for many years together, scorned, hated, scoffed at them, coming at last into Daphnis a fair maid's company, as he condoles his mishap to his friend Democritus, though free before, intactus nulli's anti-Cupidinibus was far in love, and quite overcome upon a sudden. Victus sum fader a Daphnide, and see I confess I am taken, sola hic inflexit sensus, animumque labentum impulit. I could hold out no longer. Such another mishap, but worse, had Stratocles the physician, that blear-eyed old man, muco plenus, so Prodromus describes him. He was a severe woman's hater all his life, foeda et contumiliosa semper in feminas prophetis, a bitter persecutor of the whole sex, humanas aspides et vipers appellebat. He forswore them all still, and mocked them wheresoever he came, in such vile terms, ut matrum et sorors odices, that if thou hadst heard him, thou wouldst have loathed thine own mother and sisters for his word's sake. Yet this old doting fool was taken at last with that celestial and divine look of Myrilla, the daughter of Anticles the gardener, that smirking wench, that he shaved off his bushy beard, painted his face, curled his hair, wore a laurel crown to cover his bald pate, and for her love besides was ready to run mad. For the very day that he married he was so furious, ut solis occasum minus expecter possit, a terrible, a monstrous long day, he could not stay till it was night, sed omnibus in salutatis in thalamum festinens irrupit, the meat scarce out of his mouth, without any leave taking, he would needs go presently to bed. What young man, therefore, if old men be so intemperate, can secure himself? Who can say, I will not be taken with a beautiful object? I can, I will contain. No, saith Lucian of his mistress, she is so fair, that if thou dost but see her, she will stupefy thee, kill thee straight, and Medusa-like turn thee to a stone. Thou canst not pull thine eyes from her, but, as an adamant doth iron, she will carry thee bound headlong whither she will herself, infect thee like a basilisk. It holds both in men and women. Dido was amazed at Aeneas' presence. Obstupuit primo aspectu Sidonia Dido. And as he feelingly verified out of his experience, quam ego postquam vidi, non ita amavi ut sani solent homines, sed eadem pacto ut insani solent. I loved her not as others soberly, but as a madman rageth, so did I. So Musaeus of Leander, nusquam lumen detorque ab illa, and Chaucer of Palamon, he cast his eye upon Emilia, and therewith he blent and cried ha, ha, as though he had been stroke unto the hearta. If you desire to know more particularly what this beauty is, how it doth inflora, how it doth fascinate, for, as all hold, love is a fascination, thus in brief. This comeliness or beauty ariseth from the due proportion of the whole, or from each several part. For an exact delineation of which, I refer you to poets, historiographers, and those amorous writers, to Lucian's images and Charidmus, Xenophon's description of Panthea, Petronius Catulix, Heliodorus Chariclia Tatius Leucip, Longus Sophistas Daphnis and Chloe, Theodorus Prodromus his Rhodanthes, Aristinetus and Philostratus epistles, Balthazar Castilio, lib 4 de Olico. Laurentius cap. 10 de Melon. Aeneas Silvius his Lucretia, and every poet almost, which have most accurately described a perfect beauty, an absolute feature, and that through every member, both in men and women. Each part must concur to the perfection of it, for as Seneca saith, ep. 33, lib 4. Non est formosa mulier cujus crus laudator et brachium, sed illa cujus simul universa facies admirationum singulis partibus dedit. She is no fair woman, whose arm, thigh, and sea are commended, except the face and all the other parts be correspondent. And the face especially gives a luster to the rest. The face is it that commonly denominates a fair or foul. Arx formi facies, the face is beauty's tower. And though the other parts be deformed, yet a good face carries it, facies non uxor amateur, that alone is most part respected, principally valued, deliciae sways ferox, and of itself able to captivate. Urit t glyceri nitter, urit grata protervitas, et vultus nimium lubricus aspici. Glycera's too fair a face was it that set him on fire, too fine to be beheld. When Chaerea saw the singing wench's sweet looks, he was so taken that he cried out, O facem pulchram, delio omnes dehinc ex animo mulieres, tidit quotidianarum harum formarum. O fair face, I'll never love any but her, look on any other hereafter but her. I am weary of these ordinary beauties, away with them. The more he sees her, the worse he is, uric videndo, as in a burning glass the sunbeams are recollected to a center, the rays of love are projected from her eyes. It was Aeneas's countenance ravished Queen Dido, os humorosque dio similes, he had an angelical face. O sacros vultus bacco vel apolline dignos, quos ver, quos tudo fomina nulla vidit. O sacred looks befitting majesty, which never mortal wight could safely see. Although for the greater part, this beauty be most eminent in the face, yet many times those other members yield a most pleasing grace, and are alone sufficient to enamor. A high brow like unto the bright heavens, celi pulchrum applaga, frons ubi vivit honor, frons ubi ludit amor, white and smooth like the polished alabaster, a pair of cheeks of vermilion color in which love lodgeth. Amor qui malibus genies puelli pernoctes. A coral lip, suavirum delubrum, in which basia mil patent, basia mil latent, 1,000 appear, as many are concealed, gratiarum seeds gratissima. A sweet-smelling flower, from which bees may gather honey, melelgi volicers quitted huc cavathymorosesc, and c. Omnes ad domini labra veniti me, illa roses spirat, and c. A white and round neck that via lactea, dimple in the chin, black eyebrows, cupidines arcus, sweet breath, white and even teeth, which some call the sailpiece, a fine soft round pap, gives an excellent grace, quale decus tu midis perio de marmor mammis. And make a pleasant valley lacteum sinum, between two chalky hills, sororients papillulas, et ad pruritum frigidos ameters solo aspectu excitantes. Unde is forma papillarum quam fuit apta premi, again urebant oculos duri stantesque mammali. A flaxen hair, golden hair was even in great account, for which Virgil commends Dido, nondum sustulerat flavum proserpinina crinum, et crines not enter in orum, Apollonius Argonaut. Lib 4. Jasonis flava coma incendit cor medi, will have Jason's golden hair to be the main cause of Medea's dotage on him. Castor and Pollux were both yellow-haired. Paris, Menelaus, and most amorous young men have been such in all ages, mals ac suaves, as Baptista Porta infers, physiog. Lib 2 lovely to behold. Homer so commends Helen, makes Patroclus and Achilles both yellow-haired. Pulchrocoma Venus, and Cupid himself was yellow-haired, in orum coruscante et crispante capillo, like that neat picture of Narcissus in Callistratus. For so Psyche spied him asleep, Briseis, Polyxena, and C. Flavicami omnes, and Hero the fair, whom young Apollo courted for her hair. Leland commends Gythera, King Arthur's wife, for a flaxen hair. So Paulus Emilius sets out Clodius, that lovely king of France. Synesius holds every effeminate fellow or adulterer is fair-haired. And Apuleius adds that Venus herself, goddess of love, cannot delight, though she come accompanied with the Graces and all Cupids trained to attend upon her, girt with her own girdle, and smell of cinnamon and balm, yet if she be bald or bad-haired, she cannot please her Vulcan. Which belike makes our Venetian ladies at this day to counterfeit yellow hair so much, great women to calamistrate and curl it up. Vibrants ad gratium crines, et tot orbibus in captivitatem flexos, to adorn their heads with spangles, pearls, and made flowers, and all courtiers to effect a pleasing grace in this kind. In a word, the hairs are Cupid's nets, to catch all comers, a brushy wood, in which Cupid builds his nest, and under whose shadow all loves 1,000 several ways sport themselves. A little soft hand, pretty little mouth, small, fine, long fingers, gratiae qui digitus. Tease that which Apollo did admire in Daphne, laudet digitasque manusque. A straight and slender body, a small foot and well-proportioned leg, hath an excellent luster, cui totum incumbit corpus iudi fundamento eads. Clearchus vowed to his friend Amyander in Aristaenetus that the most attractive part in his mistress, to make him love and like her first, was her pretty leg and foot. A soft and white skin, and see have their peculiar graces, nebula haud est malior ac hugis cutis est, oedipal papillam bellulam. Though in men these parts are not so much respected, a grim Saracen sometimes, nudus membra piracmen, a martial hirsute face pleaseth best. A black man is a pearl in a fair woman's eye, and is as acceptable as lame Vulcan was to Venus. For he being a sweaty fuliginous blacksmith, was dearly beloved of her, when fair Apollo nimble Mercury were rejected, and the rest of the sweet-faced gods forsaken. Many women, as Petronius observes, sordibus calent, as many men are more moved with kitchen wenches, and a poor market maid, than all these illustrious court and city dames, will sooner dote upon a slave, a servant, a dirt dauber, a bronze, a cook, a player, if they see his naked legs or arms, thoracac brachia, and see like that huntsman Meleager in Philostratus, though he be all in rags, obscene and dirty, besmeared like a ruddleman, a gypsy, or a chimney-sweeper, than upon a noble gallant Niarus. Ephestion, Alcibiades, or those embroidered courtiers full of silk and gold. Justine's wife, a citizen of Rome, fell in love with Pylades a player, and was ready to run mad for him, had not Galen himself helped her by chance. Faustina the empress doted on a fencer. Not one of 1,000 falls in love, but there is some peculiar part or other which pleaseth most, and inflames him above the rest. A company of young philosophers on a time fell at variance, which part of a woman was most desirable and pleased best. Some said the forehead, some the teeth, some the eyes, cheeks, lips, neck, chin, and see. The controversy was referred to Lies of Corinth to decide. But she, smiling, said they were a company of fools, for suppose they had her where they wished, what would they first seek? Yet this notwithstanding I do easily grant, nec quis vestrum negaverit opiner, all parts are attractive, but especially the eyes. Vidit in macantes, sideribus similes oculos, which are love's fowlers, occupium amoris, the shoeing horns, the hooks of love, as Arandus will the guides, touchstone judges, that in a moment cure mad men and make sound folks mad, the watchmen of the body. What do they not? How vex they not? All this is true, and which Athenius lib 13. Dip. Cap. 5 and Tatius hold, they are the chief seats of love, and James Lernudius hath facely expressed in an elegant ode of his amorum, ocellis flammialis heri vidi incidentum. Credit posteri, fratresque circumludibundos cum feritra volitaire et arcu, and c. I saw love sitting in my mistress, eyes sparkling, believe it all posterity, and his attendants playing round about with bow and arrows ready for to fly. Scaliger calls the eyes Cupid's arrows, the tongue the lightning of love, the paps the tents, Balthazar Castilio the causes, the chariots, the lamps of love. Emula lumina stellis, lumina qui passent solicitor dios. Eyes emulating stars in light, enticing gods at the first sight. Love's orators Petronius. O blandos oculos, et o fastos, et quadam propria nota loquaces alic est Venus, et leaves amores, ac ipsa in medio sedet voluptas. O sweet and pretty speaking eyes, where Venus, love, and pleasure lies. Love's torches, touchbox, naphtha and matches, Tibullus. Elias ex oculis quum vult exurer divos, exendit Gemina's lampads acer amor. Tart love when he will set the gods on fire, lightens the eyes as torches to desire. Leander, at the first sight of Hero's eyes, was incensed, saith Mucius. Simul in oculorum radiis crescibat fax amorum, et cor fervibat invecti ignes impetu, pulchritudo enim celebris immaculati fomini, acutior hominibus est veloci sigita. Oculos viro vea est, ob oculi ictibus vulnus dilibiter, et in precordia viri manat. Love's torches gan to burn first in her eyes, and set his heart on fire which never dies. For the fair beauty of a virgin pure is sharper than a dart, and doth inure a deeper wound, which pierceth to the heart by the eyes, and causeth such a cruel smart. A modern poet brings in Amnon complaining of Thamar. Et me facino occidit illa rissus et formi lipos, illa nitter, illa gratia, et veris decor illi emulantes purpurum, et roses geni, oculique vinctique oreo nodo comi. It was thy beauty, 'twas thy pleasing smile, thy grace and comeliness did me beguile, thy rose-like cheeks, and unto purple fair thy lovely eyes and golden knotted hair. Philostratus Lemnius cries out on his mistress's basilisk eyes, ardent faces, those two burning glasses, they had so inflamed his soul that no water could quench it. What a tyranny, saith he, what a penetration of bodies is this! Thou drawest with violence and swallowest me up, as Charybdis doth sailors with thy rocky eyes. He that falls into this gulf of love can never get out. Let this be the corollary then, the strongest beams of beauty are still darted from the eyes. Nam quis lumina tanta posset luminibus sues turi, non statum trepidansk, palpitansk pre desideri eastwentis ora, and see. For who such eyes with his can see, and not forthwith enamored be? And as men catch dotterels by putting out a leg or an arm, with those mutual glances of the eyes they first inveigle one another. Cynthia prima sues miserum me, cepit ocellis. Of all eyes, by the way, black are most amiable, enticing, and fairer, which the poet observes in commending of his mistress. Spectandum nigris oculis, nigra capillo, which Hesiod admires in his Olimina, cujus avertis ac nigricantibus oculis, tail quidem spiral ac ob aurea vener. From her black eyes, and from her golden face, as if from Venus came a lovely grace. And Triton in his Milline, nigra oculos formosa mihi. Homer useth that epithet of oxide in describing Juno, because a round black eye is the best, the sun of beauty, and farthest from black the worse, which Polydore Virgil taxeth in our nation. Angli ut plurimum ceciis oculis, we have grey eyes for the most part. Baptisma porta, physiognom. Lib 3 puts grey color upon children, they be childish eyes, dull and heavy. Many commend on the other side Spanish ladies, and those Greek dames at this day, for the blackness of their eyes, as Porta doth his Neapolitan young wives. Suetonius describes Julius Caesar to have been nigris vegetisque oculis micantibus, of a black, quick, sparkling eye, and although Averroes in his Collegiate will have such persons timorous, yet without question they are most amorous. Now last of all, I will show you by what means beauty doth fascinate, bewitch as some hold, and work upon the soul of a man by the eye. For certainly I am of the poet's mind, love doth bewitch and strangely change us. Ludit amor sensus, oculos perstringit, et offert libertatem animi, Myra nos fascinat art. Credo aliquis demon subians precordia flammam considet, et raptem tollit decardine mentum. Love mocks our senses, curbs our liberties, and doth bewitch us with his art and rings. I think some devil gets into our entrails, and kindles coals, and heaves our souls from hinges. Heliodorus lib 3 proves at large that love is witchcraft. It gets in at our eyes, pores, nostrils, engenders the same qualities and affections in us as were in the party whence it came. The manner of the fascination, as Ficinus 10. Cap. Com. in Plat. declares it, is thus: mortal men are then especially bewitched, when as by often gazing one on the other, they direct sight to sight, join eye to eye, and so drink and suck in love between them. For the beginning of this disease is the eye. And therefore he that hath a clear eye, though he be otherwise deformed, by often looking upon him, will make one mad, and tie him fast to him by the eye. Leonard. Varius, lib 1 cap. 2 de fascinat. Telleth us that by this interview the purer spirits are infected, the one eye pierceth through the other with his rays, which he sends forth, and many men have those excellent piercing eyes, that which Suetonius relates of Augustus, their brightness is such, they compel their spectators to look off, and can no more endure them than the sunbeams. Barradius, lib 6. Cap. 10. De Harmonia Evangel. Reports as much of our Saviour Christ, and Peter Morales of the Virgin Mary, whom Nicephorus describes likewise to have been yellow-haired, of a wheat color, but of a most amiable and piercing eye. The rays, as some think, sent from the eyes, carry certain spiritual vapors with them, and so infect the other party, and that in a moment. I know, they that hold visio fit intra mettendo will make a doubt of this. But Ficinus proves it from blear eyes, that by sight alone make others blear-eyed, and it is more than manifest, that the vapor of the corrupt blood doth get in together with the rays, and so by the contagion the spectator's eyes are infected. Other arguments there are of a basilisk, that kills afar off by sight, as that Ephesian did of whom Philostratus speaks, of so pernicious an eye, he poisoned all he looked steadily on. And that other argument, menstrui famini, out of Aristotle's Problems, Morbici Capivaccius adds, and Septalius the commentator, that contaminate a looking-glass with beholding it. So the beams that come from the agent's heart, by the eyes, infect the spirits about the patients, inwardly wound, and thence the spirits infect the blood. To this effect she complained in Apuleius, "Thou art the cause of my grief. Thy eyes piercing through mine eyes to mine inner parts have set my bowels on fire, and therefore pity me that am now ready to die for thy sake." Ficinus illustrates this with a familiar example of that Marusian Phaedrus and Theban Lycias. Lycias he stares on Phaedrus, face, and Phaedrus fastens the balls of his eyes upon Lycias, and with those sparkling rays sends out his spirits. The beams of Phaedrus' eyes are easily mingled with the beams of Lycias, and spirits are joined to spirits. This vapor begot in Phaedrus' heart enters into Lycia's bowels, and that which is a greater wonder, Phaedrus' blood is in Lycia's heart, and thence come those ordinary love speeches, "My sweetheart Phaedrus, and mine own self, my dear bowels." And Phaedrus again to Lycias, "O my light, my joy, my soul, my life." Phaedrus follows Lycias because his heart would have his spirits, and Lycias follows Phaedrus because he loves the seat of his spirits. Both follow, but Lycias the earnester of the two. The river hath more need of the fountain than the fountain of the river. As iron is drawn to that which is touched with a lodestone, but draws not it again, so Lycias draws Phaedrus. But how comes it to pass then, that the blind man loves that never saw? We read in the Lives of the Fathers a story of a child that was brought up in the wilderness, from his infancy, by an old hermit. Now come to man's estate, he saw by chance two comely women wandering in the woods. He asked the old man what creatures they were, he told him fairies. After a while talking obiter, the hermit demanded of him, which was the pleasantest sight that ever he saw in his life, he readily replied, the two fairies he spied in the wilderness. So that, without doubt, there is some secret lodestone in a beautiful woman, a magnetic power, a natural inbred affection which moves our concupiscence. And as he sings, methinks I have a mistress yet to come, and still I seek, I love, I know not whom. 'Tis true indeed of natural and chaste love, but not of this heroical passion, or rather brutish burning lust of which we treat. We speak of wandering, wanton, adulterous eyes, which, as he saith, lie still in wait as so many soldiers, and when they spy an innocent spectator fixed on them, shoot him through, and presently bewitch him. Especially when they shall gaze and gloat, as wanton lovers do one upon another, and with a pleasant eye conflict participate each other's souls. Hence you may perceive how easily and how quickly we may be taken in love, since at the twinkling of an eye Phaedrus' spirits may so perniciously infect Lycia's blood. Neither is it any wonder, if we but consider how many other diseases closely, and as suddenly are caught by infection, plague, itch, scabs, flux, and see the spirits taken in, will not let him rest that hath received them, but egg him on. Ic petit corpus mens unto est sacia amare, and we may manifestly perceive a strange eduction of spirits, by such as bleed at nose after they be dead at the presence of the murderer, but read more of this in Lemnius, lib 2 to occult. Nat. Mir. Cap. 7 Valeriola lib 2 observe. Cap. 7 Valesius Contrav. Ficinus, Cardan, Libavius de Cruntis Cadaveribus and c. Subsect. Roman 3. Artificial allurements of love, causes and provocations to lust, gestures, clothes, dower, and c. Natural beauty is a stronger lodestone of itself, as you have heard, a great temptation, and pierceth to the very heart. Forma vericundi, nocuit mihi visa puli. But much more when those artificial enticements and provocations of gestures, clothes, jewels, pigments, exornations, shall be annexed unto it. Those other circumstances, opportunity of time and place shall concur, which of themselves alone were all sufficient, each one in particular to produce this effect. It is a question much controverted by some wise men, forma debit plus arti in naturi, whether natural or artificial objects be more powerful. But not decided. For my part 1 am of opinion that though beauty itself be a great motive, and give an excellent luster in sordibus, in beggary, as a jewel on a dunghill will shine and cast his rays, it cannot be suppressed, which Heliodorus feigns of Chariclia, though she were in beggar's weeds. Yet as it is used, artificial is of more force, and much to be preferred. Sic dentata sibi viter eagle, empties ossibus indicote cornu. Sic qui nigrier est cadent moro, sarasata sibi placit licoris. So toothless eagle seems a pretty one, set out with new-bought teeth of Indi bone. So foul licoris blacker than berry herself admires, now finer than cherry. John Lerius the Burgundian cap, 8 hist, navigat in Brazil, is altogether on my side. For whereas, saith he, at our coming to Brazil, we found both men and women naked as they were born, without any covering, so much as of their privities, and could not be persuaded by our Frenchmen that lived a year with them. To wear any, many will think that our so long commerce with naked women must needs be a great provocation to lust. But he concludes otherwise, that their nakedness did much less entice them to lasciviousness than our women's clothes. And I dare boldly affirm, saith he, that those glittering attires, counterfeit colors, headgears, curled hairs, plaited coats, cloaks, gowns, costly stomachers, guarded and loose garments, and all those other accoutrements, wherewith our countrywomen counterfeit a beauty, and so curiously set out themselves, cause more inconvenience in this kind than that barbarian homeliness, although they be no whit inferior unto them in beauty. I could evince the truth of this by many other arguments, but I appeal, saith he, to my companions at that present, which were all of the same mind. His countryman, Montague, in his essays, is of the same opinion, and so are many others, out of whose assertions thus much in brief we may conclude, that beauty is more beholden to art than nature, and stronger provocations proceed from outward ornaments than such as nature hath provided. It is true that those fair sparkling eyes, white neck, coral lips, turgent paps, rose-colored cheeks, and of themselves are potent enticers. But when a comely, artificial, well-composed look, pleasing gesture, and affected carriage shall be added, it must needs be far more forcible than it was. When those curious needleworks, variety of colors, purest dyes, jewels, spangles, pendants, lawn, lace, tiffanies, fair and fine linen, embroideries, calamustrations, ointments, etc. shall be added, they will make the veriest dowdy otherwise a goddess, when nature shall be furthered by art. For it is not the eye of itself that enticeth to lust, but an adulterous eye, as Peter terms it too, Rom. 2:14, a wanton, a rolling, lascivious eye, a wandering eye, which Isaiah taxeth, Rom. 3:16. Christ himself and the Virgin Mary had most beautiful eyes, as amiable eyes as any persons, saith Barradius, that ever lived, but withal so modest, so chaste, that whosoever looked on them was freed from that passion of burning lust, if we may believe Gerson and Bonaventure. There was no such antidote against it, as the Virgin Mary's face. 'Tis not the eye, but carriage of it, as they use it, that causeth such effects. When Pallas, Juno, Venus were to win Paris' favor for the golden apple, as it is elegantly described in that pleasant interlude of Apuleius, Juno came with majesty upon the stage, Minerva gravity, but Venus dulce subridens, constitit amine, et gratissimi, gratici diem propitiants, and came in smiling with her gracious graces and exquisite music. As if she had danced, et non nunquam salter solis oculis, and which was the main matter of all, she danced with her rolling eyes. They were the brokers and harbingers of her suite. So she makes her brags in a modern poet, soon could I make my brow to tyrannize, and force the world do homage to mine eyes. The eye is a secret orator, the first bawd, amorous porta, and with private looks, winking, glances, and smiles, as so many dialogues they make up the match many times, and understand one another's meanings before they come to speak a word. Euryalus and Lucretia were so mutually enamored by the eye, and prepared to give each other entertainment, before ever they had conference. He asked her good will with his eyes. She did suffragari, and gave consent with a pleasant look. That Thracian Rhodope was so excellent at this dumb rhetoric, that if she had but looked upon anyone almost, saith Calysiris, she would have bewitched him, and he could not possibly escape it. For as Salvianus observes, the eyes are the windows of our souls, by which as so many channels all dishonest concupiscence gets into our hearts. They reveal our thoughts, and as they say, Franz animi index, but the eye of the countenance, quid processibus intura ocellis. And I may say the same of smiling, gait, nakedness of parts, plausible gestures, and to laugh is the proper passion of a man, an ordinary thing to smile. But those counterfeit, composed, affected, artificial, and reciprocal, those counter-smiles are the dumb shows and prognostics of greater matters, which they most part use to inveigle and deceive, though many fond lovers again are so frequently mistaken, and led into a fool's paradise. For if they see but a fair maid laugh, or show a pleasant countenance, use some gracious words or gestures, they apply it all to themselves as done in their favor. Sure she loves them, she is willing, coming, and stultus quando vidit quad pulchra pullula ridit, tum fatus credit quad amer velit. When a fool sees a fair maid for to smile, he thinks she loves him, tease but to beguile. They make an art of it, as the poet telleth us, quis credat, discunt etiam writer puli, quaeritur ac illis hac quoque part decor. Who can believe? To laugh maids make an art, and seek a pleasant grace to that same part. And tease as great an enticement as any of the rest. Subrecit mal pula, cor tibi right salit. She makes thine heart leap with a pleasing gentle smile of hers. Dulce ridentum lalligem amabo, dulce laquentum. I love lalage as much for smiling, as for discoursing, delectata illa ricit tam blandum, as he said in Petronius of his mistress, being well pleased, she gave so sweet a smile. It won Ismenias, as he confesseth, Ismenes subrecit amatorium, Ismenes smiled so lovingly the second time I saw her, that I could not choose but admire her. And Gala's sweet smile quite overcame Faustus the shepherd, me aspicions moils bland subrecit ocellis. All other gestures of the body will enforce as much. Daphnis in Lucian was a poor tattered wench when I knew her first, said Corbel, penosa at Zassara. But now she is a stately piece indeed, hath her maids to attend her, brave attires, money in her purse, and see, and will you know how this came to pass? By setting out herself after the best fashion, by her pleasant carriage, affability, sweet smiling upon all, and see many women dote upon a man for his compliment only, and good behavior they are won in an instant. Too credulous to believe that every light wanton suitor, who sees or makes love to them, is instantly enamored, he certainly dotes on admires them, will surely marry, when as he means nothing less. 'Tis his ordinary carriage in all such companies. So both delude each other by such outward shows, and amongst the rest, an upright, a comely grace, courtesies, gentle salutations, cringes, a mincing gait, a decent and an affected pace, are most powerful enticers, and which the prophet Isaiah, a courtier himself and a great observer, objected to the daughters of Zion, Roman 3:16. They minced as they went and made a tinkling with their feet. To say the truth, what can they not effect by such means? Whilst nature decks them in their best attires of youth and beauty, which the world admires. Urit, voce, manu, gressu, pector, front, oculis. When art shall be annexed to beauty, when wiles and guiles shall concur. For to speak as it is, love is a kind of legerdemain, mere juggling, a fascination. When they show their fair hand, fine foot and leg withal, magnum sui desiderium nobis relinquent, saith Balthazar Castilio, lib 1. They set us a longing, and so when they pull up their petticoats and outward garments, as usually they do to show their fine stockings, and those of purest silken dye, gold fringes, laces, embroiderings, it shall go hard but when they go to church or to any other place, all shall be seen. 'Tis but a springe to catch woodcocks. And as Chrysostom telleth them downright, though they say nothing with their mouths, they speak in their gait, they speak with their eyes, they speak in the carriage of their bodies. And what shall we say otherwise of that bearing of their necks, shoulders, naked breasts, arms, and wrists? To what end are they but only to tempt men to lust? Nam quid lacteolus sinus, et ipses pre te furs sine lintio papillas, hoc est dicer, pos, trotto, hoc est ad venerem vocere amantes. There needs no more, as Fredericus Mate Nesius well observes, but a crier to go before them so dressed, to bid us look out, a trumpet to sound, or for defect a saugelder to blow, look out and see what object this may be that doth perstringe mine eye. A gallant lady goes in rich and gaudy clothes, but whither away God knows. Look out and see et qui sequenter. Or to what end and purpose? But to leave all these fantastical raptures, I'll prosecute my intended theme. Nakedness, as I have said, is an odious thing of itself, remedium amoris, yet it may be so used in part and at set times that there can be no such enticement as it is, nec mihi cincta Diana placet, nec nuda sither, illa voluptatis nil habet, hic nimium. David so espied Bathsheba, the elder Susanna. Apelles was enamored with Campas when he was to paint her naked. Tiberius insuit. Cap. 42. Supped with Cestius Gallus and old lecher, libidinoso scene, elige ut nudi puelli administrarent, some say as much of Nero, and Pontus Huter of Carolus Pugnax. Amongst the Babylonians, it was the custom of some lascivious queens to dance frisking in that fashion, saith Curtius lib. 5 and Sardus de More. Gent. lib. 1. Rites of others to that effect. The Tuscans at some set banquets had naked women to attend upon them, which Leonicus de Varia hissed. Lib. 3. Cap. 96. Confirms of such other body nations. Nero would have filthy pictures still hanging in his chamber, which is too commonly used in our times, and Heliogabalus, etiam coram agents, ut ad venerem inciterant, so things may be abused. A servant maid in Aristinetus spied her master and mistress through the keyhole merrily disposed. Upon the sight she fell in love with her master. Antoninus Caracalla observed his mother-in-law with her breasts amorously laid open. He was so much moved that he said, "Ah, si liceret, oh that I might," which she by chance overhearing, replied as impudently quicquid libet licet, "Thou mayst do what thou wilt." And upon that temptation he married her. This object was not in cause, not the thing itself, but that unseemly, indecent carriage of it. When you have all done, veniunt of vest sagitti, the greatest provocations of lust are from our apparel. God makes, they say, man shapes, and there is no motive like unto it, which doth even beauty beautify, and most bewitch a wretched eye. A filthy knave, a deformed queen, a crooked carcass, a mawkin, a witch, a rotten post, a hedge-stake may be so set out and tricked up that it shall make as fair a show, as much enamour as the rest. Many a silly fellow is so taken. Primum luxuriae occupium, one calls it the first snare of lust. Bossus occupium animarum, lethalum arundinum, a fatal reed, the greatest bawd, forte lenocinium, sanguinis lacrimis deplorandum, saith mate Nesius, and with tears of blood to be deplored. Not that comeliness of clothes is therefore to be condemned, and those usual ornaments. There is a decency and decorum in this as well as in other things, fit to be used, becoming several persons, and befitting their estates. He is only fantastical that is not in fashion, and like an old image in arras hangings, when a manner of attire is generally received. But when they are so newfangled, so unstayed, so prodigious in their attires, beyond their means and fortunes, unbefitting their age, place, quality, condition, what should we otherwise think of them? Why do they adorn themselves with so many colors of herbs, fictitious flowers, curious needleworks, quaint devices, sweet-smelling odors, with those inestimable riches of precious stones, pearls, rubies, diamonds, emeralds, and sea? Why do they crown themselves with gold and silver, use coronets and tires of several fashions, deck themselves with pendants, bracelets, earrings, chains, girdles, rings, pins, spangles, embroideries, shadows, rebottos, versicolor ribbons? Why do they make such glorious shows with their scarves, feathers, fans, masks, furs, laces, Tiffany's ruffs, falls, cauls, cuffs, damasks, velvets, tinsels, cloth of gold, silver, tissue? With colors of heavens, stars, planets. The strength of metals, stones, odors, flowers, birds, beasts, fishes, and whatsoever Africa, Asia, America, sea, land, art, and industry of man can afford. Why do they use and covet such novelty of inventions, such newfangled tires, and spend such inestimable sums on them? To what end are those crisped, false hairs, painted faces, as the satirist observes, such a composed gait, not a step awry? Why are they like so many Sybarites, or Nero's Poppaea, Ahasuerus' concubines, so costly, so long a-dressing, as Caesar was marshalling his army or a hawk in pruning? Dum moliuntur, dum comuntur annis est. A gardener takes not so much delight and pains in his garden, a horseman to dress his horse, scour his armor, a mariner about his ship, a merchant his shop and shop-book as they do about their faces and all those other parts. Such setting up with corks, straightening with whalebones, why is it but as a daynet catcheth larks to make young men stoop unto them? Philocharis, a gallant in Aristonitis, advised his friend Pollianus to take heed of such enticements, for it was the sweet sound and motion of his mistress's spangles and bracelets, the smell of her ointments, that captivated him first. Illa fuit mentis prima ruina me. Quid sibi vult pixidum turba, saith Lucian. To what use are pins, pots, glasses, ointments, irons, combs, bodkins, setting sticks? Why bestow they all their patrimonies and husbands' yearly revenues on such fooleries? Bina patrimonia singulis oribus. Why use they dragons, wasps, snakes for chains, enameled jewels on their necks' ears? Dignum podius fort ferro manus istas religari, ac utinam manilia vir dracons ascent. They had more need some of them be tied in bedlam with iron chains, have a whip for a fan and hair cloths next to their skins, and instead of wrought smocks, have their cheeks stigmatized with a hot iron. I say, some of our Jezebels instead of painting, if they were well served. But why is all this labor, all this cost, preparation, writing, running, far-fetched and dear-bought stuff? Because forsooth they would be fair and fine, and where nature is defective, supply it by art. Sanguine qui viro non rubit, art rubit, Ovid. And to that purpose they anoint and paint their faces, to make Helen of Hecuba, parvemque exortemque puellam. European, to this intent they crush in their feet and bodies, hurt and crucify themselves, sometimes in lax clothes, 100 yards I think in a gown, a sleeve, and sometimes again so close ut nudos experiment artis. Now long tails and trains, and then short, up, down, high, low, thick, thin, and sea. Now little or no bands, then as big as cartwheels. Now loose bodies, then great farthingales and close skirt, and see why is all this, but with the whore in the Proverbs to intoxicate some or other. Oculorum discipulam, one therefore calls it, et indicem libidinis, the trap of lust, and sure token, as an ivy bush is to a tavern. Quod pulchros glacier sumas depixide vultus, quad tibi compositi nec sine lege comi. Quod nidet digitus adamas, burlis in ora non sum divinus, sed scio quid cupias. O glacier, in that you paint so much, your hair is so bedecked in order such. With rings on fingers, bracelets in your ear, although no prophet, tell I can, I fear. To be admired, to be gazed on, to circumvent some novice. As many times they do, that instead of a lady he loves a cap and a feather instead of a maid that should have verum colorum, corpus solidum et sixi plenum, as Caria describes his mistress in the poet, a painted face, a rough band, fair and fine linen, a coronet, a flower, naturique pudet quad fuit artificis. A wrought waistcoat he dotes on, or a pied petticoat, a pure dye instead of a proper woman. For generally, as with rich furred canailles, their cases are far better than their bodies, and like the bark of a cinnamon tree, which is dearer than the whole bulk, their outward accoutrements are far more precious than their inward endowments. 'Tis too commonly so, offerimer cultu, et gemmis, oroque teguntur omnia, pars minima est ipsa pula sue. With gold and jewels all is covered, and with a strange tire we are one. Whilst she's the least part of herself, and with such baubles quite undone. Why do they keep in so long together, a whole winter sometimes, and will not be seen but by torch or candlelight, and come abroad with all the preparation may be, when they have no business, but only to show themselves? Spectatum veniunt spectentur ut ipsi. For what is beauty if it be not seen, or what is to be seen if not admired, and though admired, unless in love desired? Why do they go with such counterfeit gait, which Philo Judius reprehends them for, and use, I say it again, such gestures, apish, ridiculous, indecent attires, sybaritical tricks, fucos genies, purpurissum venis, serosum fronti, legs oculis, and see use those sweet perfumes, powders, and ointments in public? Flock to hear sermons so frequent, is it for devotion? Or rather, as Basil tells them, to meet their sweethearts and see fashions? For, as he saith, commonly they come so provided to that place, with such curious compliments, with such gestures and tires, as if they should go to a dancing school, a stage play, or bawdy house, fitter than a church. When such a she-priest comes her mass to say 20 to 1 they all forget to pray. They make those holy temples, consecrated to godly martyrs and religious uses, the shops of impudence, dens of whores and thieves, and little better than brothel houses. When we shall see these things daily done, their husbands bankrupts, if not cornudos, their wives light housewives, daughters dishonest, and hear of such dissolute acts as daily we do, how should we think otherwise? What is their end but to deceive and inveigle young men? As tow takes fire, such enticing objects produce their effect, how can it be altered? When Venus stood before Anchises, as Homer feigns in one of his hymns in her costly robes, he was instantly taken, cum ante ipsum staret Javis filia, videns eam Anchises, admirabatur formam, et stupendas vests, erat enim induta peplo, ignes radii spendidir, habet quoque torques fulgidos, flexils halices, tenorum colum ambibent manilia pulchra, aurea variegata. When Venus stood before Anchises first, he was amazed to see her in her tires, for she had on a hood as red as fire, and glittering chains and ivy-twisted spires. About her tender neck were costly brooches and necklaces of gold, enameled ouches. So when Medea came in presence of Jason first, attended by her nymphs and ladies, as she is described by Apollonius, cunctus viro ignes instar sequibatur splendor, tantum ob ores fimbriis resplendibat jubar, excendic in oculis dulce desiderium. A luster followed them like flaming fire, and from their golden borders came such beams, which in his eyes provoked a sweet desire. Such a relation we have in Plutarch, when the queens came and offered themselves to Antony, with diverse presents and enticing ornaments, Asiatic allurements, with such wonderful joy and festivity. They did so inveigle the Romans that no man could contain himself, all was turned to delight and pleasure. The women transformed themselves to Bacchus shapes, the men children to satyrs and pans, but Antony himself was quite besotted with Cleopatra's sweet speeches, philters, beauty-pleasing tires. For when she sailed along the river Cydnus with such incredible pomp in a gilded ship, herself dressed like Venus, her maids like the Graces, her pages like so many Cupids, Antony was amazed and rapt beyond himself. Heliodorus, Lib 1 brings in Dame Netta, stepmother to Cnemon, whom she saw in his scarves, rings, robes, and coronet, quite mad for the love of him. It was Judith's pantoffles that ravished the eyes of Holofernes, and Cardan is not ashamed to confess that seeing his wife the first time all in white, he did admire and instantly love her. If these outward ornaments were not of such force, why doth Naomi give Ruth counsel how to please Boaz? And Judith, seeking to captivate Holofernes, washed and anointed herself with sweet ointments, dressed her hair, and put on costly attires. The riot in this kind hath been excessive in times past. No man almost came abroad, but curled and anointed, et matutino suedens crispinus amomo, quantum vix redolent du funera. One spent as much as 2 funerals at once, and with perfumed hairs, et rosa canos odorati capillos Assyriac nardo. What strange thing doth Sueton relate in this matter of Caligula's riot, and Pliny, Lib 12 and 13. Read more in Dioscorides Ulmus Arnoldus, Randoltius de Fuco et Decoration, for it is now an art as it was of old, so Seneca records Officinae sunt adores Quaquentium. Women are bad and men worse, no difference at all between their and our times. Good manners, as Seneca complains, are extinct with wantonness. In tricking up themselves men go beyond women, they wear harlots' colors and do not walk, but jet and dance, hic mulier, hic ver, more like players, butterflies, baboons, apes, antics than men. So ridiculous, moreover, we are in our attires, and for cost so excessive that as Hierome said of old, uno filio villarum in sunt praetia, uno lino decize sestertium inseritor. 'Tis an ordinary thing to put 1,000 oaks and 100 oxen into a suit of apparel, to wear a whole manor on his back. What with shoe ties, hangers, points, caps, and feathers, scarves, bands, curls, and see, in a short space their whole patrimonies are consumed. Heliogabalus is taxed by Lampridius, and admired in his age for wearing jewels in his shoes, a common thing in our times, not for emperors and princes, but almost for serving men and tailors. All the flowers, stars, constellations, gold, and precious stones do condescend to set out their shoes. To repress the luxury of those Roman matrons, there was Lex Valeria and Appia, and a Cato to contradict. But no laws will serve to repress the pride and insolency of our days, the prodigious riot in this kind. Lucullus's wardrobe is put down by our ordinary citizens, and a cobbler's wife in Venice, a courtesan in Florence, is no whit inferior to a queen, if our geographers say true. And why is all this? Why do they glory in their jewels, as he saith, or exult and triumph in the beauty of clothes? Why is all this cost? To incite men the sooner to burning lust. They pretend decency and ornament, but let them take heed that while they set out their bodies they do not damn their souls. 'Tis Bernard's counsel. Shine in jewels, stink in conditions, have purple robes and a torn conscience. Let them take heed of Isaiah's prophecy, that their slippers and attires be not taken from them. Sweet balls, bracelets, earrings, veils, wimples, crisping pins, glasses, fine linen, hoods, lawns, and sweet savors, they become not bald, burned, and stink upon a sudden. And let maids beware, as Cyprian adviseth, that while they wander too loosely abroad, they lose not their virginities. And like Egyptian temples, seem fair without, but prove rotten carcasses within. How much better were it for them to follow that good counsel of Tertullian? To have their eyes painted with chastity, the word of God inserted into their ears, Christ's yoke tied to the hair, to subject themselves to their husbands. If they would do so, they should be comely enough, clothe themselves with the silk of sanctity, damask of devotion, purple of piety and chastity, and so painted they shall have God himself to be a suitor. Let whores and queens prank up themselves, let them paint their faces with minion and ceruse, they are but fuels of lust and signs of a corrupt soul. If ye be good, honest, virtuous, and religious matrons, let sobriety, modesty, and chastity be your honor, and God himself your love and desire. Mulier rect olet, ubinyl olet, then a woman smells best, when she hath no perfume at all. No crown, chain, or jewel giver adds, is such an ornament to a virgin or virtuous woman, quam virgini pudor, as chastity is. More credit in a wise man's eye and judgment they get by their plainness, and seem fairer than they that are set out with baubles, as a butcher's meat is with pricks, puffed up, and adorned like so many jays with variety of colors. It is reported of Cornelia, that virtuous Roman lady, great Scipio's daughter, Titus Sempronius, wife, and the mother of the Gracchi, that being by chance in company with a companion, a strange gentlewoman, some light housewife belike, that was dressed like a May lady, and, as most of our gentlewomen are, was more solicitous of her head tire than of her health, that spent her time between a comb and a glass, and had rather be fair than honest, as Cato said, and have the commonwealth turned topsy-turvy than her tires marred. And she did not but brag of her fine robes and jewels, and provoked the Roman matron to show hers. Cornelia kept her in talk till her children came from school, and these, said she, are my jewels, and so deluded and put off a proud, vain, fantastical housewife. How much better were it for our matrons to do as she did, to go civilly and decently, honesty mulieris instar qui uditor oro pro eo quod est, addi tantum quibus opus est, to use gold as it is gold, and for that use it serves, and when they need it, than to consume it in riot, beggar their husbands, prostitute themselves, inveigle others, and peradventure damn their own souls. How much more would it be for their honor and credit? Thus doing, as Hierom said of Blesilla, Furius did not so triumph over the Gauls, Papirius of the Samnites, Scipio of Numantia, as she did by her temperance. Pulla semper vest, and see, they should insult and domineer over lust, folly, vainglory, all such inordinate, furious, and unruly passions. But I am over tedious, I confess, and whilst I stand gaping after fine clothes, there is another great allurement, in the world's eye at least, which had like to have stolen out of sight, and that is money, veni antidote sagitti. Money makes the match. Mu omicron nu letter 1F78, nu letter 1F04 rho gamma upsilon rho omicron nu, beta lambda letter 1F73, pi omicron upsilon sigma iota nu. Teas like sauce to their meat, cum carne condimentum, a good dowry with a wife. Many men, if they do hear but of a great portion, a rich heir, are more mad than if they had all the beauteous ornaments. And those good parts art and nature can afford, they care not for honesty, bringing up birth, beauty, person, but for money. Canes et equos ocean querimus nobles, et a bona progeny, malum viro uxorum, malic patris filium ducere non curet verbonis, modo I magnum dotum afferat. Our dogs and horses still from the best breed we carefully seek, and well may they speed. But for our wives, so they prove wealthy, fair, or foul, we care not what they be. If she be rich, then she is fair, fine, absolute, and perfect. Then they burn like fire, they love her dearly, like pig and pie, and are ready to hang themselves if they may not have her. Nothing so familiar in these days as for a young man to marry an old wife, as they say, for a piece of gold, asinum oro honestum. And though she be an old crone and have never a tooth in her head, neither good conditions, nor a good face, a natural fool, but only rich, she shall have 20 young gallants to be suitors in an instant. As she said in Suetonius, non me, sed me ambiunt, 'tis not for her sake, but for her lands or money, and an excellent match it were, as he added, if she were away. So on the other side, many a young lovely maid will cast away herself upon an old, doting, decrepit dizzard. Bis pure effido quamvis balbutiat or, prima legit raritam culta rose stipuli. That is rheumatic and gouty, hath some 20 diseases, perhaps but one eye, one leg, never knows, no hair on his head, wit in his brains, nor honesty. If he have land or money, she will have him before all other suitors, de modo sit dives barbaris ille placit. If he be rich, he is the man, a fine man and a proper man, she will go to Jack Hector's or Tidor with him, Galesimus de Monte Oreo. Sir Giles Goosecap, Sir Amorous La Fool, shall have her. And as Phalmacium in Aristaenetus told Emusis, obsc argento omnia vana, hang him that hath no money, tease to no purpose to talk of marriage without means, trouble me not with such motions. Let others do as they will, I'll be sure to have one shall maintain me fine and brave. Most are of her mind, de moribus ultima fiat quaestio, for his conditions, she shall inquire after them another time, or when all is done, the match made, and everybody gone home. Lucian's Lycia was a proper young maid, and had many fine gentlemen to her suitors, Ethecles, a senator's son, Melisus, a merchant, and C. But she forsook them all for one Passius, a base, hirsute, bald-pated knave. But why was it? His father lately died and left him sole heir of his goods and lands. This is not amongst your dustworms alone, poor snakes that will prostitute their souls for money, but with this bait you may catch our most potent, puissant, and illustrious princes. That proud upstart domineering Bishop of Ely, in the time of Richard I, viceroy in his absence, as Nubergensis relates it, to fortify himself and maintain his greatness, propinquarum suarum connubiis, plurimos sibi potens et nobles divincere curavit, married his poor kinswomen, which came forth of Normandy by droves to the chiefest nobles of the land, and they were glad to accept of such matches, fair or foul, for themselves, their sons, nephews. And si et quis tam preclaram afflinitatum sub spe magni promotionis non opterit, who would not have done as much for money and preferment, as mine author adds. Vortiger, king of Britain, married Rowena the daughter of Hengist the Saxon prince, his mortal enemy, but wherefore? She had Kent for her dowry. Agelo the great Duke of Lithuania, 1386, was mightily enamored on Hedinga insomuch that he turned Christian from a pagan, and was baptized himself by the name of Uladislaus and all his subjects for her sake. But why was it? She was daughter and heir of Poland, and his desire was to have both kingdoms incorporated into one. Charles the Great was an earnest suitor to Irene the Empress, but Seth Zonaras ob regnum to annex the empire of the East to that of the West. Yet what is the event of all such matches, that are so made for money, goods, by deceit, or for burning lust, quos foeda libido conjunxit, what follows? They are almost mad at first, but 'tis a mere flash, as chaff and straw soon fired, burn vehemently for a while, yet out in a moment. So are all such matches made by those allurements of burning lust. Where there is no respect of honesty, parentage, virtue, religion, education, and the like, they are extinguished in an instant, and instead of love comes hate, for joy, repentance, and desperation itself. Franciscus Barbarus in his first book De Re Uxoria, c. 5, hath a story of one Philip of Padua that fell in love with a common whore, and was now ready to run mad for her. His father, having no more sons, let him enjoy her. But after a few days, the young man began to loathe, could not so much as endure the sight of her, and from one madness fell into another. Such event commonly have all these lovers, and he that so marries, or for such respects, let them look for no better success than Menelaus had with Helen, Vulcan with Venus, Theseus with Phaedra, Minos with Pasiphae, and Claudius with Messalina. Shame, sorrow, misery, melancholy, discontent. Subsect, Roman 4. Importunity and opportunity of time, place, conference, discourse, singing, dancing, music, amorous tales, objects, kissing, familiarity, tokens, presents, bribes, promises, protestations, tears, and see. All these allurements hitherto are afar off, and at a distance. I will come nearer to those other degrees of love, which are conference, kissing, dalliance, discourse, singing, dancing, amorous tales, objects, presents, and see, which as so many sirens steal away the hearts of men and women. For, as Tacitus observes, L2, it is no sufficient trial of a maid's affection by her eyes alone, but you must say something that shall be more available, and use such other forcible engines. Therefore take her by the hand, wring her fingers hard, and sigh withal. If she accept this in good part, and seem not to be much averse, then call her mistress, take her about the neck and kiss her, and see. But this cannot be done except they first get opportunity of living, or coming together, ingress, egress, and regress. Letters and commendations may do much, outward gestures and actions. But when they come to live near one another, in the same street, village, or together in a house, love is kindled on a sudden. Many a serving man, by reason of this opportunity and importunity, inveigles his master's daughter. Many a gallant loves a dowdy. Many a gentleman runs upon his wife's maids. Many ladies dote upon their men, as the queen in Ariosto did upon the dwarf. Many matches are so made in haste, and they are compelled as it were by necessity so to love, which had they been free, come in company of others. Seen that variety which many places afford, or compared them to a third, would never have looked one upon another. Or had not that opportunity of discourse and familiarity been offered, they would have loathed and contemned those whom, for want of better choice and other objects, they are fatally driven on, and by reason of their hot blood, idle life, full diet, and see, are forced to dote upon them that come next. And many times those which at the first sight cannot fancy or affect each other, but are harsh and ready to disagree, offended with each other's carriage, like Benedict and Beatrice in the comedy, and in whom they find many faults, by this living together in a house, conference, kissing, calling, and such like allurements, begin at last to dote insensibly one upon another. It was the greatest motive that Potiphar's wife had to dote upon Joseph, and Clitiphon upon Leucippe his uncle's daughter, because the plague being at Byzance, it was his fortune for a time to sojourn with her, to sit next her at the table, as he tells the tale himself in Tatius, lib 2. which, though it be but a fiction, is grounded upon good observation, and doth well express the passions of lovers. He had opportunity to take her by the hand, and after a while to kiss, and handle her paps and see. Which made him almost mad. Ismenias the orator makes the like confession in Eustathius, lib. 1, when he came first to Sosthene's house, and sat at table with Cratiste his friend. Ismene, Sosthene's daughter, waiting on them with her breasts open, arms half bare, nuda pedum, distinctissinum, spoliata lacertos. After the Greek fashion in those times, nudos media plus part lacertos, as Daphne was when she fled from Phoebus, which moved him much, was ever ready to give attendance on him, to fill him drink, her eyes were never off him, rogabundi oculi, those speaking eyes, courting eyes, enchanting eyes. But she was still smiling on him, and when they were risen, that she had got a little opportunity, she came and drank to him, and withal trod upon his toes, and would come and go. And when she could not speak for the company, she would wring his hand, and blush when she met him. And by this means first she overcame him. Bibens amorum horribam simul. She would kiss the cup and drink to him, and smile, and drink where he drank on that side of the cup, by which mutual compressions, kissings, wringing of hands, treading of feet, and si ipsum mihi vidbar sorbulare virginum, I sipped and sipped so long, till at length I was drunk in love upon a sudden. Philocharinus in Aristaenetus met a fair maid by chance, a mere stranger to him. He looked back at her. She looked back at him again and smiled withal. Ille dies lethe primus, primusque malorum causa fuit. It was the sole cause of his farther acquaintance, and love that undid him. O nullis tutum credier blanditeas. This opportunity of time and place with their circumstances are so forcible motives that it is impossible almost for two young folks equal in years to live together, and not be in love, especially in great houses, princes' courts, where they are idle in summo gradu, fare well, live at ease, and cannot tell otherwise how to spend their time. Illic Hippolytum pone, priapus erit. Achilles was sent by his mother Thetis to the island of Scyros in the Aegean Sea, where Lycomedes then reigned in his nonage to be brought up. To avoid that hard destiny of the oracle, he should be slain at the siege of Troy, and for that cause was nurtured in Genesco amongst the king's children in a woman's habit. But see the event. He compressed Deidamia, the king's fair daughter, and had a fine son, called Pyrrhus by her. Peter Abelard the philosopher, as he tells the tale himself, being set by Fulbertus her uncle to teach Helois his lovely niece, and to that purpose sojourned in his house, and had committed agnam tenelam famelico lupo, I use his own words, he soon got her good will, plura erant oscula quam sententii, and he read more of love than any other lecture. Such pretty feats can opportunity plea. Primum domo conjuncti into animus and see, but when as I say, nox, vinum, et adolescentia, youth, wine, and night, shall concur, nox amoris et quietis consia. 'Tis a wonder they be not all plunged over head and ears in love. For youth is benigna in amorum et prona materies, a very combustible matter, naphtha itself, the fuel of love's fire, and most apt to kindle it. If there be 7 servants in an ordinary house, you shall have 3 couple in some good liking at least, and amongst idle persons how should it be otherwise? Living at Rome, saith Aretine's Lucretia in the flower of my fortunes, rich, fair, young, and so well brought up, my conversation, age, beauty, fortune, made all the world admire and love me. Night alone, that one occasion, is enough to set all on fire, and they are so cunning in great houses that they make their best advantage of it. Many a gentlewoman, that is guilty to herself of her imperfections, paintings, impostures, will not willingly be seen by day, but as Castilio noteth in the night, deem ut glies odit, tidarum lucem super omnia mavult, she hateth the day like a dormouse, and above all things loves torches and candlelight, and if she must come abroad in the day, she covets, as in a mercer's shop, a very obfuscate and obscure sight. And good reason she hath for it. Noct latent mendi, and many an amorous gull is fetched over by that means. Gomesius lib 3 de sale, gen c. 22. Gives instance in a Florentine gentleman that was so deceived with a wife. She was so radiantly set out with rings and jewels, lawns, scarves, laces, gold, spangles, and gaudy devices, that the young man took her to be a goddess, for he never saw her but by torchlight. But after the wedding solemnities, when as he viewed her the next morning without her tires, and in a clear day she was so deformed, a lean, yellow, shriveled, and such a beastly creature in his eyes that he could not endure to look upon her. Such matches are frequently made in Italy, where they have no other opportunity to woo but when they go to church, or, as in Turkey, see them at a distance, they must interchange few or no words, till such time they come to be married, and then as sardis lib one cap. 3. Demorb, gent. And Bohemus relate of those old Lacedaemonians, the bride is brought into the chamber, with her hair girt about her. The bridegroom comes in and unties the knot, and must not see her at all by daylight, till such time as he is made a father by her. In those hotter countries these are ordinary practices at this day. But in our northern parts, amongst Germans, Danes, French, and Britons, the continent of Scandia and the rest, we assume more liberty in such cases. We allow them, as Bohemus saith, to kiss coming and going, et modo obsit lascivia in copunum ducere, to talk merrily, sport, play, sing, and dance so that it be modestly done, go to the alehouse and tavern together. And 'tis not amiss, though Chrysostom, Cyprian Hierome, and some other of the fathers speak bitterly against it. But that is the abuse which is commonly seen at some drunken matches, dissolute meetings, or great unruly feasts. A young, picket-evented, trim-bearded fellow, saith Hierome, will come with a company of compliments, and hold you up by the arm as you go, and wringing your fingers will so be enticed or entice. One drinks to you, another embraceth, a third kisseth, and all this while the fiddler plays or sings a lascivious song. A fourth singles you out to dance. One speaks by beck and signs, and that which he dares not say signifies by passions. Amongst so many and so great provocations of pleasure, lust conquers the most hard and crabbed minds, and scarce can a man live honest amongst feastings and sports, or at such great meetings. For as he goes on, she walks along and with the ruffling of her clothes makes men look at her, her shoes creak, her paps tied up, her waist pulled in to make her look small. She is straight-girded, her hairs hang loose about her ears, her upper garment sometimes falls, and sometimes tarries to show her naked shoulders, and as if she would not be seen, she covers that in all haste, which voluntarily she showed. And not at feasts, plays, pageants, and such assemblies, but as Chrysostom objects, these tricks are put in practice at service time in churches, and at the communion itself. If such dumb shows, signs, and more obscure significations of love can so move, what shall they do that have full liberty to sing, dance, kiss, call, to use all manner of discourse and dalliance? What shall he do that is beleaguered of all sides? Quem tot tam rosi petunt puli, quem culti cupiant neuris, amorc omnes undic et undicunc et usc, omnes ambit amor, venus chaimenc. After whom so many rosy maids inquire, whom dainty dames and loving wights desire, in every place, still, and at all times sue, whom gods and gentle goddesses do woo. How shall he contain? The very tone of some of their voices, a pretty pleasing speech, an affected tone they use, is able of itself to captivate a young man. But when a good wit shall concur, art and eloquence, fascinating speech, pleasant discourse, sweet gestures, the sirens themselves cannot so enchant. P. Jovius commends his Italian countrywomen to have an excellent faculty in this kind, above all other nations, and amongst them the Florentine ladies. Some prefer Roman and Venetian courtesans. They have such pleasing tongues and such elegancy of speech that they are able to overcome a saint, pro facie multis vox sua lena fuit. Tanta gratia vocis famam conciliabit, saith Petronius in his fragment of Pure Impurities, I mean his Satyricon, tam dulcis sonus permulsebet era, ut puders inter auras canter sirenum concordium. She sang so sweetly that she charmed the air, and thou wouldst have thought thou hadst heard a concert of sirens. O good God, when lie speaks, how sweet it is. Philocolus exclaims in Aristenitus, to hear a fair young gentlewoman play upon the virginals, lute, viol, and sing to it, which as Gellius observes, lib 1 cap. 11. Our lascivientium delicici, the chief delight of lovers, must needs be a great enticement. Parthenes was so taken. Me vox ista avida horit ob ora animam. O sister Harpedona, she laments, I am undone, how sweetly he sings, I'll speak a bold word, he is the properest man that ever I saw in my life. Oh, how sweetly he sings, I die for his sake, oh that he would love me again. If thou didst but hear her sing, saith Lucian, thou wouldst forget father and mother, forsake all thy friends and follow her. Helena is highly commended by Theocritus the poet for her sweet voice and music. None could play so well as she. And Daphnis in the same Idyllion, quam tibi os dulce est, et vox amabilis o Daphne, Jucundius est audaer te canentem, quam mel linger. How sweet a face hath Daphne, how lovely a voice. Honey itself is not so pleasant in my choice. A sweet voice and music are powerful enticers. Those Samian singing wenches, Aristonica, Onanth, and Agathoclea, regias diadematibus insultarunt, insulted over kings themselves, as Plutarch contends. Centum luminibus cinctum caput Argus habet, Argus had 100 eyes, all so charmed by one silly pipe, that he lost his head. Clitiphon complains in Tatius of Leucip's sweet tunes, he heard her play by chance upon the lute, and sing a pretty song to it in commendations of a rose, out of old Anacreon belike rosa honor decusque florum, rosa flows odorc divum. Hominum rosa est voluptas, decus elagratiarum, florent amoris hora, rosa suavium Dionis, and c. Rose the fairest of all flowers, rose delight of higher powers, rose the joy of mortal men, rose the pleasure of fine women, rose the grace's ornament, rose Dionis' sweet content. To this effect the lovely virgin with a melodious air upon her golden wired harp or lute, I know not well whether, played and sang, and that transported him beyond himself, and that ravished his heart. It was Jason's discourse as much as his beauty, or any other of his good parts, which delighted Medea so much. Delectabatur enim animus simul forma dulcibusque verbis. It was Cleopatra's sweet voice and pleasant speech which inveigled Antony, above the rest of her enticements. Verba ligant hominum, ut terrorum corneo affuns, as bulls' horns are bound with ropes, so are men's hearts with pleasant words. Her words burn as fire, Eccles, Roman 9:10. Roxolana bewitched Suleiman the Magnificent, and Shore's wife by this engine overcame Edward IV, omnibus una omnis surripuit veners. The wife of Bath in Chaucer confesseth all this out of her experience. Some folk desire us for riches, some for shape, some for fairness, some for that she can sing or dance, some for gentleness or for dalliance. Peter Aretine's Lucretia telleth as much and more of herself. I counterfeited honesty, as if I had been Virgo virginissima, more than a Vestal virgin, I look like a wife. I was so demure and chaste. I did add such gestures, tunes, speeches, signs, and motions upon all occasions, that my spectators and auditors were stupefied, enchanted, fastened all to their places, like so many stocks and stones. Many silly gentlewomen are fetched over in like sort, by a company of gulls and swaggering companions, that frequently belie noblemen's favors, rhyming corybanchiasmi, Thrasonian radamantes or bombamatches, that have nothing in them but a few players' ends and compliments, vain braggadocians, impudent intruders, that can discourse at table of knights and lords' combats, like Lucian's Leonatiscus, of other men's travels, brave adventures, and such common trivial news, ride, dance. Sing old ballad tunes, and wear their clothes in fashion, with a good grace. A fine, sweet gentleman, a proper man who could not love him. She will have him though all her friends say no, though she beg with him. Some again are incensed by reading amorous toys, Amadis de Gaul, Pomerin de Oliva, The Knight of the Sun, and see or hearing such tales of lovers, descriptions of their persons, lascivious discourses such as Astyanaxa, Helen's waiting woman, by the report of Suidas, writ of old, de variis concubitus modis, and after her Philnes and Elephantine. Or those light tracts of Aristides Milesius, mentioned by Plutarch, and found by the Persians in Crassus' army amongst the spoils, Aretine's dialogues, with ditties, love songs, and see, must needs set them on fire, with such like pictures as those of Aretine or wanton objects of what kind soever. No stronger engine than to hear or read of love toys, fables, and discourses, one saith, and many by this means are quite mad. At Abdera in Thrace, Andromeda, one of Euripides' tragedies, being played, the spectators were so much moved with the object, and those pathetical love speeches of Perseus, amongst the rest, O Cupid, prince of gods and men, and see that every man almost a good while after spake pure iambics, and raved still on Perseus' speech, O Cupid, prince of gods and men. As carmen, boys, and apprentices, when a new song is published with us, go singing that new tune still in the streets, they continually acted that tragical part of Perseus, and in every man's mouth was O Cupid, in every street, O Cupid, in every house almost, O Cupid, prince of gods and men, pronouncing still like stage players, O Cupid. They were so possessed all with that rapture, and thought of that pathetical love speech, They could not a long time after forget, or drive it out of their minds, but O Cupid, prince of gods and men, was ever in their mouths. This belike made Aristotle Polit. Lib 7 cap. 18 forbid young men to see comedies, or to hear amorous tales, hic igiter juvens nequem facilesque puelli inspicient. Let not young folks meddle at all with such matters. And this made the Romans, as Vitruvius relates, put Venus' temple in the suburbs extra murum, ni adolescents veneres insuscent, to avoid all occasions and objects. For what will not such an object do? Ismenias, as he walked in Sosthenes' garden, being now in love, when he saw so many lascivious pictures, Thetis' marriage, and I know not what, was almost beside himself. And to say truth, with a lascivious object who is not moved, to see others dally, kiss, dance, and much more when he shall come to be an actor himself. To kiss and be kissed, which, amongst other lascivious provocations, is as a burden in a song, and a most forcible battery, as infectious Xenophon thinks, as the poison of a spider. A great allurement, a fire itself, proemium aut anticoenium, the prologue of burning lust, as Apuleius adds, lust itself, Venus quinta part sui nectaris imbuit, a strong assault that conquers captains, and those all commanding forces, Damasque Pharaoh said de Maris Osculo. Aretine's Lucretia, when she would in kindness overcome a suitor of hers and have her desire of him, took him about the neck and kissed him again and again. And to that, which she could not otherwise effect, she made him so speedily and willingly condescend. And 'tis a continual assault. Hoc non deficit incipic semper, always fresh, and ready to begin as at first, basium nullo fine terminator, sed semper recens est, and hath a fiery touch with it. Tentum modo tanger corpus, jam tua mellifluo membra calor fluent. Especially when they shall be lasciviously given, as he feelingly said, et me presulum diosculata fodes, catenates lacertes, obtorto valgiter labello, valgiae suaves, dum semiolco suavio meme pulem suavir anima tunc, igra et sasha concurrit, ad labia mehae. The soul and all is moved. Jam pluribus osculis labra crepitabant, animarum quoque mixturam faciens, inter mutuos complexus animas anhelantes, hisimus calens, et transfudimus hinc et hinc labellis errantes animas, valit curi. They breathe out their souls and spirits together with their kisses, saith Balthazar Castilio, change hearts and spirits, and mingle affections as they do kisses. And it is rather a connection of the mind than of the body. And although these kisses be delightsome and pleasant ambrosial kisses, suavilum dulci dulcis ambrosia, such as Ganymede gave Jupiter, nectar suavius, sweeter than nectar, balsam, honey, oscula marum amorum stilentia, love-dropping kisses. For the gilliflower, the rose is not so sweet, as sugared kisses be when lovers meet. Yet they leave an irksome impression, like that of aloes or gall. Ut me ex ambrosia, mutatum jam fort illud suavilum tristi tristius helleboro. At first ambrose itself was not sweeter, at last black hellebore was not so bitter. They are deceitful kisses, quid me mollibus implicas lacertes, quid fallicibus osculis inescas and c. Why dost within thine arms me lap, and with false kisses me entrap? They are destructive, and the more the worse. Et qui me perdunt oscula mildabat, they are the bane of these miserable lovers. There be honest kisses, I deny not, osculum charitatis, friendly kisses, modest kisses, vestal virgin kisses, officious and ceremonial kisses, and c. Osculi sensus, brachirum and plexus, kissing and embracing are proper gifts of nature to a man. But these are too lascivious kisses, implicuix su circum meet calla lacertos, and c too continuate and too violent, bracia non heteri, non vincunt oscula conci. They cling like ivy, close as an oyster, bill as doves, meretricious kisses, biting of lips, cum addidamento. Tam impresso or saith Lucian ut vix labia detrahent, inter diasculendum mordicantes, tum et os aperients quoque et mamas attractantes, and see such kisses as she gave to Giton. Innumera oscula dedit non repugnanti puro, cervisum invadens, innumerable kisses, and see more than kisses or too homely kisses. As those that he spake of, excepturis ob ipsa vener seven suavia, and see with such other obscenities that vain lovers use, which are abominable and pernicious. If, as Peter de Ledesmo Cass, cons, holds every kiss a man gives his wife after marriage, be mortal peccatum, a mortal sin, or that of Hierome adulter est quisquis in uxorum suum ardentior est amator, or that of Thomas Secund. Quist, 154 Artic. For contactus et osculum sit mortal peccatum, or that of Durand, rational. Lib 1 cap. 10. Abstiner debent conjuges a complexu, toto tempor quo solenitas nuptiarum interdicitor. What shall become of all such immodest kisses and obscene actions, the forerunners of brutish lust, if not lust itself? What shall become of them that often abuse their own wives? But what have I to do with this? That which I aim at is to show you the progress of this burning lust, to epitomize therefore all this which I have hitherto said, with a familiar example out of that elegant Mucius. Observe, but with me those amorous proceedings of Leander and Hero. They began first to look one on another with a lascivious look, oblique in tunes into nudibus mutuis inducens in erorum mentem puli. Et illa e contra nudibus mutuis juvenis lindri quad amorum non renuit, and si into adibat in tenebris tacite quidem stringens rosios puli digitos, ex imo suspirabat vehementer. Into Virginis autumn beni olens colum osculatus, tail verbum 8 amoris ictus stimulo, preces audi et amoris miserere me, and c. Sic fatus recusentes persuasit mentem puli. With becks and nods, he first began to try the wench's mind. With becks and nods, and smiles again an answer he did find. And in the dark he took her by the hand, and wrung it hard, and sighed grievously, and kissed her too, and wooed her as he might, with pity me, sweetheart, or else I die, and with such words and gestures as there passed, he won his mistress' favor at the last. The same proceeding is elegantly described by Apollonius in his Argonautics, between Jason and Medea, by Eustathius in the 10 books of the loves of Ismenias and Ismene, Achilles Tatius between his Clitophon and Leucippe, Chaucer's neat poem of Troilus and Cresseid. And in that notable tale in Petronius of a soldier and a gentlewoman of Ephesus, that was so famous all over Asia for her chastity, and that mourned for her husband. The soldier wooed her with such rhetoric as lovers used to do, placitone etiam pugnibus amori, and see at last, frangi pertinacium passa est, he got her goodwill not only to satisfy his lust, but to hang her dead husband's body on the cross, which he watched instead of the thief's that was newly stolen away, whilst he wooed her in her cabin. These are tales, you will say, but they have most significant morals, and do well express those ordinary proceedings of doting lovers. Many such allurements there are, nods, jests, winks, smiles, wrestlings, tokens, favors, symbols, letters, valentines, and see for which cause belike, Godfridus lib 2 de amor. Would not have women learn to write. Many such provocations are used when they come in presence. 10 they will and will not. Malo me Galatea pedi lasciva pula et fugit ad salix, et si cupid anti vidri. My mistress with an apple woos me, and hastily to covert goes. To hide herself, but would be seen with all her heart before, God knows. Hero so tripped away from Leander as one displeased, yet as she went full often looked behind, and many poor excuses did she find to linger by the way. But if he chanced to overtake her, she is most averse, nice and coy, denegat et pugnat, sed vult super omnia vinci. She seems not one, but one she is at length. In such wars women use but half their strength. Sometimes they lie open and are most tractable and coming, apt, yielding and willing to embrace, to take a green gown with that shepherdess in Theocritus edil. 27. To let their coats and see to play and dally at such seasons, and to some as they spy their advantage and then coy, close again, so nice, so surly, so demure, you had much better tame a colt, catch or ride a wild horse, than get her favor or win her love, not a look, not a smile, not a kiss for a kingdom. Aretine's Lucretia was an excellent artisan in this kind, as she tells her own tale, though I was by nature and art most beautiful and fair. Yet by these tricks I seem to be far more amiable than I was, for that which men earnestly seek and cannot attain, draws on their affection with a most furious desire. I had a suitor loved me dearly, said she, and the more he gave me, the more eagerly he wooed me, the more I seemed to neglect, to scorn him, and which I commonly gave others, I would not let him see me, converse with me, no, not have a kiss. To gull him the more, and fetch him over, for him only I aimed at, I personated mine own servant to bring in a present from a Spanish count, whilst he was in my company, as if he had been the count's servant, which he did excellently well perform. Comes de Monte Turco, my lord and master hath sent your ladyship a small present, and part of his hunting, a piece of venison, a pheasant, a few partridges, and sea. all which she bought with her own money, commends his love and service to you, desiring you to accept of it in good part, and he means very shortly to come and see you. Withal she showed him rings, gloves, scarves, coronets which others had sent her, when there was no such matter, but only to circumvent him. By these means, as she concludes, I made the poor gentleman so mad, that he was ready to spend himself, and venture his dearest blood for my sake. Philina in Lucian practiced all this long before, as it shall appear unto you by her discourse. For when Diphilus her sweetheart came to see her, as his daily custom was, she frowned upon him, would not vouchsafe him her company, but kissed Lamprias his co-rival at the same time before his face. But why was it? To make him, as she telleth her mother that chid her for it, more jealous, to whet his love, to come with a greater appetite, and to know that her favor was not so easy to be had. Many other tricks she used besides this, as she there confesseth, for she would fall out with, and anger him of set purpose, pick quarrels upon no occasion, because she would be reconciled to him again. Amantium iri amoris redintegratio, as the old saying is, the falling out of lovers is the renewing of love. And according to that of Aristanides, Jucundirs amorum post injurias delitii, love is increased by injuries, as the sunbeams are more gracious after a cloud. And surely this aphorism is most true. For as Ampelles informs Chrysis in the said Lucian, if a lover be not jealous, angry, waspish, apt to fall out, sigh and swear, he is no true lover. To kiss and call, hang about her neck, protest, swear and wish are but ordinary symptoms, incipientes ad huc et crescentes amoris signa. But if he be jealous, angry, apt to mistake, and see, Benny Spears licit, sweet sister, he is thine own. Yet if you let him alone, humor him, please him, and see, and that he perceive once he hath you sure, without any co-rival, his love will languish, and he will not care so much for you. Hitherto, saith she, can I speak out of experience. Demophantus, a rich fellow, was a suitor of mine. I seemed to neglect him, and gave better entertainment to Caliades the painter before his face. Principio abiet, verbis me insectatis, at first he went away all in a chafe, cursing and swearing. But at last he came submitting himself, vowing and protesting he loved me most dearly, I should have all he had, and that he would kill himself for my sake. Therefore I advise thee, dear sister Chrysis, and all maids, not to use your suitors over kindly. Insolence enim sunt hoc cum sentient, 'twill make them proud and insolent. But now and then reject them, estrange thyself, et si me audis semel ac itrum exclude, shut him out of doors once or twice. Let him dance attendance. Follow my counsel, and by this means you shall make him mad, come off roundly, stand to any conditions, and do whatsoever you will have him. These are the ordinary practices. Yet in the said Lucian, Melissa methinks had a trick beyond all this. For when her suitor came coldly on, to stir him up, she writ one of his co-rivals' names and her own in a paper, Melissa amet hermetimum, hermetimus melissum, causing it to be stuck upon a post, for all gazers to behold, and lost it in the way where he used to walk. Which when the silly novice perceived, statum ut legit credited, instantly apprehended it was so, came raving to me, and see, and so when I was in despair of his love, 4 months after I recovered him again. Eugenia drew Timocles for her Valentine, and wore his name a long time after in her bosom. Camina singled out Pamphilus to dance, at Myson's wedding some say, for there she saw him first. Felicianus overtook Calia by the highway side, offered his service, thence came further acquaintance, and thence came love. But who can repeat half their devices? What Aretine experienced, what conceited Lucian, or wanton Aristanides? They will deny and take, stiffly refuse, and yet earnestly seek the same, repel to make them come with more eagerness, fly from if you follow. But if averse as a shadow they will follow you again, fugintem sequitur, sequentem fugit, with a regaining retreat, a gentle reluctancy, a smiling threat, a pretty pleasant peevishness they will put you off, and have 1,000 such several enticements. For as he saith, non est forma satis, nec qui vult bella vidri, debit vulgari more placier sways. Dicta, sales, lucis, sermons, gratia, rissus, vincunt naturi candidiris opus. 'Tis not enough though she be fair of hue, for her to use this vulgar compliment, but pretty toys and jests, and saws and smiles, as far beyond what beauty can attempt. For this cause belike Philostratus in his images makes diverse loves, some young, some of one age, some of another, some winged, some of one sex, some of another, some with torches, some with golden apples, some with darts, gins, snares, and other engines in their hands, as Propertius hath prettily painted them out. Lib 2 et 29. And which some interpret diverse enticements or diverse affections of lovers, which if not alone, yet jointly may batter and overcome the strongest constitutions. It is reported of Decius and Valerianus, those two notorious persecutors of the Church, that when they could enforce a young Christian by no means, as Hierome records, to sacrifice to their idols, by no torments or promises, they took another course to tempt him. They put him into a fair garden, and set a young courtesan to dally with him, took him about the neck and kissed him, and that which is not to be named, manibus attractere and see, and all those enticements which might be used, that whom torments could not, love might batter and beleaguer. But such was his constancy, she could not overcome, and when this last engine would take no place, they left him to his own ways. At Berkeley in Gloucestershire, there was in times past a nunnery, saith Gualterus Maps, an old historiographer, that lived 400 years since, of which there was a noble and a fair lady abbess. Godwin, that subtle Earl of Kent, travelling that way, seeking not her but hers, leaves a nephew of his, a proper young gallant, as if he had been sick with her, till he came back again, and gives the young man charge so long to counterfeit, till he had deflowered the abbess and as many besides of the nuns as he could, and leaves him with all rings, jewels, girdles, and such toys to give them still, when they came to visit him. The young man, willing to undergo such a business, played his part so well, that in short space he got up most of their bellies, and when he had done, told his lord how he had sped. His lord made instantly to the court, tells the king how such a nunnery was become a bawdy house, procures a visitation, gets them to be turned out, and begs the lands to his own use. This story I do therefore repeat, that you may see of what force these enticements are, if they be opportunely used, and how hard it is even for the most averse and sanctified souls to resist such allurements. John Major in the Life of John the Monk, that lived in the days of Theodosius, commends the hermit to have been a man of singular continency, and of a most austere life. But one night by chance the devil came to his cell in the habit of a young market wench that had lost her way, and desired for God's sake some lodging with him. The old man let her in, and after some common conference of her mishap, she began to inveigle him with lascivious talk and jests, to play with his beard, to kiss him, and do worse, till at last she overcame him. As he went to address himself to that business, she vanished on a sudden, and the devils in the air laughed him to scorn. Whether this be a true story or a tale, I will not much contend, it serves to illustrate this which I have said. Yet were it so, that these of which I have hitherto spoken, and such like enticing baits, be not sufficient, there be many others, which will of themselves intend this passion of burning lust, amongst which dancing is none of the least, and it is an engine of such force, I may not omit it. Incidimentum libidinis, Petrarch calls it, the spur of lust. A circle of which the devil himself is the center. Many women that use it have come dishonest home, most indifferent, none better. Another terms it the companion of all filthy delights and enticements, and 'tis not easily told what inconveniences come by it, what scurril talk, obscene actions, and many times such monstrous gestures, such lascivious motions, such wanton tunes, meretricious kisses, homely embracings. Ut gaditana canaro incipiat per coro, plausuc probiti ad terram tremula descendent clun puli, irritamentum veneris langtes. That it will make the spectators mad. When that epitomizer of Trogus had to the full described and set out King Ptolemy's riot as a chief engine and instrument of his overthrow, he adds, tympanum et tripudium, fiddling and dancing. The king was not a spectator only, but a principal actor himself. A thing nevertheless frequently used, and part of a gentlewoman's bringing up, to sing, dance, and play on the lute, or some such instrument, before she can say her paternoster or 10 commandments. 'Tis the next way their parents think to get them husbands, they are compelled to learn, and by that means, inco estos amores detenero meditanter ung. 'Tis a great allurement as it is often used, and many are undone by it. Tis in Lucian inveigled Lamprias in a dance, Herodias so far pleased Herod, that she made him swear to give her what she would ask, John Baptist's head in a platter. Robert, Duke of Normandy, riding by Falais, spied Arlette, a fair maid, as she danced on a green, and was so much enamored with the object that she must needs lie with her that night. Owen Tudor won Queen Catherine's affection in a dance, falling by chance with his head in her lap. Who cannot parallel these stories out of his experience? Speusippus, a noble gallant in that Greek Aristonitis, seeing Panoretta, a fair young gentlewoman dancing by accident, was so far in love with her, that for a long time after he could think of nothing but Panoretta. He came raving home full of Panoretta. Who would not admire her, who would not love her, that should but see her dance as I did? O admirable, O divine Panoretta! I have seen old and new Rome, many fair cities, many proper women, but never any like to Panoretta. They are dross, dowdies all to Panoretta. Oh, how she danced, how she tripped, how she turned, with what a grace! Happy is that man that shall enjoy her. O most incomparable only Panoretta! When Xenophon, in symposio or banquet, had discoursed of love, and used all the engines that might be devised, to move Socrates amongst the rest, to stir him the more, he shuts up all with a pleasant interlude or dance of Dionysius and Ariadne. First Ariadne dressed like a bride came in and took her place. By and by Dionysius entered, dancing to the music. The spectators did all admire the young man's carriage, and Ariadne herself was so much affected with the sight that she could scarce sit. After a while Dionysius, beholding Ariadne, and incensed with love, bowing to her knees, embraced her first, and kissed her with a grace. She embraced him again, and kissed him with like affection, and see, as the dance required. But they that stood by, and saw this, did much applaud and commend them both for it. And when Dionysius rose up, he raised her up with him, and many pretty gestures, embraces, kisses, and love compliments passed between them. Which, when they saw fair Bacchus and beautiful Ariadne so sweetly and so unfeignedly kissing each other, so really embracing, they swore they loved indeed, and were so inflamed with the object, that they began to rouse up themselves, as if they would have flown. At the last, when they saw them still, so willingly embracing, and now ready to go to the bride chamber, they were so ravished with it, that they that were unmarried swore they would forthwith marry, and those that were married called instantly for their horses, and galloped home to their wives. What greater motive can there be than this burning lust? What so violent an impugner? Not without good cause, therefore, so many general councils condemn it, so many fathers abhor it, so many grave men speak against it. Use not the company of a woman, saith Suricides, 8:4, that is a singer or a dancer, neither here, lest thou be taken in her craftiness. In circo non tam cernitur quam desider libido, Hedus holds, lust in theatres is not seen, but learned. Gregory Nazianzen, that eloquent divine, as he relates the story himself, when a noble friend of his solemnly invited him with other bishops to his daughter Olympia's wedding, refused to come. For it is absurd to see an old gouty bishop sit amongst dancers. He held it unfit to be a spectator, much less an actor. Nemo saltat sobrius, Tully writes, he is not a sober man that danceth. For some such reason belike Domitian forbade the Roman senators to dance, and for that fact removed many of them from the Senate. But these, you will say, are lascivious and pagan dances. 'Tis the abuse that causeth such inconvenience, and I do not well therefore to condemn, speak against, or innocently to accuse the best and pleasantest thing, so Lucian calls it, that belongs to mortal men. You misinterpret, I condemn it not. I hold it notwithstanding an honest disport, a lawful recreation if it be opportune, moderately and soberly used. I am of Plutarch's mind that which respects pleasure alone, honest recreation, or bodily exercise, ought not to be rejected and contemned. I subscribe to Lucian, 'tis an elegant thing, which cheereth up the mind, exerciseth the body, delights the spectators, which teacheth many comely gestures, equally affecting the ears, eyes, and soul itself. Sallust discommends singing and dancing in Sempronia, not that she did sing or dance, but that she did it in excess. 'Tis the abuse of it, and Gregory's refusal doth not simply condemn it, but in some folks. Many will not allow men and women to dance together, because it is a provocation to lust. They may as well, with Lycurgus and Mahomet, cut down all vines, forbid the drinking of wine, for that it makes some men drunk. Nihil protest quod non lidir possit, idem in quid utilius. I say of this as of all other honest recreations, they are like fire, good and bad, and I see no such inconvenience, but that they may so dance if it be done at due times and by fit persons, and conclude with Wolfungus Hyder and most of our modern divines. Si decori graves vericundi plena lus benorum virorum et matronarum honestarum, tempestive fiant, probari possunt et debent. There is a time to mourn, a time to dance, Eccles, Roman 3:4. Let them take their pleasures then, and as he said of old, young men and maids flourishing in their age, fair and lovely to behold, well attired, and of comely carriage, dancing a Greek galliard. And as their dance required, kept their time, now turning, now tracing, now apart, now altogether, now a courtesy then a caper, and see, and it was a pleasant sight to see those pretty knots and swimming figures. The sun and moon, some say, dance about the earth, the three upper planets about the sun as their center, now stationary, now direct, now retrograde, now in apogee, then in perigee, now swift, then slow, occidental, oriental. They turn round, jump and trace, male sign, and about the sun with those 33 maculae or Burbonian planet, circa solemn saltantes Cytherdum, saith Framundus. 4 Medicean stars dance about Jupiter, 2 Austrian about Saturn and sea, and all belike to the music of the spheres. Our greatest counselors and staid senators at some times dance as David before the ark, 2 Sam, Romans 6, 14, Miriam exod, Roman 15, 20, Judith, Roman 15, 13. Though the devil hence perhaps hath brought in those bawdy bacchanals, and well may they do it. The greatest soldiers, as Quintilianus, Aemilius Probus, Caelius Rhodiginus, have proved at large, still use it in Greece, Rome, and the most worthy senators, Canter, Saltaire. Lucian, Macrobius, Libanus, Plutarch, Julius, Pollux, Athenaeus have written just tracts in commendation of it. In this our age it is in much request in those countries, as in all civil commonwealths, as Alexander ob Alexandro lib 4, cap. 10, et lib. 2 cap. 25. Hath proved at large, amongst the barbarians themselves none so precious, all the world allows it. Divishes contemno tuas, rex cris, tuanc vendo acium, ungentes, flor, miro, cores. Plato in his Commonwealth will have dancing schools to be maintained, that young folks might meet, be acquainted, see one another, and be seen. Nay more, he would have them dance naked, and scoffs at them that laugh at it. But Eusebius Prepar, Evangel, lib 1, cap. 11, and Theodoret lib 9, curat, Greek, effect. Worthily lash him for it, and well they might. For as one saith, the very sight of naked parts causeth enormous, exceeding concupiscences, and stirs up both men and women to burning lust. There is a mean in all things, this is my censure in brief. Dancing is a pleasant recreation of body and mind, if sober and modest, such as our Christian dances are, if tempestively used, a furious motive to burning lust, if as by pagans heretofore unchastely abused. But I proceed. If these allurements do not take place, for Simurus, that great master of dalliance, shall not behave himself better, the more effectually to move others, and satisfy their lust, they will swear and lie, promise, protest, forge, counterfeit, brag, bribe, flatter, and dissemble of all sides. 'Twas Lucretia's counsel in Aretine, si vis amica frui, promit, finge, jura, perjura, jacta, simula mentir, and they put it well in practice, as Apollo to Daphne. Mihi Delphica tellus et claros et tenidos, pateriac regia servit, Jupiter est genitor. Delphos, Claros, and Tenidos serve me, and Jupiter is known my sire to be. The poorest swains will do as much, mil pecus naevae sunt et mihi valibus agni. I have 1,000 sheep, good store of cattle, and they are all at her command. Tibi nos, tibi nostra supelex, rurac servirent. House, land, goods are at her service, as he is himself. Dinomachus, a senator's son in Lucian, in love with a wench inferior to him in birth and fortunes, the sooner to accomplish his desire, wept unto her, and swore he loved her with all his heart and her alone, and that as soon as ever his father died, a very rich man and almost decrepit, he would make her his wife. The maid by chance made her mother acquainted with the business, who being an old fox, well experienced in such matters, told her daughter, now ready to yield to his desire, that he meant nothing less. For dost thou think he will ever care for thee, being a poor wench that may have his choice of all the beauties in the city, one noble by birth, with so many talents, as young, better qualified, and fairer than thyself? Daughter, believe him not. The maid was abashed, and so the matter broke off. When Jupiter wooed Juno first, Lilius Geraldus relates it out of an old comment on Theocritus, the better to effect his suit, he turned himself into a cuckoo, and spying her one day walking alone, separated from the other goddesses, caused a tempest suddenly to arise, for fear of which she fled to shelter. Jupiter, to avoid the storm, likewise flew into her lap, in Virginis Juninus gremium devolvit, whom Juno for pity covered in her apron. But he turned himself forthwith into his own shape, began to embrace and offer violence unto her, said illa matris medu obnubet, but she by no means would yield, donec policitus connubium obtinuit, till he vowed and swore to marry her, and then she gave consent. This fact was done at Thornax Hill, which ever after was called Cuckoo Hill, and in perpetual remembrance there was a temple erected to Telia Juno in the same place. So powerful are fair promises, vows, oaths, and protestations. It is an ordinary thing too in this case to belie their age, which widows usually do, that mean to marry again, and bachelors too sometimes. Cujus octavum trepidavit edas, cerner lustrum. To say they are younger than they are. Charmides in the said Lucian loved Phalmadium, an old maid of 45 years. She swore to him she was but 32 next December. But to dissemble in this kind is familiar of all sides, and often it takes. Fallor credentum res est operosa puellam, 'tis soon done, no such great mastery, egregium viro laudum, et spolia ampla, and nothing so frequent as to belie their estates, to prefer their suits, and to advance themselves. Many men to fetch over a young woman, widows, or whom they love, will not stick to crack, forge, and feign anything comes next. Bid his boy fetch his cloak, rapier, gloves, jewels, and see in such a chest, scarlet golden tissue breeches, and see when there is no such matter. Or make any scruple to give out, as he did in Petronius, that he was master of a ship, kept so many servants, and to personate their part the better take upon them to be gentlemen of good houses, well descended and allied, hire apparel at brokers, some scavenger or pricklouse tailors to attend upon them for the time, swear they have great possessions, bribe, lie, cog, and foist how dearly they love, how bravely they will maintain her, like any lady, countess, duchess, or queen. They shall have gowns, tiers, jewels, coaches, and carriages, choice diet, the heads of parrots, tongues of nightingales, the brains of peacocks and of ostriches. Their bath shall be the juice of gilliflowers, spirit of roses and of violets, the milk of unicorns and sea. As old Volpone courted Celia in the comedy, when as they are no such men, not worth a groat, but mere sharkers to make a fortune to get their desire, or else pretend love to spend their idle hours, to be more welcome, and for better entertainment. The conclusion is, they mean nothing less nil metuant jurare, nihil prometer current, sed simul accupidi mentis satiata libido est, dicta nihil metura, nihil perjuria current. Oaths, vows, promises are much protested, but when their mind and lust is satisfied, oaths, vows, promises are quite neglected. Though he solemnly swear by the genius of Caesar, by Venus' shrine, Hymen's deity, by Jupiter, and all the other gods, give no credit to his words. For when lovers swear, Venus laughs, Venus hic perjuria ridit, Jupiter himself smiles and pardons it withal, as grave Plato gives out. Of all perjury, that alone for love matters is forgiven by the gods. If promises, lies, oaths, and protestations will not avail, they fall to bribes, tokens, gifts, and such like feats. Plurimus oro conciliator amor. As Jupiter corrupted Danae with a golden shower, and Liber Ariadne with a lovely crown, which was afterwards translated into the heavens, and there forever shines, they will rain chickens, florins, crowns, angels, all manner of coins and stamps in her lap. And so must he certainly do that will speed, make many feasts, banquets, invitations, send her some present or other every foot. Sumo studio parenter epuli sethidus, et crebri fiant largitions, he must be very bountiful and liberal, seek and sue not to her only, but to all her followers, friends, familiars, fiddlers, panders, parasites, and household servants. He must insinuate himself, and surely will, to all of all sorts, messengers, porters, carriers. No man must be unrewarded or unrespected. I had a suitor, Seth Aretine's Lucretia, that when he came to my house, flung gold and silver about as if it had been chaff. Another suitor I had was a very choleric fellow, but I so handled him that for all his fuming, I brought him upon his knees. If there had been an excellent bit in the market, any novelty, fish, fruit, or fowl, muscatel, or malmsey, or a cup of neat wine in all the city, it was presented presently to me. Though never so dear, hard to come by, yet I had it. The poor fellow was so fond at last, that I think if I would I might have had one of his eyes out of his head. A third suitor was a merchant of Rome, and his manner of wooing was with exquisite music, costly banquets, poems, and I held him off till at length he protested, promised, and swore pro virginitate rignomi donaturum. I should have all he had, house, goods, and lauds, pro concubitu solo. Neither was there ever any conjurer, I think, to charm his spirits that used such attention, or mighty words, as he did exquisite phrases, or general of any army so many stratagems to win a city, as he did tricks and devices to get the love of me. Thus men are active and passive, and women not far behind them in this kind. Audex ad omnia fomina, qui vel amat, vel odit. For half so boldly there can none swear and lie as women can. They will crack, counterfeit, and collogue as well as the best, with handkerchiefs and wrought nightcaps, purses, posies, and such toys. As he justly complained cur midis violas, nemp ut violentius urit, quid violas violis me violentituis, and c. Why dost thou send me violets, my dear? To make me burn more violent, I fear, with violets too violent thou art, to violate and wound my gentle heart. When nothing else will serve, the last refuge is their tears. Hic scripsi tester amorum, mixta lacrimis et suspiriis, twixt tears and sighs, I write this, I take love to witness, saith Chelidonia to Philonius. Lumina qui modo fulmina, jam flumina lacrimarum, those burning torches are now turned to floods of tears. Aretine's Lucretia, when her sweetheart came to town, wept in his bosom, that he might be persuaded those tears were shed for joy of his return. Quartilla and Petronius, when naught would move, fell a-weeping, and as Balthazar Castilio paints them out, to these crocodiles' tears they will add sobs, fiery sighs, and sorrowful countenance, pale color, leanness, and if you do but stir abroad, these fiends are ready to meet you at every turn with such a sluttish, neglected habit, dejected look, as if they were now ready to die for your sake. And how, saith he, shall a young novice thus beset escape? But believe them not. Animam necreed pules, namc est fomenia tutier unda fide. Thou thinkest, peradventure, because of her vows, tears, smiles, and protestations, she is solely thine, thou hast her heart, hand, and affection, when as indeed there is no such matter as the Spanish bawd said, Gaudet illa haber unum in lecto, alterum in porta, tertium qui domi suspired. She will have one sweetheart in bed, another in the gate, a third sighing at home, a fourth, and see every young man she sees and likes hath as much interest, and shall as soon enjoy her as thyself. On the other side, which I have said, men are as false, let them swear, protest, and lie, quod vobis dicant, dixerunt mil pules. They love some of them those 11,000 virgins at once, and make them believe each particular he is besotted on her, or love one till they see another, and then her alone, like Milo's wife in Apuleius, lib tu si quem conspexerit speciasi formi in venom, venestate ejus sumiter, et in eam animum in torque. 'Tis their common compliment in that case, they care not what they swear, say, or do. One while they slight them, care not for them, rail downright and scoff at them, and then again they will run mad, hang themselves, stab and kill, if they may not enjoy them. Henceforth, therefore, nulla vero juranti fomina credet, let not maids believe them. These tricks and counterfeit passions are more familiar with women, finem hic dolori faciet aut vidi dies, miserere amantes, quoth Phaedra to Hippolytus. Josa, in Lucian, told Pythias, a young man, to move him the more, that if he would not have her, she was resolved to make away herself. There is a nemesis, and it cannot choose but grieve and trouble thee, to hear that I have either strangled or drowned myself for thy sake. Nothing so common to this sex as oaths, vows, and protestations, and as I have already said, tears which they have at command. For they can so weep that one would think their very hearts were dissolved within them and would come out in tears. Their eyes are like rocks, which still drop water, diari lacrimi et sudoris in modum lergere prompti, saith Aristinetus. They wipe away their tears like sweat, weep with one eye, laugh with the other, or as children weep and cry, they can both together. Neve pullarum lacrimis movere memento, ut flarent oculos erudiere seus. Care not for women's tears, I counsel thee, they teach their eyes as much to weep as see. And as much pity is to be taken of a woman weeping, as of a goose going barefoot. When Venus lost her son Cupid, she sent a crier about, to bid everyone that met him take heed. Si fleetum auspicias, ni mox fallere, cavito, sin or ridebit magis effuge, et oscula si fair volet fugito, sunt oscula noxia, in ipsis sunc venena labris and sea. Take heed of Cupid's tears, if cautious, and of his smiles and kisses I thee tell, if that he offered, for they be noxious, and very poison in his lips doth dwell. 1,000 years, as Castilio conceives, will scarce serve to reckon up those allurements and guiles, that men and women use to deceive one another with. Subsect v. Bawds, philters, causes. When all other engines fail, that they can proceed no farther of themselves, their last refuge is to fly to bawds, panders, magical philters, and receipts, rather than fail to the devil himself. Flector si necunt superos, acronta movabunt. And by those indirect means many a man is overcome and precipitated into this malady, if he take not good heed. For these bawds, first, they are everywhere so common, and so many that, as he said of old Croton, omnes hic out captanter, out captant, either inveigle or be inveigled, we may say of most of our cities, there be so many professed, cunning bawds in them. Besides, bawdry is become an art, or a liberal science, as Lucian calls it, and there be such tricks and subtleties, so many nurses, old women, panders, letter carriers, beggars, physicians, friars, confessors, employed about it, that nullus tradier stillis sufficit, one saith, trecentes versibus suas impuricias traloqui nemo potest. Such occult notes, stenography, polygraphy, nuntius animatus, or magnetical telling of their minds, which Cabius the Jesuit, by the way, counts fabulous and false. Cunning conveyances in this kind, that neither Juno's jealousy, nor Danae's custody, nor Argo's vigilancy can keep them safe. 'Tis the last and common refuge to use an assistant, such as that Catanian Philippa was to Joan Queen of Naples, a bawd's help, an old woman in the business, as Mirha did when she doted on Cinyras and could not compass her desire. The old jade her nurse was ready at a pinch, dic inquit. Opnc me sign fair tibi. Et in hac me, pone timorum, sedulitas erit apta libi. Fear it not, if it be possible to be done, I will effect it. Non est mulieri mulier insuperabilis, Caelestina said, let him or her be never so honest, watched, and reserved. 'Tis hard, but one of these old women will get access. And scarce shall you find, as Austin observes, in a nunnery a maid alone, if she cannot have egress, before her window you shall have an old woman, or some prating gossip, tell her some tales of this clerk, and that monk, describing or commending some young gentleman or other unto her. As I was walking in the street, saith a good fellow in Petronius, to see the town served one evening, I spied an old woman in a corner selling of cabbages and roots, as our hucksters do plums, apples, and such like fruits. Mother, quoth he, can you tell where I can dwell? She, being well pleased with my foolish urbanity, replied, and why, sir, should I not tell? With that she rose up and went before me. I took her for a wise woman, and by and by she led me into a belaine, and told me there I should dwell. I replied again, I knew not the house, but I perceived, on a sudden, by the naked queans, that I was now come into a bawdy house, and then too late I began to curse the treachery of this old jade. Such tricks you shall have in many places, and amongst the rest it is ordinary in Venice, and in the island of Zante, for a man to be bawd to his own wife. No sooner shall you land or come on shore, but, as the comical poet hath it, morm hunc meretrices habent, ad portum mittunt servulos and cilulas, si qua peregrina navis in portum aderit, rogant cujatis sit, quad I nomen siet, post illi extemplo seas ad placent. These white devils have their panders, bawds, and factors in every place to seek about, and bring in customers, to tempt and waylay novices and silly travelers. And when they have them once within their clutches, as Aegidius Mascrius in his comment upon Valerius Flaccus describes them, with promises and pleasant discourse, with gifts, tokens, and taking their opportunities, they lay nets which Lucretia cannot avoid, and baits that Hippolytus himself would swallow. They make such strong assaults and batteries, that the goddess of virginity cannot withstand them. Give gifts and bribes to move Penelope, and with threats able to terrify Susanna. How many Proserpinas with those catchpoles doth Pluto take? These are the sleepy rods with which their souls touched descend to hell. This the glue or lime with which the wings of the mind once taken cannot fly away. The devil's ministers to allure, entice, and see many young men and maids, without all question, are inveigled by these Eumenides and their associates. But these are trivial and well known. The most sly, dangerous, and cunning bawds are your knavish physicians, empirics, mass priests, monks, Jesuits, and friars. Though it be against Hippocrates' oath, some of them will give a dram, promise to restore maidenheads, and do it without danger, make an abortion if need be, keep down their paps, hinder conception, procure lust, make them able with Satyrians, and now and then step in themselves. No monastery so close, house so private, or prison so well kept, but these honest men are admitted to censure and ask questions, to feel their pulse beat at their bedside, and all under pretense of giving physic. Now as for monks, confessors, and friars, as he said, non audit Stygius Pluto tenter quad audit Ephranes monachus, plenac fraudis anus. That Stygian Pluto dares not tempt or do what an old hag or monk will undergo. either for himself to satisfy his own lust, for another, if he be hired thereto, or both at once, having such excellent means. For under color of visitation, auricular confession, comfort and penance, they have free egress and regress, and corrupt, God knows how many. They can such trades, some of them, practice physic, use exorcisms, and see. That whereas was wont to walk an elf, there now walks the limiter himself in every bush and under every tree, there needs no other incubus but he. In the mountains between Dauphine and Savoy, the friars persuaded the good wives to counterfeit themselves possessed, that their husbands might give them free access, and were so familiar in those days with some of them, that, as one observes, wenches could not sleep in their beds for necromantic friars. And the good abbess in Bicaxio may in some sort witness, that rising betimes, mistook and put on the friar's breeches instead of her veil or hat. You have heard the story, I presume, of Paulina, a chaste matron in Aegisippus, whom one of Isis's priests did prostitute to Mundus, a young knight, and made her believe it was their god Anubis. Many such pranks are played by our Jesuits, sometimes in their own habits, sometimes in others, like soldiers, courtiers, citizens, scholars, gallants, and women themselves. Proteus-like, in all forms and disguises that go abroad in the night, to enescate and beguile young women, or to have their pleasure of other men's wives. And, if we may believe some relations, they have wardrobes of several suits in the colleges for that purpose. Howsoever in public they pretend much zeal, seem to be very holy men, and bitterly preach against adultery, fornication, there are no verier bawds or whoremasters in a country, whose soul they should gain to God, they sacrifice to the devil. But I spare these men for the present. The last battering engines are philters, amulets, spells, charms, images, and such unlawful means. If they cannot prevail of themselves by the help of bawds, panders, and their adherents, they will fly for succor to the devil himself. I know there be those that deny the devil can do any such thing, Crotto Epist. 2 Lib. Med. And many divines, there is no other fascination than that which comes by the eyes, of which I have formerly spoken, and if you desire to be better informed, read Camarius, Oper Subsis. Cent. 2c5. It was given out of old that a Thessalian wench had bewitched King Philip to dote upon her, and by philters enforced his love. But when Olympia, the queen, saw the maid of an excellent beauty, well brought up and qualified, these, quoth she, were the philters which inveigled King Philip. Those the true charms, as Henry to Rosamond, one accent from thy lips the blood more warms than all their philters, exorcisms, and charms. With this alone Lucretia brags in Aretine, she could do more than all philosophers, astrologers, alchemists, necromancers, witches, and the rest of the crew. As for herbs and philters, I could never skill of them. The sole philter that ever I used was kissing and embracing, by which alone I made men rave like beasts stupefied, and compelled them to worship me like an idol. In our times it is a common thing, saith Erastus in his book De Lamiis, for witches to take upon them the making of these philters, to force men and women to love and hate whom they will, to cause tempests, diseases, and see by charms, spells, characters, knots. Hic Thessala vendit philtra. Saint Hierome proves that they can do it as in Hilarious Life, Epist. Lib 3, he hath a story of a young man, that with a philter made a maid mad for the love of him, which maid was after cured by Hilarion. Such instances I find in John Nider Formicar. Lib 5 cap. 5 Plutarch records of Lucullus that he died of a philter, and that Cleopatra used philters to inveigle Antony, amongst other allurements. Eusebius reports as much of Lucretia the poet. Panormiton, Lib 4 digest. Afancy hath a story of one Stephan, a Neapolitan knight, that by a philter was forced to run mad for love. But of all others, that which Petrarch Epist. Famil. Lib 1. Ep. 5 relates of Charles the Great. Charlemagne is most memorable. He foolishly doted upon a woman of mean favor and condition, many years together, wholly delighting in her company, to the great grief and indignation of his friends and followers. When she was dead, he did embrace her corpse, as Apollo did the bait tree for his Daphne, and caused her coffin, richly embalmed and decked with jewels, to be carried about with him, over which he still lamented. At last, a venerable bishop that followed his court prayed earnestly to God, commiserating his lord and master's case, to know the true cause of this mad passion, and whence it proceeded. It was revealed to him, in fine, that the cause of the emperor's mad love lay under the dead woman's tongue. The bishop went hastily to the carcass, and took a small ring thence. Upon the removal, the emperor abhorred the corpse, and instead of it, fell as furiously in love with the bishop, he would not suffer him to be out of his presence. Which when the bishop perceived, he flung the ring into the midst of a great lake, where the king then was. From that hour the emperor neglected all his other houses, dwelt at Ache, built a fair house in the midst of the marsh, to his infinite expense, and a temple by it, where after he was buried, and in which city all his posterity ever since used to be crowned. Marcus the heretic is accused by Irenaeus to have inveigled a young maid by this means, and some writers speak hardly of the Lady Catharine Cobham, that by the same art she circumvented Humphrey Duke of Gloucester to be her husband. Sicinius Aemilianus summoned Apuleius to come before Cneus Maximus, proconsul of Africa, that he being a poor fellow had bewitched by philters Pudentilla, an ancient rich matron, to love him, and being worth so many thousand sesterces to be his wife. Agrippa lib 1 cap. 48, occult. Philos attributes much in this kind to philters, amulets, images, and salmuts com. In Pansirol, tit 10, Dehoral. Leoafer lib 3 seth, tis an ordinary practice at Fez in Africa, prestigiators ibiplurs, qui cogunt amores et concubitus. As skillful all out as that Hyperborean magician, of whom Cleodmus in Lucian tells so many fine feats performed in this kind. But Erastus, Wierus, and others are against it. They grant indeed such things may be done, but as Wierus discourseth lib. 3 de Lamiis, cap. 37. Not by charms, incantations, philters, but the devil himself, lib 5 cap. 2 he contends as much, so doth Fratagius knock, med. cap. 74. Andreas Sisilpinus cap. 5, and so much Sigismundus Scheretius cap. 9. De Herco Nocturno proves at large, unchaste women by the help of these witches, the devil's kitchen maids, have their loves brought to them in the night, and carried back again by a phantasm flying in the air in the likeness of a goat. I have heard, saith he, divers confess, that they have been so carried on a goat's back to their sweethearts, many miles in a night. Others are of opinion that these feats, which most suppose to be done by charms and philters, are merely effected by natural causes, as by man's blood chemically prepared, which much avails, saith Ernestus Burgravius in Lucerna Vidi et Mortis Indis, ad amorum conciliandum et odium. So huntsmen make their dogs love them, and farmers their pullen. 'Tis an excellent philter, as he holds, said vulgo proter grand nefas, but not fit to be made common. And so be mala insana, mandrake roots, mandrake apples, precious stones, dead men's clothes, candles, mala bacchica, panis porcinus, hippomanes, a certain hair and a wolf's tail, and see, of which Rhases, Dioscorides, Porta, Wecker, Rubius, Mizaldus, Albertus treat. A swallow's heart, dust of a dove's heart, multum valent lingui viprarum, cerebella asinorum, tella equina, paliola quibus infantes obvoludi nascunter, funis strangulati heminis, lapis denido aquili, and c more in a c cancius observat. Medicinal, lib. 4. And c, which are as forcible and of as much virtue as that fountain Salmacis in Vitruvius, Ovid, Strabo, that made all such mad for love that drank of it, or that hot bath at Aix in Germany, wherein Cupid once dipped his arrows, which ever since hath a peculiar virtue to make them lovers all that wash in it. But hear the poet's own description of it. Unde hic fervor aquis terra, irrumpentibus iuta tella, allum hic ludens ignea tinxit amor. Et gaudens stridor novo, fervit perens inquit, et hic feritri sint monumenta me. Ex illo fervit, rarusc hic mergitor hosps, cui non titulit pectora blandus amor. These above-named remedies have happily as much power as that bath of Aix, or Venus-enchanted girdle, in which Seth Nadals comes, love toys and dalliance, pleasantness, sweetness, persuasions, subtleties, gentle speeches, and all witchcraft to enforce love was contained. Read more of these in Agrippa de Occult. Philos, lib 1 cap. 50, et 45, Malleus Malefic, part 1, quist. 7 Delrio Tom, 2 quest. 3, lib 3, Wierus Pompanatis cap. 8, de Incantat. Ficinus lib 13, Theol Plat, Calcagninus and c. Mem. Roman 3. Symptoms or signs of love melancholy, in body, mind, good, bad, and c. Symptoms are either of body or mind. Of body, paleness, leanness, dryness, and c. pallidus omnes amens, color hic est aptus amenti, as the poet describes lovers. Fecit amor massum, love causeth leanness, avisina dolici, c. 33. makes hollow eyes, dryness, symptoms of this disease to go smiling to themselves or acting as if they saw or heard some delectable object. Valeriola lib 3 observat. Cap. 7. Laurentius cap. 10. Alienus Montaltus to her. Amore. Langius epist. 24. Lib 1 epist. Med. Deliver as much corpus exang palate, corpus gracile, oculi cavi, lean, pale, ut nudis qui pressit calcibus ang, as one who trod with naked foot upon a snake, hollow-eyed, their eyes are hidden in their heads. Tenerc nitidi corposis cessidit decor, they pine away and look ill with waking, cares, sighs, et qui tenebant signa phobi facis oculi, nihil gentile nec patrium micant. And eyes that once rivaled the locks of Phoebus lose the patrial and paternal luster. With groans, griefs, sadness, dullness, nulla jam sereris subi cura aut salutis. Want of appetite, and see a reason of all this, Jason Pratensis gives, because of the distraction of the spirits the liver doth not perform his part, nor turns the aliment into blood as it ought. And for that cause the members are weak for want of sustenance, they are lean and pine, as the herbs of my garden do this month of May, for want of rain. The green sickness therefore often happeneth to young women, a cachexia or an evil habit to men, besides their ordinary sighs, complaints, and lamentations, which are too frequent. As drops from a still, ut occluso stillat ob een liquor, doth Cupid's fire provoke tears from a true lover's eyes, the mighty Mars did oft for Venus shriek, privily moistening his horrid cheek with womanish tears. Ignes distillat in undas testes, erit largus, qui riget ora liquor. With many such like passions. When Chariclia was enamored of Thejans, as Heliodorus sets her out, she was half distracted, and spake she knew not what, sighed to herself, lay much awake, and was lean upon a sudden. And when she was besotted on her son-in-law, pallor deformis, marsens oculi, and see, she had ugly paleness, hollow eyes, restless thoughts, short wind, and see Euryalus, in an epistle sent to Lucretia, his mistress, complains amongst other grievances. Tu mihi et somni et sibi usum obstrulisti. Thou hast taken my stomach and my sleep from me. So he describes it aright? His sleep, his meat, his drink in him bereft, that lean he waxeth, and dry as a shaft, his eyes hollow and grisly to behold, his hue pale and ashen to unfold, and solitary he was ever alone, and waking all the night making moan. Theocritus edel. 2 makes a fair maid of Delphos in love with a young man of Minda, confess as much, ut vidi ut insaniae, ut animus mihi male affectiis est, miseri mihi forma tapsibat, nec amplius pompem ullum curabam, aut quando domum redierum novi, sed me ardens quidem morbus consumabat, decubui in lecto dies decem, et nox decem, deflubent capite capilli, ipsac sola reliqua ossa et cutis. No sooner seen I had, but mad I was. My beauty failed, and I no more did care for any pomp. I knew not where I was, but sick I was, and evil I did fare. I lay upon my bed 10 days and nights. A skeleton I was in all men's sights. All these passions are well expressed by that heroical poet in the person of Dido. Et non in felix animi finissa, nec unquam solvitur in somnos, oculisque ac pector amores accipit. Ingeminant curi, rursusque resurgens sivit amor, and c. Unhappy Dido could not sleep at all, but lies awake and takes no rest, and up she gets again, whilst care and grief and raging love torment her breast. Achaeus Sanazarius egloga 2. De Galatea, in the same manner feigns his Lycoris tormenting herself for want of sleep, sighing, sobbing, and lamenting, and Eustathius in his Ismenias much troubled, and panting at heart at the sight of his mistress, he could not sleep, his bed was thorns. All make leanness, want of appetite, want of sleep ordinary symptoms, and by that means they are brought often so low, so much altered and changed, that as he jested in the comedy, one scarce know them to be the same men. Attenuant juvenum vigilati corpora nox, curac et immenso qui fit amore dolor. Many such symptoms there are of the body to discern lovers by, quis enim bene celit amorum? Can a man, saith Solomon, Prov, Romans 6, 27, carry fire in his bosom and not burn? It will hardly be hid, though they do all they can to hide it, it must out, plus quam mil notis. It may be described, quoque magis tegitur, tectus magis estuat ignes. 'Twas Antiphanes the comedian's observation of old, love, and drunkenness, cannot be concealed, celer alia passus, Hic praeter duo, vinipatum, and C words, looks, gestures, all will betray them. But two of the most notable signs are observed by the pulse and countenance. When Antiochus, the son of Seleucus, was sick for Stratonus, his mother-in-law, and would not confess his grief, or the cause of his disease, Erasistratus, the physician, found him by his pulse and countenance to be in love with her, because that when she came in presence or was named, his pulse varied and he blushed besides. In this very sort was the love of Callias, the son of Polycles, discovered by Panachias the physician, as you may read the story at large in Aristaenetus. By the same signs Galen brags that he found out Justa, Boethius the consul's wife, to dote on Pylades the player, because at his name still she both altered pulse and countenance, as Polyarchus did at the name of Argenes. Franciscus Valesius L3. Contrav. 13. Med. Conter. Denies there is any such pulsus amatorius or that love may be so discerned, but Avicenna confirms this of Galen out of his experience, lib 3 fen 1. And Gordonius cap. 20. Their pulse, he saith, is ordinate and swift, if she go by whom he loves, Langius Epist. 24. Lib 1 med. Epist Neviscanus lib 4 numer. 66. Sil. Nuptialis Valescus de Taranta Guianerius tract. 15. Valeriola sets down this for a symptom, difference of pulse, neglect of business, want of sleep, often sighs, blushings when there is any speech of their mistress are manifest signs. But amongst the rest, Josephus Struthis, that Polonian, in the 5th book cap. 17. Of his doctrine of pulses, holds that this and all other passions of the mind may be discovered by the pulse. And if you will know, saith he, whether the men suspected be such or such, touch their arteries, and see, and in his 4th book, 14th chapter, he speaks of this particular pulse. Love makes an unequal pulse, and see, he gives instance of a gentlewoman, a patient of his, whom by this means he found to be much enamored, and with whom. He named many persons, but at the last when his name came whom he suspected, her pulse began to vary and to beat swifter, and so by often feeling her pulse, he perceived what the matter was, Apollonius Argonaut. Lib 4. Poetically setting down the meeting of Jason and Medea, makes them both to blush at one another's sight, and at the first they were not able to speak. Totus Parmeno tremo, horioque postquem aspexi hanc. Phaedria trembled at the sight of ties, others sweat, blow short, crura tremant ac poplates, are troubled with palpitation of heart upon the like occasion, cor proximum ori saith Aristaenetus, their heart is at their mouth, leaps, these burn and freeze. For love is fire, ice, hot, cold, itch, fever, frenzy, pleurisy, what not they look pale, red, and commonly blush at their first congress. And sometimes through violent agitation of spirits bleed at nose, or when she is talked of. Which very sign Eustathius makes an argument of Ismene's affection, that when she met her sweetheart by chance, she changed her countenance to a maiden blush. 'Tis a common thing amongst lovers, as Arnulfus, that merry-conceited bishop, hath well expressed in a facetious epigram of his, alterno facies sibi dat responsa rubor, et tenor affectum prodit utrique pudor, and c. Their faces answer, and by blushing say, how both affected are, they do betray. But the best conjectures are taken from such symptoms as appear when they are both present. All their speeches, amorous glances, actions, lascivious gestures will betray them. They cannot contain themselves, but that they will be still kissing. Stratocles, the physician, upon his wedding day, when he was at dinner, nihil prius sorbelavit, quam tria basia puli pangerit, could not eat his meat for kissing the bride, and see first a word, and then a kiss, then some other compliment, and then a kiss, then an idle question, then a kiss. And when he had pumped his wits dry, can say no more, kissing and calling are never out of season, hoc non deficit incipic semper. 'Tis never at an end, another kiss, and then another, and another, and see. Huc ades o the lara, come kiss me corona centum basia centis, centum basia millis mil basia millis, et tot millia millis. Quat gudi seculo mari, quat sunt sidericilo. Istes purpures janis, istes turgijulis labris oslis glaquaculis. Figem continuo impedu, o formosa nera, as catalyst to Lesbia. De mihi basia mil, dane centum, dane mil altera, de secunda centum, dane usque altera millia, dane centum. First give 100, then 1,000, then another 100, then unto the other add 1,000, and so more and see. Till you equal with the store, all the grass, and see so Venus did by her Adonis, the moon with Endymion, they are still dallying and culling, as so many doves, columbatimque labra consurrens labiis, and that with alacrity and courage affligant avid corpus, jungunt salivas oris, et inspirant prensantes dentibus ora. Tam impresso or ut vix into labra detrahent, servis reclinata as lamprias in Lucian kiss ties, Philippus her Aristinetus, amore lymphato tam urios adhesit, ut vix labra solver esset tadumc osmihai contrivit. Aretines Lucretia, by a suitor of hers was so saluted, and teased their ordinary fashion. Dens illudunt sep labellis, ac premunt erit adfigens oscula. They cannot, I say, contain themselves. They will be still not only joining hands, kissing, but embracing, treading on their toes, and diving into their bosoms, and that libenter, et cum delectation, as Philostratus confesseth to his mistress. And lamprias in Lucian mamillas premens, per sinem clam dextra, and feeling their paps, and that scarce honestly sometimes. As the old man in the comedy well observed of his son, non ego te videbem manum huic puli in sinem insere. Did not I see thee put thy hand into her bosom? Go to with many such love tricks. Juno in Lucian Diorum Tom 3 dial. 3. Complains to Jupiter of Ixion he looked so attentively on her, and sometimes would sigh and weep in her company, and when I drank by chance and gave Ganymede the cup, he would desire to drink still in the very cup that I drank of, and in the same place where I drank, and would kiss the cup, and then look steadily on me, and sometimes sigh, and then again smile. If it be so they cannot come near to dally, have not that opportunity, familiarity, or acquaintance to confer and talk together. Yet if they be in presence, their eye will betray them. You by amor, I by oculus, as the common saying is, where I look I like, and where I like I love, but they will lose themselves in her looks. Alter in alterius jectantes lumina vultus, querabint taciti noster ubi esset amor. They cannot look off whom they love, they will impregnare eam, ipsis oculis, deflower her with their eyes, be still gazing, staring, stealing faces, smiling, glancing at her, as Apollo on Leucotho, the moon on her Endymion when she stood still in Caria, and at Latmos caused her chariot to be stayed. They must all stand and admire, or if she go by, look after her as long as they can see her. She is anime auriga, as Anacreon calls her. They cannot go by her door or window, but, as an adamant, she draws their eyes to it. Though she be not there present, they must needs glance that way and look back to it. Aristaenetus of Exithymus, Lucian, in his Imagum. Of himself, and Tatius of Clitophon, say as much, ille oculos delucip nunquam digicibat, and many lovers confess when they came in their mistress' presence, they could not hold off their eyes, but looked wistfully and steadily on her, in connivo aspectu, with much eagerness and greediness, as if they would look through, or should never have enough sight of her. Fixus ardens obtudibus haeret, so she will do by him, drink to him with her eyes, nay, drink him up, devour him, swallow him, as Martial's Mamera is remembered to have done, inspexit mals puros, oculus comedit, and there is a pleasant story to this purpose in Navigat. Vertum, lib 3 cap. 5. The Sultan of Sana's wife in Arabia, because Vertimanus was fair and white, could not look off him, from sunrising to sunsetting. She could not desist. She made him one day come into her chamber, et gemini, hori spatio intubeter, nonami anquem asim oculorum avertibat, me observans veludi cupidinum quendum. For 2 hours' space she still gazed on him. A young man in Lucian fell in love with Venus' picture. He came every morning to her temple, and there continued all day long from sunrising to sunset, unwilling to go home at night, sitting over against the goddess's picture. He did continually look upon her, and mutter to himself I know not what. If so be they cannot see them whom they love, they will still be walking and waiting about their mistress' doors, taking all opportunity to see them. As in Longus Sophista, Daphnis and Chloe, 2 lovers, were still hovering at one another's gates. He sought all occasions to be in her company, to hunt in summer, and catch birds in the frost about her father's house in the winter, that she might see him and he her. A king's palace was not so diligently attended, saith Aretines Lucretia, as my house was when I lay in Rome. The porch and street was ever full of some, walking or riding on set purpose to see me. Their eye was still upon my window. As they passed by, they could not choose but look back to my house when they were past, and sometimes hem or cough, or take some impertinent occasion to speak aloud, that I might look out and observe them. 'Tis so in other places. 'Tis common to every lover. 'Tis all his felicity to be with her, to talk with her. He is never well but in her company, and will walk 7 or 8 times a day through the street where she dwells, and make sleeveless errands to see her, plotting still where, when, and how to visit her, levesque sub noct susuri composita repetuntur hora. And when he is gone, he thinks every minute an hour, every hour as long as a day, 10 days a whole year till he see her again. Tempora si numeres, bene qui numeramus amantes. And if thou be in love, thou wilt say so too, et longum formosa, veil, farewell sweetheart, veil carissima Argenes, and see farewell my dear Argenes, once more farewell, farewell. And though he is to meet her by compact, and that very shortly, perchance tomorrow, yet both to depart, he'll take his leave again, and then come back again, look after, and shake his hand, wave his hat afar off. Now gone, he thinks it long till he see her again, and she him, the clocks are surely set back, the hours past. Hispida demofun tuati rodifea filis, ultra promisum tempus abesquerer. She looks out at window still to see whether he come, and by report Phillies went 9 times to the seaside that day, to see if her demofun were approaching, and Troilus to the city gates to look for his cresade. She is ill at ease and sick till she see him again, peevish in the meantime, discontent, heavy, sad, and why comes he not? Where is he? Why breaks he promise? Why tarries he so long? Sure he is not well, sure he hath some mischance, sure he forgets himself and me, with infinite such. And then, confident again, up she gets. Out she looks, listens, and inquires, hearkens, kens. Every man afar off is sure he, every stirring in the street, now he is there, that's he, male aurori, mali soli dicit, derec, and see, the longest day that ever was, so she raves, restless and impatient. For amor non patitor moras, love brooks no delays. The time's quickly gone that's spent in her company, the miles short, the way pleasant. All weather is good whilst he goes to her house, heat or cold. Though his teeth chatter in his head, he moves not, wet or dry, tease all one. Wet to the skin, he feels it not, cares not at least for it, but will easily endure it and much more, because it is done with alacrity and for his mistress's sweet sake. Let the burden be never so heavy, love makes it light. Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and it was quickly gone because he loved her. None so merry, if he may happily enjoy her company, he is in heaven for a time. And if he may not, dejected in an instant, solitary, silent, he departs weeping, lamenting, sighing, complaining. But the symptoms of the mind in lovers are almost infinite, and so diverse that no art can comprehend them, though they be merry sometimes and rapt beyond themselves for joy. Yet most part, love is a plague, a torture, a hell, a bitter sweet passion at last. Amor mel et fel est fecendissimus, gustum dat dulcem et amorum. 'Tis suavis amoricis dolentia delectabilis hilar tormentum, et me mel bint suavira, et me fel necent amorira. Like a summer fly or sphinx's wings, or a rainbow of all colors. Qui ad solis radios conversi ori errant, adversus nub ceruli, quale jabar irides. Fair, foul, and full of variation, though most part irksome and bad. For in a word, the Spanish Inquisition is not comparable to it. A torment and execution as it is, as he calls it in the poet, an unquenchable fire, and what not. From it, saith Austin, arise biting cares, perturbations, passions, sorrows, fears, suspicions, discontents, contentions, discords, wars, treacheries, enmities, flattery, cozening, riot, impudence, cruelty, knavery, and see. Dolor, queruli, lamentatio, lacrimi parens, languor, anxietas, amoritudо, out see trist magis podest quid esse, hos tu dis comites nera vidi. These be the companions of lovers, and the ordinary symptoms, as the poet repeats them, in amore hic insunt vitia, suspicions, inimicitui, audaciae, bellum, pax rersum, and c. Insomnia, eromna, error, terror, et fugo excogitantia excorza modestia, petulantia, cupiditas, et malevolentia inherit etiam aviditas, desidia, injuria inopia, contumelia et dispendium, and c. In love these vices are suspicions, peace, war, and impudence, detractions, dreams, cares, and errors, terrors, and affrights, immodest pranks, devices, slights and flights, heart-burnings, wants, neglects, desire of wrong, loss continual, expense, and hurt among. Every poet is full of such catalogues of love symptoms, but fear and sorrow may justly challenge the chief place. Though Hercules de Saxonia, cap. 3 tract, de Melanch, will exclude fear from love melancholy, yet I am otherwise persuaded. Res est soliciti plena timoris amor. 'Tis full of fear, anxiety, doubt, care, peevishness, suspicion. It turns a man into a woman, which made Hesiod belike put fear and paleness Venus' daughters. Marti Clypios ac arma secenti alma Venus peperit palorum, unec timorum. Because fear and love are still linked together. Moreover, they are apt to mistake, amplify, too credulous sometimes, too full of hope and confidence, and then again very jealous, unapt to believe or entertain any good news. The comical poet hath prettily painted out this passage amongst the rest in a dialogue betwixt Midio and Aeschines, a gentle father and a lovesick son. Be of good cheer, my son, thou shalt have her to wife. I, ah, father, do you mock me now? I mock thee, why, I. That which I so earnestly desire, I more suspect and fear. Get you home and send for her to be your wife. I, what now a wife now father, and see these doubts, anxieties, suspicions are the least part of their torments. They break many times from passions to actions, speak fair and flatter, now most obsequious and willing. By and by they are averse, wrangle, fight, swear, quarrel, laugh, weep. And he that doth not so by fits, Lucian holds, is not thoroughly touched with this lodestone of love. So their actions and passions are intermixed, but of all other passions, sorrow hath the greatest share, love to many is bitterness itself. Rem amoram Plato calls it, a bitter potion, an agony, a plague. Eripite hanc pestum pernicimque mihi, qui mihi subrepens immos ut torpor in artis, expulit ex omni pector ledishes. Oh, take away this plague, this mischief from me, which, as a numbness over all my body, expels my joys, and makes my soul so heavy. Phaedria had a true touch of this when he cried out, O ties, utinam esset mihi pars equa amoris tecum, ac parator ferit ut aut hoc tibi dolrit idem, ut mihi dolit. O ties, would thou hadst of these my pains apart, or as it doth me now, so it would make thee smart. So had that young man, when he roared again for discontent, jactor, crucier adjutor, stimular versor in amoris rotum miser, exanimer, fairer, distraher, deripier ubi sum, ibi non sum. Ubi non sum, ibi est animus. I am vexed and tossed and racked on love's wheel, where not I am, but where am do not feel. The moon in Lucian made her moan to Venus that she was almost dead for love, perio equidem amore, and after a long tale she broke off abruptly and wept, O Venus, thou knowest my poor heart. Charmides in Lucian was so impatient that he sobbed and sighed and tore his hair and said he would hang himself. I am undone, O sister Tryphena, I cannot endure these love pangs. What shall I do? Vas o dea verensi solvite me his curus, O ye gods, free me from these cares and miseries. Out of the anguish of his soul, Theocles prays. Shall I say, most part of a lover's life is full of agony, anxiety, fear, and grief, complaints, sighs, suspicions, and cares. Hey-ho, my heart is woe, full of silence and irksome solitariness. Frequenting shady bowers in discontent, to the air his fruitless clamors he will vent. Except at such times that he hath lucida intervalla, pleasant gales, or sudden alterations, as if his mistress smile upon him, give him a good look, a kiss, or that some comfortable message be brought him, his service is accepted, and see. He is then too confident and rapt beyond himself, as if he had heard the nightingale in the spring before the cuckoo, or as Callisto was at Melbea's presence, quis unquam hac mortali vita, tam gloriosum corpus vidit. Humanidatum transcendir vidiver. And see, whoever saw so glorious a sight, what man ever enjoyed such delight? More content cannot be given of the gods, wished, had, or hoped of any mortal man. There is no happiness in the world comparable to his, no content, no joy to this, no life to love, he is in paradise. Quis me uno vivit feliciter? Aut magis hac est optandum vita dicer quis potrit. Who lives so happy as myself, what bliss in this our life may be compared to this? He will not change fortune in that case with a prince, donec gratis eram tibi, persarum vigui regebitir. The Persian kings are not so jovial as he is, O festus dies Hymines, O happy day. So Carrier exclaims when he came from Pamphylia, his sweetheart well pleased, nunc est profto interfici, cum perpeti me possum, ni hoc gaudium contaminat vita aliqua egratudine. He could find in his heart to be killed instantly, lest if he live longer, some sorrow or sickness should contaminate his joys. A little after, he was so merrily set upon the same occasion that he could not contain himself. O populars, equis me vivit hodi fortunatur, nemo Hercule quisquam, nomen me de plane potestatum suam omnem ostendir. Is't possible, O my countrymen, for any living to be so happy as myself? No, sure it cannot be, for the gods have shown all their power, all their goodness in me. Yet by and by when this young gallant was crossed in his wench, he laments and cries and roars downright, Oxidi, I am undone, nec virgo est usquam, nec ego, qui e conspectu elam amici meo, ubi querum, ubi investigum, quem percunter, quam insistem viam. The virgin's gone, and I am gone, she's gone, and what shall I do? Where shall I seek her, where shall I find her, whom shall I ask? What way, what course shall I take? What will become of me? Vitals auras invitus agebat. He was weary of his life, sick, mad, and desperate. Utinam mihi esset aliquid hic, quo nunc me precipitum derm. 'Tis not Kyria's case this alone, but his, and every lover's in the like state. If he hear ill news, have bad success in his suit, she frown upon him, or that his mistress in his presence respect another more as Hedis observes, prefer another suitor, speak more familiarly to him, or use more kindly than himself. If by nod, smile, message she discloset herself to another, he is instantly tormented. None so dejected as he is, utterly undone, a castaway, in quem fortuna omnia odiorum suorum crudilissima tella exonerat. A dead man, the scorn of fortune. A monster of fortune, worse than not, the loss of a kingdom had been less. Aretine's Lucretia made very good proof of this, as she relates it herself. For when I made some of my suitors believe I would betake myself to a nunnery, they took on, as if they had lost father and mother, because they were for ever after to want my company. Omnis labors leaves fura, all other labor was light, but this might not be endured. Tui cairndum quod erat, for I cannot be without thy company, mournful Amintas, painful Amintas, careful Amintas. Better a metropolitan city were sacked, a royal army overcome, an invincible armada sunk, and 20,000 kings should perish than her little finger ache, so zealous are they, and so tender of her good. They would all turn friars for my sake, as she follows it, in hope by that means to meet, or see me again, as my confessors at stool ball or at barley break. And so afterwards when an importunate suitor came, if I had bid my maid say that I was not at leisure, not within busy, could not speak with him, he was instantly astonished and stood like a pillar of marble. Another went swearing, chafing, cursing, foaming. Illa sibi vox ipsa Javis violentir ira, cum tanet, and see the voice of a mandrake had been sweeter music. But he to whom I gave entertainment was in the Elysian fields, ravished for joy, quite beyond himself. 'Tis the general humor of all lovers, she is their stern, pole star and guide, deliciumque animi, deliquiumque sway. As a chalipant to the sun, which our herbalists calls Narcissus, when it shines, is admirandus flows ad radio soli si pandens, a glorious flower exposing itself. But when the sun sets or a tempest comes, it hides itself, pines away, and hath no pleasure left, which Carolus Gonzaga, Duke of Mantua, in a cause not unlike, sometimes used for an impress, do all enamorates to their mistress. She is their sun, their primum mobile, or anima informans. This one hath elegantly expressed by a windmill, still moved by the wind, which otherwise hath no motion of itself. Sic tua ni spiret Gratia, truncus ero. He is wholly animated from her breath, his soul lives in her body, sola claves habet interitus et salutis, she keeps the keys of his life. His fortune ebbs and flows with her favor, a gracious or bad aspect turns him up or down, mens me lucisit lucia luce tua. Howsoever his present state be pleasing or displeasing, 'tis continuate so long as he loves, he can do nothing, think of nothing but her. Desire hath no rest, she is his cynosure, Hesperus and Vesper, his morning and evening star, his goddess, his mistress, his life, his soul, his everything. Dreaming, waking, she is always in his mouth. His heart, his eyes, ears, and all his thoughts are full of her. His Laura, his Victorina, his Columbina, Flavia, Flaminia, Caelia, Delia, or Isabella, call her how you will, she is the sole object of his senses. The substance of his soul, nidulus animi sui, he magnifies her above measure. Totus in a laugh full of her can breathe nothing but her. I adore Melibea, saith lovesick Callisto, I believe in Melibea, I honor, admire, and love my Melibea. His soul was soused, imparadised, imprisoned in his lady. When Thais took her leave of Phaedria, my Phaedria, et nunquid aliud vis, sweetheart, she said, will you command me any further service? He readily replied and gave in this charge. Egon quid velim dies noctesque aims me desideres, me somnes, me expects, me cogites, me spears, me tiabulctes, mecum tot assis, mus fac postremo animus, quando ego sum tuus. Dost ask, my dear, what service I will have? To love me day and night is all I crave, to dream on me to expect, to think on me depend and hope, still covet me to see, delight thyself in me. Be wholly mine, for know, my love, that I am wholly thine. But all this needed not, you will say. If she affect once, she will be his, settle her love on him alone. Illum absens absentem audic vide. She must think and dream of naught else but him, continually of him, as did Orpheus on his Eurydice, T dulcis conjux, T solo in littermecum, T venient die, T decedent canebem. On thee, sweet wife, was all my song, morn, evening, and all along. And Dido upon her Aeneas, et qui me insomnia terrent, multa viri virtus, et plurim occurrit imago. And ever and anon she thinks upon the man that was so fine, so fair, so blithe, so debonair. Clitophon, in the first book of Achilles, Tatius, complaineth how that his mistress Leucippe tormented him much more in the night than in the day. For all day long he had some object or other to distract his senses, but in the night all ran upon her. All night long he lay awake, and could think of nothing else but her. He could not get her out of his mind. Towards morning, sleep took a little pity on him, he slumbered a while, but all his dreams were of her. T noct sub atra alaquer, amplector, falsec in imagined somni, gaudia solicitam palpent evanita mentum. In the dark night I speak, embrace, and find that fading joys deceive my careful mind. The same complaint Euryalus makes to his Lucretia, day and night I think of thee, I wish for thee, I talk of thee, call on thee, look for thee, hope for thee, delight myself in thee, day and night I love thee. Nec mihi vesper surgent decedunt amores, nec rapidum fugent solemn. Morning, evening, all is alike with me, I have restless thoughts, T vigilans oculis, animo T noct requiro. Still I think on thee. Anima non est ubi animat, sed ubi amat. I live and breathe in thee, I wish for thee. O nivem qui T potrit mihi redir lucem, O mihi felicem turc quaterc deem. O happy day that shall restore thee to my sight. In the meantime he raves on her. Her sweet face, eyes, actions, gestures, hands, feet, speech, length, breadth, height, depth, and the rest of her dimensions are so surveyed, measured, and taken by that astrolabe of fantasy, and that so violently sometimes, with such earnestness and eagerness, such continuance, so strong an imagination, that at length he thinks he sees her indeed. He talks with her. He embraceth her, Ixion-like, pro Junon nubum, a cloud for Juno, as he said. Nihil preter Leucippin cerno, Leucip mihi perpetuo in oculis, et animo versitor, I see and meditate of naught but Leucippe. Be she present or absent, all is one, et quamvis aberrat placidi presentia formi quem dederat presens forma, mainbat amor. That impression of her beauty is still fixed in his mind. Herent in fixi pectora vultus. As he that is bitten with a mad dog thinks all he sees dogs, dogs in his meat, dogs in his dish, dogs in his drink. His mistress is in his eyes, ears, heart, in all his senses. Valleriola had a merchant, his patient, in the same predicament, and Ulricus Molitor, out of Austin, hath a story of one, that through vehemency of his love-passion, still thought he saw his mistress present with him. She talked with him, et commissari cum e vigilans videbater, still embracing him. Now if this passion of love can produce such effects, if it be pleasantly intended, what bitter torments shall it breed, when it is with fear and continual sorrow, suspicion, care, agony, as commonly it is, still accompanied, what an intolerable pain must it be. Non tam grans gargara culmos, quat demerso pector curas longa nexus usque catina, vel qui penitus crudelis amor vulnera misset. Mount Gargarus hath not so many stems as lover's breast hath grievous wounds, and linked cares, which love compounds. When the king of Babylon would have punished a courtier of his, for loving of a young lady of the royal blood, and far above his fortunes, Apollonius in presence by all means persuaded to let him alone, for to love and not enjoy was a most unspeakable torment, no tyrant could invent the like punishment. As a gnat at a candle, in a short space he would consume himself. For love is a perpetual flux, anger animi, a warfare militat omni amens, a grievous wound is love still, and a lover's heart is Cupid's quiver, a consuming fire, exceed ad hunc ignum, and see an inextinguishable fire. Aliter et crescit malum, et ardit in tus, qualis etnio vapor exundat antro. As Aetna rageth, so doth love, and more than Aetna or any material fire. Nam amor sep lipero vulcano ardentirum flammam incendir solit. Vulcan's flames are but smoke to this. For fire, saith Xenophon, burns them alone that stand near it or touch it. But this fire of love burneth and scorcheth afar off, and is more hot and vehement than any material fire. Ignes in een furit, 'tis a fire and a fire, the quintessence of fire. For when Nero burnt Rome, as Callisto urgeth, he fired houses, consumed men's bodies and goods, but this fire devours the soul itself, and one soul is worth 100,000 bodies. No water can quench this wild fire. In pectus coecos absorbuit ens qui nec aqua parami potera, nec imbred diminui, nec graminibus, magisisque susurris. A fire he took into his breast, which water could not quench. Nor herb, nor art, nor magic spells could quell, nor any drench. Except it be tears and sighs, for so they may chance find a little ease. Sic candentia calla, sic patens frons, sic me blanda tui nera ocelli, sic pers minio genipererunt, ut me lacrimi rigent parens, totus in tenus eam favillas. So thy white neck, Nera, me poor soul doth scorch, thy cheeks, thy wanton eyes that roll. Were it not for my dropping tears that hinder, I should be quite burnt up forthwith to cinder. This fire strikes like lightning, which made those old Grecians paint Cupid in many of their temples with Jupiter's thunderbolts in his hands, for it wounds and cannot be perceived how, whence it came, where it pierced. Urimer et coecum, pectora vulnus habent, and can hardly be discerned at first. Est mollis flamma medullas, et tacitum insano vivit sub pector vulnus. A gentle wound, an easy fire it was, and sly at first, and secretly did pass. But by and by it began to rage and burn amain. Pectus insanum vapor, amorque torret, intus sivus voret penitus medullas, ac per venas meet visceribus ignes mercis, et venis latens, ut agiles altas flamma percurit trabes. This fiery vapor rageth in the veins, and scorcheth entrails, as when fire burns a house, it nimbly runs along the beams, and at the last the whole it overturns. Abraham Hoffmanus, lib 1 Amor Conjugal, cap. 2 p22, relates out of Plato how that Empedocles, the philosopher, was present at the cutting up of one that died for love. His heart was combust, his liver smoky, his lungs dried up, insomuch that he verily believed his soul was either sodden or roasted through the vehemency of love's fire. Which belike made a modern writer of amorous emblems express love's fury by a pot hanging over the fire, and Cupid blowing the coals. As the heat consumes the water, sic sua consumit viscera coecis amor, so doth love dry up his radical moisture. Another compares love to a melting torch, which stood too near the fire. Sic quo quis proprior sui puelli est, hoc stultus proprior sui runini est. The nearer he unto his mistress is, the nearer he unto his ruin is. So that to say truth, as Castilio describes it, the beginning, middle, end of love is not else but sorrow, vexation, agony, torment, irksomeness, wearisomeness. So that to be squalid, ugly, miserable, solitary, discontent, dejected, to wish for death, to complain, rave, and to be peevish, are the certain signs and ordinary actions of a lovesick person. This continual pain and torture makes them forget themselves, if they be far gone with it, in doubt, despair of obtaining, or eagerly bent, to neglect all ordinary business. Pendent opera interrupta, minic murorum ingens, equitac machina silo. Lovesick Dido left her work undone, so did Phaedra. Pallades telli vacant et inter ipsis pensa labantur manus. Faustus in Mantuan took no pleasure in anything he did, nulla quis mihi dulcis erat, nullus labor egro pector, sensus iners, et mens torpor sepulta, carminis occiderat studium. And 'tis the humor of them all to be careless of their persons and their estates, as the shepherd in Theocritus, et hic barba inculta est, squalidique capilli, their beards flag, and they have no more care of pranking themselves or of any business. They care not, as they say, which end goes forward. Oblitus gregs, et rura domestica totus uriter, et nox in luctum expendit amaras. Forgetting flocks of sheep and country farms, the silly shepherd always mourns and burns. Lovesick Chaerea, when he came from Pamphyla's house and had not so good welcome as he did expect, was all amort. Parmeno meets him quid tristis ease. Why art thou so sad, man? Unto ease, whence comest how dost? But he sadly replies, Ego Hercule nescio nec unde eam, nec quorsum eam, ida prorsus oblitus sum me, I have so forgot myself, I neither know where I am, nor whence I come, nor whether I will what I do. P. How so? Ch. I am in love. Prudens sciens. Vivis vidensk perio, nec quid agam scio. He that erst had his thoughts free, as Philostratus Lemnius, in an epistle of his, describes this fiery passion, and spent his time like a hard student, in those delightsome philosophical precepts. He that with the sun and moon wandered all over the world, with stars themselves ranged about, and left no secret or small mystery in nature unsearched, since he was enamored can do nothing now but think and meditate of love matters, day and night composeth himself how to please his mistress. All his study endeavor is to approve himself to his mistress, to win his mistress, favor, to compass his desire, to be counted her servant. When Peter Abelard, that great scholar of his age, cui soli paduit subile quicquid erat, whose faculties were equal to any difficulty in learning, was now in love with Hellas, he had no mind to visit or frequent schools and scholars any more, tediosum mihi valda fuit, as he confesseth, ad scholas procedier, vel in iis merari, all his mind was on his new mistress. Now to this end and purpose, if there be any hope of obtaining his suit to prosecute his cause, he will spend himself, goods, fortunes for her, and though he lose and alienate all his friends, be threatened, be cast off, and disinherited. For as the poet saith, amori quis legem det. Though he be utterly undone by it, disgraced, go begging, yet for her sweet sake to enjoy her he will willingly beg, hazard all he hath, goods, lands, shame, scandal, fame, and life itself. Non resedum nec quiescem, noctu et interdiu, profto quam aut ipsum, aut mortem investigavero. I'll never rest or cease my suit, till she or death do make me mute. Parthenes in Aristaenetus was fully resolved to do as much. I may have better matches, I confess, but farewell shame, farewell honor, farewell honesty, farewell friends and fortunes, and C.O. Harpedona, keep my counsel, I will leave all for his sweet sake. I will have him, say no more, contra gentes, I am resolved, I will have him. Gabrias, the captain, when he had espied Rhodanth, the fair captive maid, fell upon his knees before Mystylus, the general, with tears, vows, and all the rhetoric he could, by the scars he had formerly received, the good service he had done, or whatsoever else was dear unto him, besought his governor he might have the captive virgin to be his wife, virtutis sui spolium, as a reward of his worth and service. And moreover, he would forgive him the money which was owing, and all reckonings besides due unto him. I ask no more, no part of booty, no portion, but Rhodanth to be my wife. And when as he could not compass her by fair means, he fell to treachery, force, and villainy, and set his life at stake at last to accomplish his desire. 'Tis a common humor this, a general passion of all lovers to be so affected, and which Emilia told Aretine, a courtier in Castilio's discourse, surely Aretine, if thou werst not so indeed, thou didst not love. Ingenuously confess, for if thou hadst been thoroughly enamored, thou wouldst have desired nothing more than to please thy mistress. For that is the law of love, to will and nil the same tantum velet nol, velet nollet quod amica. Undoubtedly this may be pronounced of them all, they are very slaves, drudges for the time, madmen, fools, dizzards, atrabiliae, beside themselves, and as blind as beetles. Their dotage is most eminent, amore simul et saper ipsi Jovi non dater, as Seneca holds, Jupiter himself cannot love and be wise both together. The very best of them, if once they be overtaken with this passion, the most staid, discreet, grave, generous, and wise, otherwise able to govern themselves, in this commit many absurdities, many indecorums, unbefitting their gravity and persons. Quisquis amat servit, sequitur captivis amantem fert demita service jugum. Samson, David, Solomon, Hercules, Socrates, and C are justly taxed of indiscretion in this point. The middle sort are between hawk and buzzard, and although they do perceive and acknowledge their own dotage, weakness, fury, yet they cannot withstand it, as well may witness those expostulations and confessions of Dido in Virgil. Incipit effari mediac in voce resistit. Phaedra in Seneca, quod ratio possit, vincit ac regnat furor, potens ctoda ment dominator deus. Mirha in, Ovida laquidem sentit, phodoc repugnat amari, et secum quo ment ferrer, quid molier, inquit de precor, et pietas and C. She sees and knows her fault, and doth resist, against her filthy lust she doth contend. And whither go I, what am I about, and God forbid, yet doth it in the end. Again, per Vigiline Carpenter in Demeto, furios ac voda retractet, et modo desperat, modo volt tenter, pudec et cupit, et quid aget, non invenit, and C. With raging lust she burns, and now recalls her vow, and then despairs, and when 'tis past, her former thoughts she'll prosecute in haste, and what to do she knows not at the last. She will and will not abhors, and yet as Medea did doth it. Trahit in vitam nova via, aliud cupido mens aliud suadit, video melira, proboc deteriora sequer. Reason pulls one way, burning lust another. She sees and knows what's good, but she doth neither. O fraus amorc, et mentis immati furor quo me obstulistes. The major part of lovers are carried headlong like so many brute beasts. Reason counsels one way, thy friends, fortunes, shame, disgrace, danger, and an ocean of cares that will certainly follow. Yet this furious lust precipitates, counterpoiseth, weighs down on the other. Though it be their utter undoing, perpetual infamy, loss, yet they will do it and become at last insensati, void of sense, degenerate into dogs, hogs, asses, brutes. As Jupiter into a bull, Apuleius an ass, Lycaon a wolf, Tereus a lapwing, Callisto a bear, Elpenor and Gryllus info swine by Circe. For what else may we think those ingenious poets to have shadowed in their witty fictions and poems, but that a man once given over to his lust, as Fulgentius interprets that of Apuleius, Alcid of Tereus, is no better than a beast. Rex furem, sic Christa docet, sed sordida vita immundum e tanto culmine fecit avum. I was a king, my crown my witness is, but by my filthiness am come to this. Their blindness is all out as great, as manifest as their weakness and dotage, or rather an inseparable companion, an ordinary sign of it. Love is blind, as the saying is, Cupid's blind, and so are all his followers. Quisquis amat ranam, ranam pudet esse Dianam. Every lover admires his mistress, though she be very deformed of herself. Ill-favored, wrinkled, pimpled, pale, red, yellow, tan, tallow-faced, have a swollen juggler's platter face, or a thin, lean, chitty face have clouds in her face, be crooked, dry, bald, goggle-eyed, blear-eyed, or with staring eyes, she looks like a squist cat, hold her head still awry, heavy, dull, hollow-eyed, black or yellow about the eyes, or squint-eyed, sparrow-mouthed, Persian hook-nosed, have a sharp fox nose, a red nose, china flat. Great nose, nersimo pachaloke, a nose like a promontory, gubbertushed, rotten teeth, black, uneven, brown teeth, beetle-browed, a witch's beard, her breath stink all over the room. Her nose drop winter and summer with a Bavarian poke under her chin. A sharp chin, lave-eared, with a long crane's neck, which stands awry too, pendules mammies, her dugs like two double jugs, or else no dugs, in that other extreme, bloody fallen fingers, she have filthy, long unpaired nails, scabbed hands or wrists. A tanned skin, a rotten carcass, crooked back, she stoops, is lame, splay-footed, as slender in the middle as a cow in the waist, gouty legs. Her ankles hang over her shoes, her feet stink, she breed lice. A mere changeling, a very monster, an oaf imperfect, her whole complexion savors. A harsh voice, incondite gesture, vile gait, a vast virago or an ugly tit, a slug, a fat fustilugs, a truss, a long lean robon, a skeleton, a sneaker, si qua latent meliraputa. And to thy judgment looks like a murd in a lantern, whom thou couldst not fancy for a world, but hatest, loathest, and wouldst have spit in her face, or blow thy nose in her bosom, remedium amoris to another man, a dowdy, a slut, a scold, a nasty, rank, rammy, filthy, beastly queen, dishonest peradventure, obscene, base, beggarly, rude, foolish, untaught, peevish, daughter, their sight's sister, Grobian scholar. If he love her once, he admires her for all this. He takes no notice of any such errors, or imperfections of body or mind, ipsa hic, delectant, veludi balbinum polypus agni. He had rather have her than any woman in the world. If he were a king, she alone should be his queen, his empress. Oh, that he had but the wealth and treasure of both the Indies to endow her with, a carrack of diamonds, a chain of pearl, a cascanet of jewels. A pair of calfskin gloves of 4d. a pair were fitter, or some such toy to send her for a token. She should have it with all his heart. He would spend myriads of crowns for her sake. Venus herself, Panthea, Cleopatra, Tarquin's Tanaquil, Herod's Mariamne, or Mary of Burgundy, if she were alive, would not match her. Vincit vultus hic Tindarios, qui moverunt horrida bella. Let Paris himself be judge, renowned Helen comes short, that Rhodophaean Phillies, Larissean Corinus, Babylonian Thisbe, Polyxena, Laura, Lesbia, and C. Your counterfeit ladies were never so fair as she is. Quicquid erit placidi, lepidi, grati ac festi, vivida cunctorum retins Pandora diorum. Whate'er is pretty, pleasant-faced, well, whate'er Pandora had, she doth excel. Dispem trivia formam nihil esse Diano. Diana was not to be compared to her, nor Juno, nor Minerva, nor any goddess. Thetis' feet were as bright as silver, the ankles of Hebe clearer than crystal, the arms of Aurora as ruddy as the rose, Juno's breasts as white as snow, Minerva wise, Venus fair. But what of this? Dainty come thou to me. She is all in all. Calia ridens est Venus, in Seddon's Juno, Minerva Loquens. Fairest of fair, that fairness doth excel. Ephemeris in Aristaenetus, so far admireth his mistress, good parts, that he makes proclamation of them, and challengeth all comers in her behalf. Whoever saw the beauties of the East or of the West, let them come from all quarters all, and tell truth, if ever they saw such an excellent feature as this is. A good fellow in Petronius cries out, no tongue can tell his lady's fine feature, or express it, quicquid dixeris minus erit, and see. No tongue can her perfections tell, in whose each part all tongues may dwell. Most of your lovers are of his humor and opinion. She is nulli secunda, a rare creature, a phoenix, the sole commandress of his thoughts, queen of his desires, his only delight. As Triton now feelingly sings, that lovesick sea god, Candida Leucotho placet, et placet atra meline, sed Galatea placet lunge magi's omnibus una. Fair Leucoth, black meline please me well, but Galatea doth by odds the rest excel. All the gracious elegies, metaphors, hyperbolical comparisons of the best things in the world, the most glorious names, whatsoever, I say, is pleasant, amiable, sweet, grateful, and delicious, are too little for her. Phobo pulchrior et soror phobi. His Phoebe is so fair, she is so bright, she dims the sun's luster and the moon's light. Stars, sun, moons, metals, sweet-smelling flowers, odors, perfumes, colors, gold, silver, ivory, pearls, precious stones, snow, painted birds, doves, honey, sugar, spice cannot express her, so soft, so tender, so radiant, sweet, so fair is she. Malior cuniculi capillo, and see, Lydia bella pulia candida, qui beni superes lac, et lilium, albanc simul rossum et rubicundum, et expalitum eber indicum. Fine Lydia, my mistress, white and fair, the milk, the lily do not thee come near, the rose so white, the rose so red to see, and Indian ivory comes short of thee. Such a description our English Homer makes of a fair lady, that Emilia that was fairer to seen, then is lily upon the stalk green. And fresher than May with flowers new, for with the rose colour strove her hue, I not which was the fairer of the two. In this very phrase Polyphemus courts Galatea, Candidier folio nivae Galatea ligustri, floridier prato, longa procerior ulno, splendidier vitro, tenero lascivier hedo, and c. Malior et signi plumis, et lacti cocto. Whiter gallet than the white with eyewind, fresher than a field, higher than a tree, brighter than glass, more wanton than a kid, softer than swan's down, or aught that may be. So she admires him again, in that conceited dialogue of Lucian, which John Secundus, an elegant Dutch modern poet, hath translated into verse. When Doris and those other sea nymphs upbraided her with her ugly misshapen lover, Polyphemus, she replies, they speak out of envy and malice, et plain invidia huc mira vos stimulare vider. Quod non vos idem ut me Polyphemus amit. Say what they could, he was a proper man. And as Heloise writ to her sweetheart Peter Abelard, si me Augustus orbis imperator uxorum expederit, malum tua esse meritrix quam orbis imperatrix. She had rather be his vassal, his queen, than the world's empress or queen. Non si me Jupiter ips forte velit, she would not change her love for Jupiter himself. To thy thinking she is a most loathsome creature. And as when a country fellow discommended once that exquisite picture of Helen, made by Zeuxis, for he saw no such beauty in it. Nicomachus, a lovesick spectator, replied, Sum tibi meos oculos et deem existimabis, take mine eyes, and thou wilt think she is a goddess, dote on her forthwith, count all her vices virtues, her imperfections infirmities, absolute and perfect. If she be flat-nosed, she is lovely, if hook-nosed, kingly. If dwarfish and little, pretty. If tall, proper and manlike are brave British Boadicea. If crooked, wise. If monstrous, comely. Her defects are no defects at all, she hath no deformities. Imo nec ipsum amici stercus fitet, though she be nasty, fulsome as Sostratus bitch or Parmenos sow. Thou hadst as live have a snake in thy bosom, a toad in thy dish, and callest her witch, devil, hag, with all the filthy names thou canst invent. He admires her on the other side. She is his idol, lady, mistress, Venerilla, queen, the quintessence of beauty, an angel, a star, a goddess. Thou art my Vesta, thou my goddess art, thy hallowed temple only is my heart. The fragrancy of 1,000 courtesans is in her face. Nec pulchri effigies, hic saprides aut stratonics. 'Tis not Venus' picture that, nor the Spanish infantas, as you suppose, good sir, no princess or king's daughter. No, but his divine mistress, forsooth, his dainty Dulcinea, his dear Antiphala, to whose service he is wholly consecrate, whom he alone adores. Cui comparatus indecens erit pavo inamabilis seiris, et frequens phoenix. To whom conferred a peacock's indecent, a squirrel's harsh, a phoenix too frequent. All the graces, veneries, elegancies, pleasures attend her. He prefers her before a myriad of court ladies. He that commends Phillies or Nerea, or Amaryllis, or Galatea Tityrus or Melibea, by your leave, let him be mute, his love the praises have. Nay, before all the gods and goddesses themselves. So Quintus Catulus admired his squint-eyed friend Roscius, pace mihi licet, celestes, dicer vestra, mortalis visus pulchrior essidio. By your leave, gentle gods, this I'll say true, there's none of you that have so fair a hue. All the bombast epithets, pathetical adjuncts, incomparably fair, curiously neat, divine, sweet, dainty, delicious, and pretty diminutives, corculum, suavilum, and pleasant names may be invented. Bird, mouse, lamb, puss, pigeon, pigsney, kid, honey, love, dove, chicken, and he puts on her. Meum mel, me suavitas, meum cor, meum suavilum, me lepors. My life, my light, my jewel, my glory, Margareta speciosa, cujus respectu omnia mundi pretiosa sordent, my sweet Margaret, my sole delight and darling. And as Rhodamant courted Isabella, by all kind words and gestures that he might, he calls her his dear heart, his sole beloved, his joyful comfort, and his sweet delight, his mistress and his goddess, and such names as loving knights apply to lovely dames. Every cloth she wears, every fashion pleaseth him above measure. Her hand, o quales digitos, quos habet illa manus. Pretty foot, pretty coronets, her sweet carriage, sweet voice, tone, oh that pretty tone, her divine and lovely looks, her everything, lovely, sweet, amiable, and pretty. Her very name, let it be what it will, is a most pretty, pleasing name. I believe now there is some secret power and virtue in names, every action, sight, habit, gesture. He admires whether she play, sing, or dance in what tires soever she goeth, how excellent it was, how well it became her, never the like seen or heard. Mil habet ornatus, mil decenter habit. Let her wear what she will, do what she will, say what she will, quicquid enim dicit, seu facit, omni dicet. He applauds and admires everything she wears, saith or doth. Illam quicquid agit, quoquo vestigia verdit, composuit ferdum subsequitur decor. Seu solvit crines, fusis dicet esse capillis, seu compsit, comptes est reverenda commis. Whate'er she doth, or whither'er she go, a sweet and pleasing grace attends forsooth. Or loose, or bind her hair, or comb it up, she's to be honored in what she doth. Vestum induiter formosa est, exuiter tota forma est, let her be dressed or undressed, all is one, she is excellent still, beautiful, fair, and lovely to behold. Women do as much by men, nay more far fonder, weaker, and that by many parasangs. Come to me, my dear Lycias, saith Mucius in Aristaenetus, come quickly, sweetheart. All other men are satyrs, mere clowns, blockheads to thee, nobody to thee. Thy looks, words, gestures, actions, and are incomparably beyond all others. Venus was never so much besotted on her Adonis, Phaedra so delighted in Hippolytus, Ariadne in Theseus, Thisbe in her Pyramus, as she is enamored on her Mopsus. Be thou the marigold, and I will be the sun, be thou the friar, and I will be the nun. I could repeat centuries of such. Now tell me what greater dotage or blindness can there be than this in both sexes? And yet their slavery is more eminent, a greater sign of their folly than the rest. They are commonly slaves, captives, voluntary servants, amator amici mancipium, as Castilio terms him, his mistress, servant, her drudge, prisoner, bondman, what not. He composeth himself wholly to her affections to please her, and, as Emilia said, makes himself her lackey. All his cares, actions, all his thoughts are subordinate to her will and commandment, her most devout, obsequious, affectionate servant and vassal. For love, as Cyrus in Xenophon well observed, is a mere tyranny, worse than any disease, and they that are troubled with it desire to be free and cannot, but are harder bound than if they were in iron chains. What greater captivity or slavery can there be, as Tully expostulates, than to be in love? Is he a free man over whom a woman domineers, to whom she prescribes laws, commands, forbids what she will herself? That dares deny nothing she demands, she asks, he gives, she calls, he comes, she threatens, he fears, nequissimum hunc servum puto, I account this man a very drudge. And as he follows it, is this no small servitude for an enamourate to be every hour combing his head, stiffening his beard, perfuming his hair, washing his face with sweet water, painting, curling, and not to come abroad but sprucely crowned, decked, and apparelled? Yet these are but toys in respect. To go to the barber, baths, theatres, and see, he must attend upon her wherever she goes, run along the streets by her doors and windows to see her, take all opportunities, sleeveless errands, disguise counterfeit shapes, and as many forms as Jupiter himself ever took, and come every day to her house, as he will surely do if he be truly enamored, and offer her service, and follow her up and down from room to room, as Lucretia's suitors did. He cannot contain himself, but he will do it. He must and will be where she is, sit next her, still talking with her. If I did but let my glove fall by chance, as the said Aretine's Lucretia brags, I had one of my suitors, nay 2 or 3 at once ready to stoop and take it up and kiss it, and with a low conge deliver it unto me. If I would walk, another was ready to sustain me by the arm. A third to provide fruits, pears, plums, cherries, or whatsoever I would eat or drink. All this and much more he doth in her presence, and when he comes home, as Troilus to his Cressida, 'tis all his meditation to recount with himself his actions, words, gestures, what entertainment he had, how kindly she used him in such a place, how she smiled, how she graced him, and that infinitely pleased him. And then he breaks out, O sweet Erosa, O my dearest Antiphyla, O most divine looks, O lovely graces, and thereupon instantly he makes an epigram, or a sonnet to 5 or 7 tunes in her commendation, or else he ruminates how she rejected his service, denied him a kiss, disgraced him, and that as effectually torments him. And these are his exercises between comb and glass, madrigals, elegies, and these his cogitations till he see her again. But all this is easy and gentle, and the least part of his labor and bondage. No hunter will take such pains for his game, fowler for his sport, or soldier to sack a city, as he will for his mistress, favor. Ipsa comes veniam, nec me cerebrosum movebunt saxa, nec obliquo dent timendus aper. As Phaedra to Hippolytus. No danger shall affright, for if that be true the poet's feign, love is the son of Mars and Venus. As he hath delights, pleasures, elegances from his mother, so hath he hardness, valor, and boldness from his father. And 'tis true that Bernard hath, amore nihil malleus, nihil volentius, nothing so boisterous, nothing so tender as love. If once, therefore, enamored, he will go, run, ride many a mile to meet her, day and night, in a very dark night, endure scorching heat, cold, wait in frost and snow, rain, tempest, till his teeth chatter in his head. Those northern winds and showers cannot cool or quench his flame of love. In tempesta noct non deterretur. He will, take my word, sustain hunger, thirst, penetrabit omnia, perumpit omnia. Love will find out a way, through thick and thin he will to her. Expeditissimi montes videnter omnes tranabiles. He will swim through an ocean, ride post over the Alps, Apennines, or Pyrenean hills, ignum marisque fluctus, ac turbines venti paradis est transir. Though it rain daggers with their points downward, light or dark, all is one. Rosida per tenebris faunus ad antra venit. For her sweet sake he will undertake Hercules's 12 labors, endure, hazard, and see, he feels it not. What shall I say, saith Thetis, of their great dangers they undergo, single combats they undertake, how they will venture their lives, creep in at windows, gutters, climb over walls to come to their sweethearts, anointing the doors and hinges with oil, because they should not creak, tread soft, swim, wade, watch, and see, and if they be surprised, leap out at windows, cast themselves headlong down, bruising or breaking their legs or arms, and sometimes losing life itself, as Callisto did for his lovely Melibea. Hear some of their own confessions, protestations, complaints, proffers, expostulations, wishes, brutish attempts, labors in this kind. Hercules served Omphale, put on an apron, took a distaff and spun. Thraso the soldier was so submissive to ties that he was resolved to do whatever she enjoined. Ego me tidy dedum, et faciam quod jubit, I am at her service. Philostratus in an epistle to his mistress, I am ready to die sweetheart if it be thy will. Allay his thirst whom thy star hath scorched and undone, the fountains and rivers deny no man drink that comes. The fountain doth not say thou shalt not drink, nor the apple thou shalt not eat, nor the fair meadow walk not in me, but thou alone wilt not let me come near thee, or see thee, contemned and despised I die for grief. Pollianus, when his mistress Circe did but frown upon him in Petronius, drew his sword and bade her kill, stab, or whip him to death, he would strip himself naked and not resist. Another will take a journey to Japan, longi navigationis molestis non curans. A third, if she say it, will not speak a word for a 12-month space, her command shall be most inviolably kept. A fourth will take Hercules' club from him, and with that centurion in the Spanish Calastina, will kill 10 men for his mistress Erusa. For a word of her mouth he will cut bucklers in two like pippins, and flap down men like flies, elige quo mortis gener illum occidi cupis. Galatus of Mantua did a little more. For when he was almost mad for love of a fair maid in the city, she, to try him belike what he would do for her sake, bade him in jest leap into the river Po if he loved her. He forthwith did leap headlong off the bridge and was drowned. Another at Ficinum in like passion, when his mistress by chance, thinking no harm I dare swear, bade him go hang, the next night at her doors hanged himself. Money, saith Xenophon, is a very acceptable and welcome guest, yet I had rather give it my dear Clinia than take it of others. I had rather serve him than command others. I had rather be his drudge than take my ease, undergo any danger for his sake than live in security. For I had rather see Clinia than all the world besides, and had rather want the sight of all other things than him alone. I am angry with the night and sleep that I may not see him, and thank the light and sun because they show me my Clinia. I will run into the fire for his sake, and if you did but see him, I know that you likewise would run with me. So Philostratus to his mistress, command me what you will, I will do it. Bid me go to sea, I am gone in an instant, take so many stripes, I am ready, run through the fire, and lay down my life and soul at thy feet. 'Tis done, so did. Aeolus to Juno. Tus o regina quod optas explorer labor, mihi jussa capsir fas est. O queen, it is thy pains to enjoin me still, and I am bound to execute thy will. And Phaedra to Hippolytus, me vel sororem Hippolyte aut famulum voca, famulanc podius, omni servitium ferem. O call me sister, call me servant, choose, or rather servant, I am thine to use. Non me per altas ire si jubias knives, piget galates ingredi pindi jugas, non si per eans ire out in festa agmena cunctor. Paradis and cibus pectus dare, t tunc juber, me deset jussa exequi. It shall not grieve me to the snowy hills, or frozen Pindus tops forthwith to climb, or run through fire, or through an army, say but the word, for I am always thine. Callicratides in Lucian breaks out into this passionate speech. O God of heaven, grant me this life forever to sit over against my mistress, and to hear her sweet voice, to go in and out with her, to have every other business common with her. I would labor when she labors, sail when she sails, he that hates her should hate me, and if a tyrant kill her, he should kill me. If she should die, I would not live, and one grave should hold us both. Finiat elamios moriens morientes amores. Abrachamus in Aristaenetus makes the like petition for his Delphia. Tecum viver amum, tecum obum lubens, I desire to live with thee, and I am ready to die with thee. 'Tis the same strain which Thegens used to his Chariclea, so that I may but enjoy thy love, let me die presently. Leander to his hero, when he besought the sea waves to let him go quietly to his love, and kill him coming back. Parsite dum preparo, mergite dum ridio. Spare me whilst I go, drown me as I return. 'Tis the common humor of them all, to contemn death, to wish for death, to confront death in this case, quipques nec fiera, nec ignes, nec precipitium, nec fretum, nec insis, nec lacus gravia videnter. 'Tis their desire, saith Tyrius, to die, haud timit mortem, cupit ire in ipsos, obvious enses. He does not fear death, he desireth such upon the very swords. Though 1,000 dragons or devils keep the gates, Cerberus himself, Sciron and Procrastes lay in wait, and the way as dangerous, as inaccessible as hell, through fiery flames and over burning coulters, he will adventure for all this. And as Peter Abelard lost his testicles for his Hellas, he will I say not venture an incision, but life itself. For how many gallants offered to lose their lives for a night's lodging with Cleopatra in those days, and in the hour or moment of death, 'tis their sole comfort to remember their dear mistress, as Zerbino slain in France and Brandemart in Barbary, as Arcite did his Emily. When he felt death, dusked been his eyes, and faded is his breath, but on his lady yet casteth he his eye. His last word was, Mercy Amelie, his spirit changed, and out went there, whether I cannot tell, ni where. When Captain Gabrius by an unlucky accident had received his death's wound, "Hew me miserum exclamat, miserable man that I am," instead of other devotions, he cries out, "Shall I die before I see my sweetheart Rodanthe? Sic amor mortem, saith mine author, out quicquid humanitas accidit, aspernator, so love triumphs, contemns, insults over death itself." 13 proper young men lost their lives for that fair Hippodamia's sake, the daughter of Onomaus, king of Elis. When that hard condition was proposed of death or victory, they made no account of it, but courageously for love died, till Pelops at last won her by a sleight. As many gallants desperately adventured their dearest blood for Atalanta, the daughter of Schoeneus, in hope of marriage, all vanquished and overcame, till Hippomenes by a few golden apples happily obtained his suit. Perseus of old fought with a sea monster for Andromeda's sake, and our Saint George freed the king's daughter of Sabia. The golden legend is mine author, that was exposed to a dragon by a terrible combat. Our knights-errant and the Sir Lancelots of these days, I hope, will adventure as much for ladies' favours, as the Squire of Dames, Knight of the Sun, Sir Bevis of Southampton, or that renowned peer, Orlando, who long time had loved dear Angelica the fair, and for her sake about the world in nations far and near, did high attempts perform and undertake. He is a very dastard, a coward, a block, and a beast that will not do as much, but they will. For it is an ordinary thing for these enamorados of our time to say and do more, to stab their arms, carouse in blood, or as that Thessalian Thuro, that bit off his own thumb, provocans rivalum ad hoc emulendum, to make his co-rival do as much. 'Tis frequent with them to challenge the field for their lady and mistress' sake, to run a tilt that either bears, so furiously they meet, the other down under the horse's feet. And then up and to it again, and with their axes both so sorely poor, that neither plate nor mail sustain the store, but rivelled reek like rotten wood asunder, and fire did flash like lightning after thunder. And in her quarrel to fight so long till their headpiece, bucklers be all broken, and swords hacked like so many saws, for they must not see her abused in any sort. 'Tis blasphemy to speak against her, a dishonour without all good respect to name her. 'Tis common with these creatures to drink healths upon their bare knees, though it were a mile to the bottom, no matter of what mixture, off it comes. If she bid them, they will go barefoot to Jerusalem, to the great Cham's court, to the East Indies, to fetch her a bird to wear in her hat. And with Drake and Candish sail round about the world for her sweet sake, adversus ventis, serve twice 7 years, as Jacob did for Rachel. Do as much as Jesmunda, the daughter of Tancredus, prince of Salerna, did for Gisardus, her true love, eat his heart when he died. Or as Artemisia drank her husband's bones beaten to powder, and so bury him and herself, and endure more torments than Theseus or Paris. Et his collator Venus Magi's quam theor, et victimus. With such sacrifices as these, as Aristaenetus holds, Venus is well pleased. Generally they undertake any pain, any labor, any toil for their mistress' sake, love and admire a servant, not to her alone, but to all her friends and followers. They hug and embrace them for her sake. Her dog, picture, and everything she wears, they adore it as a relic. If any man come from her, they feast him, reward him, will not be out of his company, do him all offices, still remembering, still talking of her. Nam sia best quad aims, presto simulacra tamen sunt alias, et nomen dulce observator ad horas. The very carrier that comes from him to her is a most welcome guest, and if he bring a letter, she will read it 20 times over, and as Lucretia did by Euryalus, kiss the letter 1,000 times together, and then read it. And Chelidonia by Philonius, after many sweet kisses, put the letter in her bosom, and kiss again, and often look thereon, and stay the messenger that would be gone. And asked many pretty questions, over and over again, as how he looked, what he did, and what he said. In a word, vult plaisir sis amici, vult mihi, vult pedisequi, vult famulis, vult etiam insilis, et catulo mio. He strives to please his mistress and her maid, her servants and her dog, and's well apaid. If he get any remnant of hers, a busk point, a feather of her fan, a shoe tie, a lace, a ring, a bracelet of hair, pignusc dioptum lacertes, aut digito male pertinaci. He wears it for a favor on his arm, in his hat, finger, or next his heart. Her picture he adores twice a day, and for 2 hours together will not look off it, as Laodamia did by Procellaus when he went to war, sit at home with his picture before her. A garter or a bracelet of hers is more precious than any saint's relic. He lays it up in his casket. O blessed relic, and every day will kiss it. If in her presence, his eye is never off her, and drink he will where she drank, if it be possible in that very place, and see if absent he will walk in the walk, sit under that tree where she did use to sit in that bower, in that very seat. Et foribus miser oscula fidget, many years after sometimes, though she be far distant and dwell many miles off, he loves yet to walk that way still, to have his chamber window look that way. To walk by that river's side, which, though far away, runs by the house where she dwells, he loves the wind blows to that coast. O quatis dixi zephyrus properantibus aluc, felicis pulchram visceri emarulata venti. O happy western winds that blow that way, for you shall see my love's fair face today. He will send a message to her by the wind. Vas ori alpini, placides de montibus ori, hic illi portate. He desires to confer with some of her acquaintance, for his heart is still with her, to talk of her, admiring and commending her, lamenting, moaning, wishing himself anything for her sake, to have opportunity to see her, oh that he might but enjoy her presence. So did Philostratus to his mistress, O happy ground on which she treads, and happy were I if she would tread upon me. I think her countenance would make the rivers stand, and when she comes abroad, birds will sing and come about her. Ridebunt vols, ridebunt obvia tempi, in florum viridies protinus ibi humus. The fields will laugh, the pleasant valleys burn, and all the grass will into flowers turn. Omnes ambrosium spirabit ora. When she is in the meadow, she is fairer than any flower, for that lasts but for a day. The river is pleasing, but it vanisheth on a sudden, but thy flower doth not fade, thy stream is greater than the sea. If I look upon the heaven, methinks I see the sun fallen down to shine below, and thee to shine in his place, whom I desire. If I look upon the night, methinks I see two more glorious stars, Hesperus and thyself. A little after he thus courts his mistress, if thou goest forth of the city, the protecting gods that keep the town will run after to gaze upon thee. If thou sail upon the seas, as so many small boats, they will follow thee. What river would not run into the sea? Another, he sighs and sobs, swears he hath corsissum, a heart bruised to powder, dissolved and melted within him, or quite gone from him to his mistress. Bosom belike, he is in an oven, a salamander in the fire, so scorched with love's heat. He wisheth himself a saddle for her to sit on, a posy for her to smell to, and it would not grieve him to be hanged if he might be strangled in her garters. He would willingly die tomorrow, so that she might kill him with her own hands. Ovid would be a flea, a gnat, a ring, Catullus a sparrow, o si tecum ludir sicut ipsa possum, et tristes animi lever curas. Anacreon, a glass, a gown, a chain, anything said speculum ego ipsfium, ut me tuum usque cernas, et vestes ipsfium, ut me tuum usque gests. Mutari et opto in undam, lavum tuos ut artis nardus purlifium, ut ego tapsum iningam, sim fascia and papilles tuo et monal calo, fiam calcius, me saltum ut pede usque calces. But I a looking-glass would be, still to be looked upon by thee, or I, my love, would be thy gown, by thee to be worn up and down, or a pure well full to the brims that I might wash thy purer limbs, or I'd be precious balm to noint with choicest care each choicest joint, or, if I might, I would be fain about thy neck thy happy chain, or would it were my blessed hap to be the lawn o'er thy fair pap, or would I were thy shoe, to be daily trod upon by thee. O thrice happy man that shall enjoy her, as they that saw Hero in Museus and Salmacis to Hermaphroditus, Felis's mater and see Felix Nutrix. Sed lunge cunctis, longec beatier alle, quem fructu sponsi et socii dignaber lecti. The same passion made her break out in the comedy, ne ali fortunati, sunt qui cum allo cubant, happy are his bedfellows. And as she said of Cyprus, beta qui illi uxor futura esset, blessed is that woman that shall be his wife, nay, thrice happy she that shall enjoy him but a night. Una nox Javis sceptro equiparanda, such a night's lodging is worth Jupiter's scepter. Qualis nox erit illa dea, diec quam mollis thoris. Oh, what a blissful night would it be, how soft, how sweet a bed. She will adventure all her estate for such a night, for a nectarian, a balsam kiss alone. Qui ti vidit beatus est, beatier qui ti audiet, qui ti potiter est deus. The Sultan of Sana's wife in Arabia, when she had seen Vertimanus, that comely traveler, lamented to herself in this manner, O God, thou hast made this man whiter than the sun, but me, mine husband, and all my children black. I would to God he were my husband, or that I had such a son. She fell a-weeping, and so impatient for love at last that, as Potiphar's wife did by Joseph, she would have had him gone in with her. She sent away Gazella, Tegea, Galtzarana, her waiting maids, loaded him with fair promises and gifts, and wooed him with all the rhetoric she could. Extremum hoc miseri demunis amenti, grant this last request to a wretched lover. But when he gave not consent, she would have gone with him and left all to be his page, his servant, or his lackey, certa sequicharum corpus ad umbra salit, so that she might enjoy him, threatening moreover to kill herself, and see men will do as much and more for women, spend goods, lands, lives, fortunes. Kings will leave their crowns, as King John for Matilda the nun at Dunmow. But kings in this yet privileged may be, I'll be a monk so I may live with thee. The very gods will endure any shame ac aliquis dedeas non tristibus inquit, and see, be a spectacle as Mars and Venus were to all the rest. So did Lucian's Mercury wish, and peradventure so dost thou. They will adventure their lives with alacrity, pro qua non metuem mori, nay more, pro qua non metuem bis mori, I will die twice, nay 20 times for her. If she die, there's no remedy, they must die with her, they cannot help it. A lover in Calcagninus wrote this on his darling's tomb, Quincia obiit, sed non quincia sola obiit, Quincia obiit, sed cum quincia et ips obii, rissus obit gratia, lucis obit, nec me nunc anima in pector, at in tumulo est. Quincia my dear is dead, but not alone, for I am dead, and with her I am gone, sweet smiles, mirth, graces, all with her do rest, and my soul too, for 'tis not in my breast. How many doting lovers upon the like occasion might say the same? But these are toys in respect, they will hazard their very souls for their mistress' sake. Ac aliquis inter juvens muratus est, et verbum dixit, non ego in calo cuperum deus esse, nostrum uxorum habens domi hero. One said, to heaven would I not desire at all to go, if that at mine own house I had such a fine wife as Hero. Venus forsook heaven for Adonis' sake, calo prefertur Adonis. Old Janiver in Chaucer thought when he had his fair May he should never go to heaven, he should live so merrily here on earth. Had I such a mistress, he protests, calum deis ego non suum invidrum, sed sordum mihi die meme invidrant. I would not envy their prosperity, the gods should envy my felicity. Another as earnestly desires to behold his sweetheart, he will adventure and leave all this, and more than this to see her alone. Omnia qui patior mala si penser velit fors, una aliqua nobis prosperitate, de hoc precor, ut faciant me cerner coram, cor mihi captivum qui tenet hocs, deem. If all my mischiefs were recompensed, and God would give we what I requested, I would my mistress' presence only seek, which doth mine heart in prison captive keep. But who can reckon upon the dotage, madness, servitude, and blindness, the foolish phantasms and vanities of lovers, their torments, wishes, idle attempts, yet for all this, amongst so many irksome, absurd, troublesome symptoms, inconveniences, fantastical fits, and passions which are usually incident to such persons, there be some good and graceful qualities in lovers, which this affection causeth. As it makes wise men fools, so many times it makes fools become wise. It makes base fellows become generous, cowards courageous, as Cardan notes out of Plutarch, covetous, liberal, and magnificent, clowns, civil, cruel, gentle, wicked, profane persons to become religious, slovens, neat churls, merciful, and dumb dogs, eloquent, your lazy drones, quick and nimble. Fieras mens demat Cupido, that fierce, cruel, and rude Cyclops Polyphemus sighed, and shed many a salt tear for Galatia's sake. No passion causeth greater alterations, or more vehement of joy or discontent. Plutarch, Sympos, lib 5, Quist, 1 saith that the soul of a man in love is full of perfumes and sweet odors, and all manner of pleasing tones and tunes, insomuch that it is hard to say, as he adds, whether love do mortal men more harm than good. It adds spirits and makes them, otherwise soft and silly, generous and courageous, audacem facibat amor. Ariadne's love made Theseus so adventurous, and Medea's beauty Jason so victorious. Expectorat amor timorum. Plato is of opinion that the love of Venus made Mars so valorous. A young man will be much abashed to commit any foul offense that shall come to the hearing or sight of his mistress. As he that desired of his enemy now dying, to lay him with his face upward, ni amasius vidrit eum a tergo vulneratum, lest his sweetheart should say he was a coward. And if it were possible to have an army consist of lovers, such as love or are beloved, they would be extraordinary valiant and wise in their government. Modesty would detain them from doing amiss. Emulation incite them to do that which is good and honest, and a few of them would overcome a great company of others. There is no man so pusillanimous, so very a dastard, whom love would not incense, make of a divine temper and an heroical spirit. As he said in like case, Tota ruet caeli moles, non terrier and c. Nothing can terrify, nothing can dismay them. But as Sir Blandimer and Peridot, those two brave fairy knights, fought for the love of fair Florimel in presence, and drawing both their swords with rage anew, like two mad mastiffs each other slew. And shields did share, and mails did rash, and helms did hew. So furiously each other did assail, as if their souls at once they would have rent, out of their breasts that streams of blood did trail adown as if their springs of life were spent, that all the ground with purple blood was sprent, and all their armor stained with bloody gore, yet scarcely once to breath would they relent. So mortal was their malice and so sore, that both resolved, then yield, to die before. Every base swain in love will dare to do as much for his dear mistress' sake. He will fight and fetch, Argivum Clypium, that famous buckler of Argus, to do her service, adventure at all, undertake any enterprise. And as Serenus the Spaniard, then governor of Slies, made answer to Marquis Spinola, if the enemy brought 50,000 devils against him, he would keep it. The 9 worthies, Oliver and Roland, and 40 dozen of peers are all in him. He is all metal armor of proof, more than a man, and in this case improved beyond himself. For as Agatho contends, a true lover is wise, just, temperate, and valiant. I doubt not, therefore, but if a man had such an army of lovers as Castilio supposeth, he might soon conquer all the world, except by chance he met with such another army of enamorados to oppose it. For so perhaps they might fight as that fatal dog and fatal hare in the heavens, course one another round, and never make an end. Castilio thinks Ferdinand, King of Spain, would never have conquered Granada, had not Queen Isabel and her ladies been present at the siege. It cannot be expressed what courage the Spanish knights took. When the ladies were present, a few Spaniards overcame a multitude of Moors. They will undergo any danger whatsoever, as Sir Walter Manny in Edward III's time, stuck full of ladies' favors, fought like a dragon. For soli amantes, as Plato holds, pro amicis moria petunt, only lovers will die for their friends and in their mistress quarrel. And for that cause he would have women follow the camp, to be spectators and encouragers of noble actions. Upon such an occasion, the squire of dames himself, Sir Lancelot or Sir Tristram, Caesar or Alexander, shall not be more resolute or go beyond them. Not courage only doth love add, but as I said, subtlety, wit, and many pretty devices, namque dolos inspirat amor, fraudesque ministrat, Jupiter in love with Leda, and not knowing how to compass his desire, turned himself into a swan, and got Venus to pursue him in the likeness of an eagle. Which she doing, for shelter, he fled to Leda's lap, et in a Jew's gremio si collicavit, Leda embraced him, and so fell fast asleep, said dormientum Jupiter compressit, by which means Jupiter had his will. Infinite such tricks love can devise, such fine feats in abundance, with wisdom and wariness, quis fallor possit amentum. All manner of civility, decency, compliment, and good behavior, plus solis et leporis, polite graces, and merry conceits. Bicaxio hath a pleasant tale to this purpose, which he borrowed from the Greeks, and which Beroldus hath turned into Latin, Bibelius in verse, of Simon and Iphigenia. This Simon was a fool, a proper man of person, and the governor of Cyprus' son. But a very ass, insomuch that his father being ashamed of him, sent him to a farmhouse he had in the country, to be brought up. Where by chance, as his manner was, walking alone, he espied a gallant young gentlewoman, named Iphigenia, a burgomaster's daughter of Cyprus, with her maid, by a brook side in a little thicket, fast asleep in her smock, where she had newly bathed herself. When Simon saw her, he stood leaning on his staff, gaping on her immovable and in amaze. At last he fell so far in love with the glorious object, that he began to rouse himself up, to bethink what he would needs follow her to the city, and for her sake began to be civil, to learn to sing and dance, to play on instruments, and got all those gentlemanlike qualities and compliments in a short space, which his friends were most glad of. In brief, he became, from an idiot and a clown, to be one of the most complete gentlemen in Cyprus, did many valorous exploits, and all for the love of Mistress Iphigenia. In a word, I may say thus much of them all, let them be never so clownish, rude and horrid, grobians and sluts, if once they be in love they will be most neat and spruce. For omnibus rebus, et nitidis nitoribus antivenet amor, they will follow the fashion, begin to trick up, and to have a good opinion of themselves, venestatum enim mater Venus. A ship is not so long a rigging as a young gentlewoman a trimming up herself against her sweetheart comes. A painter's shop, a flowery meadow, no so gracious aspect in nature's storehouse as a young maid, nubilis puella, a novitza or Venetian bride, that looks for a husband, or a young man that is her suitor. Composed looks, composed gait, clothes, gestures, actions, all composed. All the graces, elegances in the world are in her face. Their best robes, ribbons, chains, jewels, lawns, linens, laces, spangles must come on, praeter quam res patitor student elegantiae. They are beyond all measure coy, nice, and too curious on a sudden. Tease all their study, all their business, how to wear their clothes neat, to be polite and terse, and to set out themselves. No sooner doth a young man see his sweetheart coming, but he smugs up himself, pulls up his cloak now fallen about his shoulders, ties his garters, points, sets his band, cuffs, slicks his hair, twires his beard, and see when Mercury was to come before his mistress. Claminc ut pendit apt collocat, ut limbus tadumc apparit orum. He put his cloak in order that the lace, and hem and gold work all might have his grace. Salmacis would not be seen of Hermaphroditus, till she had spruced up herself first, nec tamen ante adiet, etsi properabat adaer, quam si compassut, quam circumspexit amictus, et finxit vultum, et meruit formosa vidri. Nor did she come, although 'twas her desire, till she composed herself and trimmed her tire, and set her looks to make him to admire. Venus had so ordered the matter, that when her son Aeneas was to appear before Queen Dido, he was os humorosque dio similes, namc ipsa decorum Caesarem natogenitrix, luminc juventi purpureum et lidos oculis afflaret honors. Like a god, for she was the tirewoman herself, to set him out with all natural and artificial impostures. As Mother Mammia did her son Heliogabalus, new chosen emperor, when he was to be seen of the people first. When the hirsute cyclopical Polyphemus courted Galatea, jamc tibi formi, jamc est tibi cura placendi, jam rigidos pectis rastris polypheme capillos, jam libet hirsutam tibi fals residir barbem, et specter fieros in aqua et componer vultus. And then he did begin to prank himself, to plait and comb his head, and beard to shave, and look his face water as a glass, and to compose himself for to be brave. He was upon a sudden now spruce and keen, as a new ground hatchet. He now began to have a good opinion of his own features and good parts, now to be a gallant. Jam Galatea veni, nec munera dispisa nostra, cert ego me novi, liquidac in imagine vidi nuperaque, placuic mihi me forma videnti. Come now, my Galatea, scorn me not, nor my poor presence. For but yesterday I saw myself water, and methought full fair I was, then scorn me not, I say. Non summadio informis, nuper me in litter vidi, cum placidum ventis staret mare. 'Tis the common humor of all suitors to trick up themselves, to be prodigal in apparel, pure lotus, neat, combed and curled with powdered hair, comptus et calamistratus, with a long love lock, a flower in his ear, perfumed gloves, rings, scarves, feathers, points, and sea. As if he were a prince's Ganymede with everyday new suits as the fashion varies. Going as if he trod upon eggs, as Heinsius writ to Primerus, if once he be besotten on a wench, he must like awake at nights. Renounce his book, sigh and lament, now and then weep for his hard hap, and mark above all things what hats, bands, doublets, breeches are in fashion, how to cut his beard and wear his locks, to turn up his mustachios and curl his head, prune his pickadevant, or if he wear it abroad, that the east side be correspondent to the west. He may be scoffed at otherwise, as Julian that apostate emperor was for wearing a long hirsute goatish beard, fit to make ropes with, as in his Mysopogon, or that apologetical oration he made at Antioch to excuse himself. He doth ironically confess, it hindered his kissing, nam non licuit into pura puris, eoc sua viribus labra labris adjunger. But he did not much esteem it, as it seems by the sequel, do Icipiendes dandus osculis non laboro. Yet to follow mine author, it may much concern a young lover, he must be more respectful in this behalf, he must be in league with an excellent tailor. Barber tonsorum pucrum sed art talum, qualis nec thalamis fuit nerinus. Have neat shoe ties, points, garters, speak in print, walk in print, eat and drink in print, and that which is all in all, he must be mad in print. Amongst other good qualities an amorous fellow is endowed with, he must learn to sing and dance, play upon some instrument or other, as without all doubt he will, if he be truly touched with this lodestone of love. For as Erasmus hath it, musicam docet amor et poesia, love will make them musicians, and to compose ditties, madrigals, elegies, love sonnets, and sing them to several pretty tunes, to get all good qualities may be had. Jupiter perceived Mercury to be in love with Philologia, because he learned languages, polite speech. For Suedella herself was Venus' daughter, as some write, arts and sciences, quo virgini placerit, all to ingratiate himself and please his mistress. 'Tis their chiefest study to sing, dance, and without question, so many gentlemen and gentlewomen would not be so well qualified in this kind, if love did not incite them. Who, saith Castilio, would learn to play, or give his mind to music, learn to dance, or make so many rhymes, love songs, as most do, but for women's sake, because they hope by that means to purchase their good wills and win their favor. We see this daily verified in our young women and wives, they that being maids took so much pains to sing, play, and dance, with such cost and charge to their parents, to get those graceful qualities, now being married will scarce touch an instrument, they care not for it. Constantine Agricult, Lib 11, Cap. 18 makes Cupid himself to be a great dancer. By the same token as he was capering amongst the gods, he flung down a bowl of nectar, which distilling upon the white rose, ever since made it red. And Callistratus, by the help of Daedalus, about Cupid's statue made a many of young wenches still a-dancing, to signify belike that Cupid was much affected with it, as without all doubt he was. For at his and Psyche's wedding, the gods being present to grace the feast, Ganymede filled nectar in abundance, as Apuleius describes it. Vulcan was the cook, the hours made all fine with roses and flowers. Apollo played on the harp, the muses sang to it, sed suavi musici super ingressa Venus saltavit, but his mother Venus danced to his and their sweet content. Witty Lucian in that pathetical love passage, or pleasant description of Jupiter's stealing of Europa, and swimming from Phoenicia to Crete, makes the sea calm, the winds hush, Neptune and Amphitrite riding in their chariot to break the waves before them. The Tritons dancing round about, with every one a torch. The sea nymphs half naked, keeping time on dolphins' backs and singing Hymenæus, Cupid nimbly tripping on the top of the waters, and Venus herself coming after in a shell. Strewing roses and flowers on their heads, Praxiteles in all his pictures of love feigns Cupid ever smiling and looking upon dancers, and in St. Mark's in Rome, whose work I know not, one of the most delicious pieces is a many of satyrs dancing about a wench asleep, so that dancing still is as it were a necessary appendix to love matters. Young lasses are never better pleased than when as upon a holiday, after evensong, they may meet their sweethearts, and dance about a maypole, or in a town green under a shady elm. Nothing so familiar in France, as for citizens' wives and maids to dance around in the streets, and often too, for want of better instruments, to make good music of their own voices, and dance after it. Yea, many times this love will make old men and women that have more toes than teeth dance. John, come kiss me now, mask and mum. For Camus and Hymen love masks and all such merriments above measure, will allow men to put on women's apparel in some cases, and promiscuously to dance, young and old, rich and poor, generous and base, of all sorts. Paulus Jovius taxeth Augustine Niphus the philosopher, for that being an old man, and a public professor, a father of many children, he was so mad for the love of a young maid, that which many of his friends were ashamed to see, an old gouty fellow, yet would dance after fiddlers. Many laughed him to scorn for it, but this omnipotent love would have it so. Hyacinthino bacillo properans amor, mea degit violenter ad sequendum. Love hasty with his purple staff, did make me follow, and the dance to undertake. And 'tis no news this, no indecorum, for why? A good reason may be given of it. Cupid and Death met both in an inn, and being merrily disposed, they did exchange some arrows from either quiver, ever since young men die, and oftentimes old men dote, sic moritur juvenes, sic moribundus amat, and who can then withstand it? If once we be in love, young or old, though our teeth shake in our heads, like virginal jacks, or stand parallel asunder like the arches of a bridge, there is no remedy. We must dance trenchmore for a need, over tables, chairs, and stools, and see and prinkum prankum is a fine dance. Plutarch Sympos. 1. Queest. 5 doth in some sort excuse it, and telleth us moreover in what sense, musicam docet amor, licet prius furit rudis, how love makes them that had no skill before learn to sing and dance. He concludes, 'Tis only that power and prerogative love hath over us. Love, as he holds, will make a silent man speak, a modest man most officious, dull, quick, slow, nimble, and that which is most to be admired, a hard, base, untractable churl, as fire doth iron in a smith's forge, free, facile, gentle, and easy to be entreated. Nay, 'twill make him prodigal in the other extreme, and give 100 sesterces for a night's lodging, as they did of old to Lies of Corinth, or ducenta drachmara millia pro unica noct, as Mundus to Paulina, spend all his fortunes, as too many do in like case to obtain his suit. For which cause many compare love to wine, which makes men jovial and merry, frolic and sad, wine, sing, dance, and what not. But above all the other symptoms of lovers, this is not lightly to be overpassed, that likely of what condition soever, if once they be in love, they turn to their ability, rhymers, ballad makers, and poets. For as Plutarch saith, they will be witnesses and trumpeters of their paramours' good parts, bedecking them with verses and commendatory songs, as we do statues with gold, that they may be remembered and admired of all. Ancient men will dote in this kind sometimes as well as the rest. The heat of love will thaw their frozen affections, dissolve the ice of age, and so far enable them, though they be 60 years of age above the girdle, to be scarce 30 beneath. Jovianus Pontanus makes an old fool rhyme, and turn poetaster to please his mistress. Ni ringas Mariana, mios me disposacanos, de sane nam juvenum dia refera pots, and c. Sweet Marian, do not mine age disdain, for thou canst make an old man young again. They will be still singing amorous songs and ditties, if young especially, and cannot abstain though it be when they go to, or should be at church. We have a pretty story to this purpose in Westminsteriensis, an old writer of ours, if you will believe it, N. Dom. 1012. At Colwys in Saxony, on Christmas Eve a company of young men and maids, whilst the priest was at Mass in the church, were singing catches and love songs in the churchyard. He sent to them to make less noise, but they sung on still. And if you will, you shall have the very song itself. Equitabet homo per sylvam frondosum, ducebac secum meswinden formosum. Quid stamus cur non emus? A fellow rid by the greenwood side, and fair Meswind was his bride. Why stand we so, and do not go? This they sung, he chaffed, till at length, impatient as he was, he prayed to Saint Magnus, patron of the church, they might all three sing and dance till that time 12-month. And so they did without meat and drink, wearisomeness, or giving over, till at year's end they ceased singing, and were absolved by Herbertus Archbishop of Cologne. They will in all places be doing thus, young folks especially, reading love stories, talking of this or that young man, such a fair maid, singing, telling, or hearing lascivious tales, scurrilous tunes. Such objects are their sole delight, their continual meditation, and as Guastavinius adds in 4. Sect. 27. Prov. Arist. Ob semines abundantium crebri cogitations, veneris frequens recordatio et pruriens voluptas, and see an earnest longing comes hence, pruriens corpus, pruriens anima, amorous conceits, tickling thoughts, sweet and pleasant hopes. Hence it is, they can think, discourse willingly, or speak almost of no other subject. 'Tis their only desire, if it may be done by art, to see their husband's picture in a glass. They'll give anything to know when they shall be married, how many husbands they shall have, by cromniomantia, a kind of divination with onions laid on the altar on Christmas Eve, or by fasting on St. Anne's Eve or night, to know who shall be their first husband, or by amphitormantia, buy beans and a cake, and see, to burn the same. This love is the cause of all good conceits, neatness, exornations, plays, elegancies, delights, pleasant expressions, sweet motions and gestures, joys, comforts, exultancies, and all the sweetness of our life, qualis jam vita fort, out quid jucundi sine aurea vener. Immorior cum ista non amplius mihi cura furit, let me live no longer than I may love, saith a mad merry fellow in Mimnermus. This love is that salt that seasoneth our harsh and dull labors, and gives a pleasant relish to our other unsavory proceedings. Absit amor, surgant tenebri, torpedo, veternum, pestes, and see all our feasts almost, masks, mummings, banquets, merry meetings, weddings, pleasing songs, fine tunes, poems, love stories, plays, comedies, eidolons, jigs, fescennines, elegies, odes, and see proceed hence. Danaus, the son of Belus, at his daughter's wedding at Argos, instituted the first plays. Some say that ever were heard of symbols, emblems, impresses, devices. If we shall believe Jovius, Caudiles, Paradine, Camillus de Camillis may be ascribed to it. Most of our arts and sciences, painting amongst the rest, was first invented, saith Patricius ex amoris beneficio, for love's sake. For when the daughter of Democritus the Sicyonian was to take leave of her sweetheart now going to wars, ut desiderio ejus minus tabserit, to comfort herself in his absence, she took his picture with coal upon a wall, as the candle gave the shadow, which her father admiring, perfected afterwards, and it was the first picture by report that ever was made. And long after, Titian for painting, carving, statuary, music, and philosophy was preferred before all the cities in Greece. Apollo was the first inventor of physic, divination, oracles. Minerva found out weaving, Vulcan curious ironwork, Mercury letters, but who prompted all this into their heads? Love, nunquam talia invenescent, nisi talia adamescent, they loved such things, or some party, for whose sake they were undertaken at first. 'Tis true, Vulcan made a most admirable brooch or necklace, which long after Axion and Temenus, Phegeus' sons for the singular worth of it, consecrated to Apollo at Delphos, but Pharalus the tyrant stole it away, and presented it to Ariston's wife, on whom he miserably doted. Parthenius tells the story out of Phylarchus. But why did Vulcan make this excellent ouch? To give Hermione Cadmus, wife, whom he dearly loved. All our tilts and tournaments, orders of the Garter, Golden Fleece, and Sea, nobilitas sub amare jacet, owe their beginnings to love and many of our histories. By this means, saith Jovius, they would express their loving minds to their mistress and to the beholders. 'Tis the sole subject almost of poetry, all our invention tends to it, all our songs, whatever those old Anacreons. And therefore Hesiod makes the Muses and Graces still follow Cupid, and as Plutarch holds, Menander and the rest of the poets were love's priests. All our Greek and Latin epigrammatists, love writers. Antony Diogenes the most ancient, whose epitome we find in Photius Bibliotheca, Longus Sophista, Eustathius, Achilles, Tatius Aristaenetus, Heliodorus, Plate, Plutarch, Lucian, Parthenius Theodorus, Prodromus, Ovid, Catullus, Tibullus, and C. R. Ariostos, Boyards, authors of Arcadia, Urania, Fairy Queen, and C. Marillus, Leoticius, Angerianus, Stroza, Secundus, Capellanus, and C. with the rest of those faced modern poets, have written in this kind, are but as so many symptoms of love. Their whole books are a synopsis or breviary of love, the portuus of love, legends of lovers' lives and deaths, and of their memorable adventures, nay more, quod leguntur, quod laudintur amori debent. As Nevisanus the lawyer holds, there never was any excellent poet that invented good fables or made laudable verses, which was not in love himself. Had he not taken a quill from Cupid's wings, he could never have written so amorously as he did. Cynthia T. Vedum fecit lascive property, ingenium galli pulchra licoris habet. Fama est arguti nemesis formosa tibuli, lesbia dictivit doct catal tibi. Non me pelagnus, nec spernit mantua vetum, si qua corona mihi, si quis Alexis erit. Wanton propertius and witty Callus, subtil Tibullus and learned Catullus, it was Cynthia, Lesbia, Licoris, that made you poets all. And if Alexis or Corona chance my paramour to be, Virgil and Ovid shall not despise me. Non me carminibus vincit nec Thrasius Orpheus, nec Linus. Petrarch's Laura made him so famous, Astrophel's Stella, and Jovianus Pontanus' mistress was the cause of his roses, violets, lilies nequisci, blandishi, josi, decor, nardus, ver, coralla, thus Mars, Pallas, Venus, Charis, Crocum, Loris, Unguentum, Costum, Lacrimae, Mirha, Musi, and C, and the rest of his poems. Why are Italians at this day generally so good poets and painters? Because every man of any fashion amongst them hath his mistress. The very rustics and hog-rubbers, Menalcas and Corydon, qui fetent to stercor equino, those fulsome knaves, if once they taste of this love liquor, are inspired in an instant. Instead of those accurate emblems, Curious impresses, gaudy masks, tilts, tournaments, and see, they have their wakes, Whitsunnails, shepherds' feasts, meetings on holidays, country dances, roundelays, writing their names on trees, true lovers' knots, pretty gifts. With tokens, hearts divided, and half rings, shepherds and their loves are as coy as kings. Choosing lords, ladies, kings, queens, and valentines, and see, they go by couples, Corydons, fillies, Nyssa and Mopsus, with dainty Dowsable and Certophus. Instead of odes, epigrams, and elegies, and see, they have their ballads, country tunes, oh the broom, the bonny, bonny broom, ditties and songs, Bessabelle, she doth excel, they must write likewise and indite all in rhyme. Thou honeysuckle of the hawthorn hedge, vouchsafe in Cupid's cup my heart to pledge. My heart's dear blood, sweet sis, is thy carouse worth all the ale in Gammer Gubbin's house. I say no more, affairs call me away, my father's horse for provender doth stay. Be thou the Lady Cresset light to me. Sir Trolley Lolly will I prove to thee. Written in haste, farewell my cowslip sweet, pray let's a Sunday at the alehouse meet. Your most grim stoics and severe philosophers will melt away with this passion, and if Athenaeus belie them not, Aristippus, Apollodorus, Antiphanes, and see, have made love songs and commentaries of their mistress, praises, orators write epistles, princes give titles, honors, what not. Xerxes gave to Themistocles Lampsacus to find him wine, magnesia for bread, and mute for the rest of his diet. The Persian kings allotted whole cities to like use, hic civitas mulieri ridimiculum prebit, hic in colum, hic in crines, one whole city served to dress her hair, another her neck, a third her hood. Ahasuerus would have given Esther half his empire, and Herod bid Herodias ask what she would, she should have it. Caligula gave 100,000 sesterces to his courtesan at first word, to buy her pins, and yet when he was solicited by the Senate to bestow something to repair the decayed walls of Rome for the Commonwealth's good, he would give but 6,000 sesterces at most. Dionysius, that Sicilian tyrant, rejected all his privy councillors, and was so besotted on Myrrha his favorite and mistress, that he would bestow no office, or in the most weightiest business of the kingdom do aught without her especial advice. Prefer, depose, send, entertain no man, though worthy and well-deserving, but by her consent. And he again whom she commended, howsoever unfit, unworthy, was as highly approved. Kings and emperors, instead of poems, build cities. Adrian built Antinoa in Egypt, besides constellations, temples, altars, statues, images, and see, in the honor of his Antinous. Alexander bestowed infinite sums to set out his Hephaestion to all eternity. Socrates professeth himself love's servant, ignorant in all arts and sciences, a doctor alone in love matters, et quam alienarum rerum omnium scientiam diffideretur, saith Maximus Tyrius. His sectator, hugest negodii professor, and see. And this he spake openly, at home and abroad, at public feasts, in the academy, in Pierio, Lycio, sub Platano, and see, the very bloodhound of beauty, as he is styled by others. But I conclude there is no end of love's symptoms. 'Tis a bottomless pit. Love is subject to no dimensions, not to be surveyed by any art or engine. And besides, I am of Hedus. Mind, no man can discourse of love matters, or judge of them aright, that hath not made trial in his own person, or as Aeneas Sylvius adds, hath not a little doted, been mad or lovesick himself. I confess I am but a novice, a contemplator only nescio quid sit amor nec amo, I have a tincture. For why should I lie, dissemble, or excuse it, yet homo sum, and see, not altogether inexpert in this subject, non sum preceptor amandi, and what I say is merely reading, ex altorum forsan ineptiis, by mine own observation and others' relation. Mem. Roman 4. Prognostics of Love Melancholy. What fires, torments, cares, jealousies, suspicions, fears, griefs, anxieties, accompany such as are in love, I have sufficiently said. The next question is, what will be the event of such miseries, what they foretell? Some are of opinion that this love cannot be cured, nullis amor est medicabilis herbis. It accompanies them to the last, idem amor exidio est pecori pecorisque magistro. The same passion consume both the sheep and the shepherd, and is so continuate that by no persuasion almost it may be relieved. Bid me not love, said Euryalus, bid the mountains come down into the plains, bid the rivers run back to their fountains. I can as soon leave to love as the sun leave his course et prius equoribus Pisces, et montibus umbri, et volacres dirunt silvis, et murmura ventis, quam mihi decedent formaci amarilides eans. First seas shall want their fish, the mountains shade woods singing birds, the wind's murmur shall fade, then my fair Amaryllis love allayed. Bid me not love, bid a deaf man hear, a blind man see, a dumb speak, lame run, counsel can do no good, a sick man cannot relish, no physic can ease me. Non prosunt domino qui prosunt omnibus arts. As Apollo confessed, and Jupiter himself could not be cured, omnes humanos curet medicina dolors, salus amor morbi non habet artificem. Physic can soon cure every disease, excepting love that can it not appease. But whether love may be cured or no, and by what means shall be explained in his place. In the meantime, if it take his course and be not otherwise eased or amended, it breaks out into outrageous often and prodigious events. Amor et liber violenti dexunt, as Tatius observes, et ea usque animum incendunt, ut puteris obliviscae cogent. Love and Bacchus are so violent gods, so furiously rage in our minds, that they make us forget all honesty, shame, and common civility. For such men ordinarily, as are thoroughly possessed with this humor, become insensati et insani, for it is amor insanus, as the poet calls it, beside themselves, and as I have proved, no better than beasts, irrational, stupid, headstrong, void of fear of God or men. They frequently forswear themselves, spend, steal, commit incests, rapes, adulteries, murders, depopulate towns, cities, countries, to satisfy their lust. A devil tease, and mischief such doth work, as never yet did pagan, Jew, or Turk. The wars of Troy may be a sufficient witness, and as a Paean, Lib 5, hist saith of Antony and Cleopatra, their love brought themselves and all Egypt into extreme and miserable calamities, the end of her is as bitter as wormhood, and as sharp as a two-edged sword. Prov. V4 5. Her feet go down to death, her steps lead on to hell, she is more bitter than death. Eccles, Romans 7, 28. And the sinner shall be taken by her. Qui in amore precipitavit, pegisperit, quam qui saxo salit. He that runs headlong from the top of a rock is not in so bad a case as he that falls into this gulf of love. For hence, saith Platina, comes repentance dotage, they lose themselves, their wits, and make shipwreck of their fortunes altogether. Madness, to make away themselves and others, violent death. Prognosticatio est tales, saith Gordonius, si non succurratur iis, out in manium cadunt, out morienter. The prognostication is, they will either run mad or die. For if this passion continue, saith alien Montaltus, it makes the blood hot, thick, and black, and if the inflammation get into the brain with continual meditation and waking, it so dries it up, that madness follows, or else they make away themselves. O Corydon, qui te dementia cepit. Now, as Arnoldus adds, it will speedily work these effects if it be not presently helped. They will pine away, run mad, and die upon a sudden. Facile incident in manium, saith Valescus, quickly mad, nisi succurratur, if good order be not taken, eheu trist jugum quisquis amoris habet, is prius si norit si purius perit. O heavy yoke of love, which whoso bears, is quite undone, and that at unawares. So she confessed of herself in the poet, insanium priusquam quis sentiat, vix pili intervallo a furori absum. I shall be mad before it be perceived, a hairbreadth off scarce am I, now distracted. As mad as Orlando for his Angelica, or Hercules for his Hylas, et ille rubet quo pedes ducebant, furibundis, nam elisivus deus gentus jecer laniabet. He went he card not whither, mad he was, the cruel god so tortured him, alas. At the sight of Hero, I cannot tell how many ran mad alias vulnus cellens, insanit pulchritudine puelli. And whilst he doth conceal his grief, madness comes on him like a thief. Go to Bedlam for examples. It is so well known in every village how many have either died for love, or voluntary made away themselves, that I need not much labor to prove it. Nec modus aut requis nisi mors reparator amoris. Death is the common catastrophe to such persons. Mori mihi continget, non enim alia liberatio ob eremnes furit ullo pedo istes. Would I were dead, for naught God knows, but death can rid me of these woes. As soon as Euryalus departed from Seines, Lucretia, his paramour, never looked up, no jests could exhilarate her sad mind, no joys comfort her wounded and distressed soul, but a little after she fell sick and died. But this is a gentle end, a natural death, such persons commonly make away themselves. Propriac in sanguine letus, indignantum animam vacuas eludit in auras. So did Dido, said Moriamer 8, sic juvat ire per umbras, Pyramus and Thisbe, Medea, Coressus and Calirho, Thegens the philosopher and many myriads besides, and so will ever do. Et mihi forties est manus, est et amor, dabit hic in vulnera vires. Whoever heard a story of more woe than that of Juliet and her Romeo? Read Parthenium in Eroticis and Plutarch's Amatoria's narrations or love stories, all tending almost to this purpose. Valeriola, lib 2, observe. 7 hath a lamentable narration of a merchant, his patient, that raving through impatience of love, had he not been watched, would every while have offered violence to himself. Amatus Lusitanus, sent. 3 Car. 56 hath such another story, and Felix Plater, med. Observe. Lib 1 a third of a young gentleman that studied physic, and for the love of a doctor's daughter, having no hope to compass his desire, poisoned himself, anno 1615. A barber in Frankfurt, because his wench was betrothed to another, cut his own throat. At Neoberg, the same year, a young man, because he could not get her parents' consent, killed his sweetheart and afterward himself, desiring this of the magistrate, as he gave up the ghost, that they might be buried in one grave. Quoc roges superest una requiescat in urna, which Gismunda besought of Tancredis, her father, that she might be in like sort buried with Giscardus, her lover, that so their bodies might lie together in the grave. As their souls wander about campos lugents in the Elysian fields, quos duris amor crudeli tabe paradit, in a myrtle grove? Et meatia circum silva teget, curi non ipsa in mort relinquent. You have not yet heard the worst. They do not offer violence to themselves in this rage of lust, but unto others, their nearest and dearest friends. Catiline killed his only son, Misic ad orsi pallida, lethae obnubila, obsida tenebris loca, for the love of Aurelia Orestella, quod adjus nuptias vivo filio recusarit. Laodice, the sister of Mithridates, poisoned her husband to give content to a base fellow whom she loved. Alexander, to please Thais, a concubine of his, set Persepolis on fire. Nereus' wife, a widow and lady of Athens, for the love of a Venetian gentleman, betrayed the city, and he for her sake murdered his wife, the daughter of a nobleman in Venice. Constantine Despota made away Catherine, his wife, turned his son Michael and his other children out of doors, for the love of a base scrivener's daughter in Thessalonica, with whose beauty he was enamored. Leucophria betrayed the city where she dwelt, for her sweetheart's sake, that was in the enemy's camp. Pythitis, the governor's daughter of Methynia, for the love of Achilles, betrayed the whole island to him, her father's enemy. Diognetus did as much in the city where he dwelt, for the love of Polycrita, Medea for the love of Jason. She taught him how to tame the fire-breathing brass-feeted bulls, and kill the mighty dragon that kept the golden fleece, and tore her little brother Obsietus in pieces, that her father. Aethes might have something to detain him, while she ran away with her beloved Jason, and see such acts and scenes hath this tragicomedy of love. Mem. V. Subsect 1. Cure of love melancholy by labor, diet, physic, fasting, and c. Although it be controverted by some, whether love melancholy may be cured, because it is so irresistible and violent a passion. For as you know, facilis descensus averni, sed revocare gradum, superisque evadir ad horas, hic labor, hoc opus est. It is an easy passage down to hell, but to come back, once there you cannot well. Yet without question, if it be taken in time, it may be helped and by many good remedies amended. Avicenna, lib 3 fen, cap. 23, et 24, sets down 7 compendious ways how this malady may be eased, altered, and expelled. Savonarola 9. Principal observations, Jason Pratensis prescribes 8 rules besides physic, how this passion may be tamed, Laurentius 2. Main precepts, Arnoldus, Valeriola, Montaltus, Hildesheim, Langius, and others inform us otherwise, and yet all tending to the same purpose. The sum of which I will briefly epitomize. For I light my candle from their torches, and enlarge again upon occasion, as shall seem best to me, and that after mine own method. The first rule to be observed in this stubborn and unbridled passion is exercise and diet. It is an old and well-known sentence, sine serer et sacco frigit Venus, love grows cool without bread and wine. As an idle sedentary life, liberal feeding are great causes of it, so the opposite, labor, slender and sparing diet with continual business are the best and most ordinary means to prevent it. Odio si tollas, puriere Cupidines arts contemptic jacent, et sine loose faces. Take idleness away, and put to flight our Cupid's arts, his torches give no light. Minerva, Diana, Vesta, and the 9 muses were not enamored at all, because they never were idle. Frustra blanditi opulistes ad has, frustra nequisci venistes ad has, frustra delici upside bitis has, frustra has elesibri et precacitates, et suspiria, et oscula, et susuri, et quisquis male sana corda amentum blandis ebria fascinat venenis. In vain are all your flatteries, in vain are all your knaveries, delights, deceits, precacities, sighs, kisses, and conspiracies, and whate'er is done by art to bewitch a lover's heart. 'Tis in vain to set upon those that are busy. Tis Savonarola's 3rd rule, occupari in multis et magnis negotiis, and Avicenna's precept cap. 24. Sed it amor rebus, res age tutus eris, to be busy still, and as Guianerius enjoins, about matters of great moment if it may be. Magninus adds, never to be idle but at the hours of sleep. Et si pascas antidem librum cum lumen, si non intendas animum studiis, et rebus honestis, invidia vel amore miser torqueber. For if thou dost not ply thy book, by candlelight to study bent, employed about some honest thing, envy or love shall thee torment. No better physic than to be always occupied, seriously intent. Cur in penades rarius tenus subit, hic delicatas eligens pestis domus, medium xanos vulgus affectus tenet, and see. Why dost thou ask? Poor folks are often free, and dainty places still molested be. Because poor people fare coarsely, work hard, go woolward and bare, non habet unde suum paupertas pascat amorum. Guianerius therefore prescribes his patient to go with haircloth next his skin, to go barefooted and barelegged in cold weather, to whip himself now and then, as monks do, but above all to fast. Not with sweet wine, mutton, and pottage, as many of those tenderbellies do, howsoever they put on Lenten faces, and whatsoever they pretend, but from all manner of meat. Fasting is an all-sufficient remedy of itself, for, as Jason Pratensis holds, the bodies of such persons that feed liberally and live at ease are full of bad spirits and devils, devilish thoughts, no better physic for such parties than to fast. Hildesheim Spissel. 2 to this of hunger, adds, often baths, much exercise and sweat, but hunger and fasting he prescribes before the rest. And 'tis indeed our Saviour's oracle, this kind of devil is not cast out but by fasting and prayer, which makes the fathers so immoderate in commendation of fasting. As hunger, saith Ambrose, is a friend of virginity, so is it an enemy to lasciviousness, but fullness overthrows chastity, and fostereth all manner of provocations. If thine horse be too lusty, Hierom adviseth thee to take away some of his provender. By this means those Pauls, Hilaries, Anthonys, and famous anchorites subdued the lusts of the flesh. By this means Hilarion made his ass, as he called his own body, leave kicking, so Hierome relates of him in his life, when the devil tempted him to any such foul offense. By this means those Indian Brahmins kept themselves continent. They lay upon the ground covered with skins, as the redshanks do on heather, and dieted themselves sparingly on one dish, which Guianerius would have all young men put in practice, and if that will not serve, Gordonius would have them soundly whipped, or, to cool their courage, kept in prison, and they're fed with bread and water till they acknowledge their error, and become of another mind. If imprisonment and hunger will not take them down, according to the directions of that Theban Crates, time must wear it out. If time will not, the last refuge is a halter. But this, you will say, is comically spoken. Howsoever, fasting by all means must be still used, and as they must refrain from such meats formerly mentioned, which cause venery or provoke lust, so they must use an opposite diet. Wine must be altogether avoided of the younger sort. So Plato prescribes, and would have the magistrates themselves abstain from it, for example's sake, highly commending the Carthaginians for their temperance in this kind. And 'twas a good edict, a commendable thing, so that it were not done for some sinister respect, as those old Egyptians abstained from wine, because some fabulous poets had given out, wine sprang first from the blood of the giants, or out of superstition, as our modern Turks. But for temperance, it being animi virus et viderum foams, a plague itself, if immoderately taken. Women of old for that cause in hot countries were forbid the use of it, as severely punished for drinking of wine as for adultery, and young folks, as Leonicus hath recorded var. Hist. L3. Cap. 87-88. out of Athenaeus and others, and is still practiced in Italy and some other countries of Europe and Asia, as Claudius Minos hath well illustrated in his comment on the 23. Emblem of Alshit. So choice is to be made of other diet. Nec minus erucas aptum est videre salices, et quicquid veneri corpora nostra perit. Eringos are not good for to be taken, and all lascivious meats must be forsaken. Those opposite meats which ought to be used are cucumbers, melons, purslane, water lilies, rue, woodbine, ammi, lettuce, which Lemnius so much commends, lib 2 cap. 42, and Mizaldus hort. Med. To this purpose, vitex or agnus castus before the rest, which, saith Magninus, hath a wonderful virtue in it. Those Athenian women, in their solemn feasts called the Smophories, were to abstain 9 days from the company of men, during which time, saith Aelian, they laid a certain herb named Hania in their beds, which assuaged those ardent flames of love, and freed them from the torments of that violent passion. See more in Porta Matthiolus Crescentius lib 5. And see, and what every herbalist almost and physician hath written, cap. De Satiriaci et Priapismo, Races amongst the rest. In some cases again, if they be much dejected and brought low in body, and now ready to despair through anguish, grief, and too sensible a feeling of their misery, a cup of wine and full diet is not amiss, and as Valescus adviseth, cum alia honesta venerum sipe exercendo, which Langius epist. Med. lib 1. Epist. 24. Approves out of Races ad assiduationem coitus invitat, and Guianerius seconds it, cap. 16. Tract. 16. As a very profitable remedy. Tument tibi quum ingina, cum si in scylla, aut verna presto est, tentagin rumpi mollis. Non ego namc and si. Jason Pratensis subscribes to this counsel of the poet, excretio enim aut tollit porsus, aut lenit egratudinum. As it did the raging lust of Ahasuerus, qui ad impatientiam amoris leniendum, per singulas fear nox novas puellas divergenavit, and to be drunk too by fits, but this is mad physic, if it be at all to be permitted. If not, yet some pleasure is to be allowed, as that which Vives speaks of lib 3, de anima. A lover that hath as it were lost himself through impotency, impatience, must be called home as a traveller, by music, feasting, good wine, if need be to drunkenness itself, which many so much commend for the easing of the mind, all kinds of sports and merriments, to see fair pictures, hangings, buildings, pleasant fields, orchards, gardens, groves, ponds, pools, rivers, fishing, fowling, hawking, hunting, to hear merry tales and pleasant discourse, reading, to use exercise till he sweat. That new spirits may succeed, or by some vehement affection or contrary passion to be diverted, till he be fully weaned from anger, suspicion, cares, fears, and see, and habituated into another course. Semper tecum sit, as Sempronius adviseth Callisto his lovesick master, qui sermons joculars movit, conciones ridiculas, dicteria falsa, suaves historias, fabulas venustas recensit, coram ludet and see, still have a pleasant companion to sing and tell merry tales, songs and faced histories, sweet discourse and see. And as the melody of music, merriment, singing, dancing, doth augment the passion of some lovers, as Avicenna notes, so it expelleth it in others, and doth very much good. These things must be warily applied, as the parties' symptoms vary, and as they shall stand variously affected. If there be any need of physic, that the humours be altered, or any new matter aggregated, they must be cured as melancholy men. Carolus a Lorme, amongst other questions discussed for his degree at Montpellier in France, hath this, and amantes et amantes eistum remediis curenter, whether lovers and madmen be cured by the same remedies. He affirms it, for love extended is mere madness. Such physic then as is prescribed is either inward or outward, as hath been formerly handled in the precedent partition in the cure of melancholy. Consult with Valeriola observat. Lib 2, observe, 7 laud, Mercatus lib 2 cap, 4 de mulier effect, Daniel Senertus lib 1 part, 2 cap, 10. Jacobus Ferrandus the Frenchman, in his tract de amore eretique Forestus lib 10, observe, 29 and 30, Jason Pratensis and others for peculiar receipts. Amatus Lusitanus cured a young Jew, that was almost mad for love, with the syrup of hellebore and such other evacuations and purges which are usually prescribed to black choler. Avicenna confirms as much if need require and bloodletting above the rest, which makes amantes ni sint aments, lovers to come to themselves and keep in their right minds. 'Tis the same which Schola Salernitana, Jason Pratensis, Hildesheim, and C. prescribe bloodletting to be used as a principal remedy. Those old Scythians had a trick to cure all appetite of burning lust by letting themselves blood under the ears, and to make both men and women barren, as Sabellicus in his Aeneid relates of them. Which Salmuth, Tit 10, De Hierol comment, in Pansirol, De Nov, report, Mercurialis var, Lec, lib 3, cap. 7 out of Hippocrates and Benzo say still is in use amongst the Indians, a reason of which Langius gives lib 1 epist. 10. Huc faciunt medicamenta venerum sapientia, ut camphora pudendis allegata, et in bracca gestata, quidem 8, membrum flexidum reddit. Laborevit hoc morbo virgo nobilis, cuiuntur cetera prescripsit medicus, ut laminam plumbim multis forminibus pertusum ad dies viginti porterit in dorso. Ad execandum viro sperma jussit quam parsusime sabari, et mangicare frequenter coriandrum preparatum, et semen lactuci, et acetasi, et sic a morbo liberavit. Poro impediunt et remittunt, coitum folia salicis trida et apoda, et si frequentius usurpenter ipsa in totum offerunt. Idem prestet tipadius annulo gestatus, dexterum lupi testiculum atridum, et oleo vel aqua rosata exhibitum veneris tedium inducere scribit Alexander Benedictus, lac buteri comestum et semen cannabis, et camphora exhibita idem prestint. Verbena herba gestata libidinum extinguit, pulvisque rani decolati et exicati. Ad extinctum coitum, unganter member genitalia, et rens et pecten aqua in qua opium the bacum sit dissolutum, libidini maxime contraria camphora est, et coriandrum siccum frangit coitum, et erectionem virgium pedit, idem efficit synapium ebibitum. De verbanam in poduet non erigster virga sextibus, uter mentha sicca cum acido, genitalia illinita succo hyasiami aid sicuti, coitus appellitum sedent, and see prescription. Seminis lactuc, portulac. Coriandri and letter 2128J, menthi sici letter 2128 charpes. Sacari albus. Eage, pulvericenter omnia subtiliter, et post e simul mise aqua nun faris, f confec, solida in morsualize, ex his sumet main unum quum surget. Enumera fear his similia pedas ob hildeshimo loco predicto, misaldo, porta, risc. Subsect, Roman 2. Withstand the beginnings, avoid occasions, change his place. Fair and foul means, contrary passions, with witty inventions, to bring in another and discommend the former. Other good rules and precepts are enjoined by our physicians, which, if not alone, yet certainly conjoined, may do much. The first of which is abstare principes, to withstand the beginning, quisquis in primo obstitit, pepulic amorum tutus ac victor fuit. He that will but resist at first, may easily be a conqueror at the last. Balthazar Castilio, L4. Urgeth this prescript above the rest, when he shall chance, saith he, to light upon a woman that hath good behavior joined with her excellent person, and shall perceive his eyes with a kind of greediness to pull unto them this image of beauty, and carry it to the heart, shall observe himself to be somewhat incensed with this influence, which moveth within. When he shall discern those subtle spirits sparkling in her eyes, to administer more fuel to the fire, he must wisely withstand the beginnings, rouse up reason, stupefied almost, fortify his heart by all means, and shut up all those passages by which it may have entrance. 'Tis a precept which all concur upon, aprime dum nova sunt sabidi mala semina morbi, dum licet, in primo lumine sist pedum. Thy quick disease, whilst it is fresh today, by all means crush, thy feet at first step stay. Which cannot speedier be done, than if he confess his grief and passion to some judicious friend, qui tacitus ardit magis uriter, the more he conceals, the greater is his pain, that by his good advice may happily ease him on a sudden. And withal to avoid occasions, or any circumstance that may aggravate his disease, to remove the object by all means. For who can stand by a fire and not burn? Suscilite obsecro, et midite istanc foras, qui misero mihi amanti ebibit sanguinum. 'Tis good therefore to keep quite out of her company, which Hierom so much labors to Paula to Nepotian, Chrysost, so much inculcates in Sir. In Contubern, Cyprian and many other fathers of the church, Suricides in his 9th chapter, Jason Pratensis, Savonarola, Arnoldus Valeriola and C., and every physician that treats of this subject. Not only to avoid, as Gregory Thalasanus exhorts, kissing dalliance, all speeches, tokens, love letters, and the like, or as Castilio, lib 4 to converse with them. Hear them speak or sing, tolerabilius est auter basiliscum sibilantum, Thou hadst better hear, saith Cyprian, a serpent hiss those amiable smiles, admirable graces, and sweet gestures, which their presence affords. Nu capita liment solitis morsiunculies, et his papillarum oppressiunculies abstinent. But all talk, name, mention, or cogitation of them, and of any other women, persons, circumstance, amorous book or tale that may administer any occasion of remembrance. Prosper adviseth young men not to read the canticles and some parts of Genesis at other times. But for such as are enamored they forbid, as before, the name mentioned and see, especially all sight, they must not so much as come near or look upon them. Et fugiter disset simulacra, et pabula amoris abstiner, sibi ac alio converter mentum. Gaze not on a maid, saith Suricides, turn away thine eyes from a beautiful woman, c9. v5, 7, 8. Avert oculos, saith David, or if thou dost see them, as Ficinus adviseth, let not thine eye be intentus ad libidinum, do not intend her more than the rest. For as Propertius holds, ips alimenta sibi maxima prebit amor, love as a snow ball enlargeth itself by sight. But as hierome to nepotian, out equaliter ama, out equaliter ignora, either see all alike or let all alone. Make a league with thine eyes, as Job did, and that is the safest course, let all alone, see none of them. Nothing sooner revives or waxeth sore again, as Petrarch holds, than love doth by sight, as pomp renews ambition, the sight of gold, covetousness, a beauteous object sets on fire this burning lust. Et multum saliens incidat undocitum. The sight of drink makes one dry, and the sight of meat increaseth appetite. 'Tis dangerous therefore to see. A young gentleman in merriment would needs put on his mistress's clothes, and walk abroad alone, which some of her suitors espying, stole him away for her that he represented. So much can sight enforce. Especially if he have been formerly enamored, the sight of his mistress strikes him into a new fit, and makes him rave many days after. Infiemis causa pusilla nascit. Ut pene extinctum cinerum si sulfurtangas, vivit, et ex minimo maximus ignes erit. Sic nisi vitibus quicquid renovabit amorum, flamma recrudescit, qui modo nulla fuit. A sickly man a little thing offends, as brimstone doth a fire decayed renew. And makes it burn afresh, doth love's dead flames if that the former object it review. Or as the poet compares it to embers in ashes, which the wind blows, ut solid aventis, and see, a scald head, as the saying is soon broken, dry wood quickly kindles, and when they have been formerly wounded with sight, how can they by seeing but be inflamed? Ismenias acknowledged as much of himself when he had been long absent, and almost forgotten his mistress at the first sight of her, as straw in a fire, I burned afresh, and more than ever I did before. Chariclia was as much moved at the sight of her dear Thegans after he had been a great stranger. Myrtilla, in Aristaenetus, swore she would never love Pamphilus again, and did moderate her passion, so long as he was absent. But the next time he came in presence, she could not contain, effuse amplexa attractari si sinit, and see. She broke her vow, and did profusely embrace him. Hermotinus, a young man in the said author, is all out as unstayed, he had forgot his mistress quite, and by his friends was well weaned from her love. But seeing her by chance, agnavit veteris vestigia flammi, he raved amen, elatamen emergens veludi lucida stella sepit elucere, and see. She did appear as a blazing star, or an angel to his sight. And it is the common passion of all lovers to be overcome in this sort. For that cause belike Alexander, discerning this inconvenience and danger that comes by seeing, when he heard Darius's wife so much commended for her beauty, would scarce admit her to come in his sight, foreknowing belike that of Plutarch, formosum viter periculissimum. How full of danger it is to see a proper woman, and though he was intemperate in other things, yet in this superbe si gessit, he carried himself bravely. And so when as Eraspis, in Xenophon, had so much magnified that divine face of Panthea to Cyrus, by how much she was fairer than ordinary, by so much he was the more unwilling to see her. Scipio, a young man of 23 years of age, and the most beautiful of the Romans, equal in person to that Grecian Charinus, or Homer's Nereus at the siege of a city in Spain, when as a noble and most fair young gentlewoman was brought unto him, and he had heard she was betrothed to a lord, rewarded her, and sent her back to her sweetheart. St. Austin, as Gregory reports of him, ni cum soror quaedam sua putavit habitandum, would not live in the house with his own sister. Xenocrates lay with lies of Corinth all night, and would not touch her. Socrates, though all the city of Athens supposed him to dote upon fair Alcibiades, Yet when he had an opportunity, solus cum solo to lie in the chamber with, and was wooed by him besides, as the said Alcibiades publicly confessed, formam sprevit et superbi contempsit, he scornfully rejected him. Petrarch, that had so magnified his Laura in several poems, when by the Pope's means she was offered unto him, would not accept of her. It is a good happiness to be free from this passion of love, and great discretion it argues in such a man that he can so contain himself. But when thou art once in love, to moderate thyself, as he saith, is a singular point of wisdom. Nam viter plagas in amoris ni jaciamur non, ita difficile est, quam captum redibus ipsis exire, et validos veneris paramper nodos. To avoid such nets is no such mastery, but tan escape is all the victory. But forasmuch as few men are free, so discreet lovers, or that can contain themselves and moderate their passions to curb their senses, as not to see them, not to look lasciviously, not to confer with them, such is the fury of this headstrong passion of raging lust, and their weakness, ferox ille ardor a natura insidis, as he terms it, such a furious desire nature hath inscribed, such unspeakable delight. Sic divi veneris furor, insanis idio mentibus incubat. Which neither reason, counsel, poverty, pain, misery, drudgery, partus, dolor, and sea can deter them from. We must use some speedy means to correct and prevent that and all other inconveniences, which come by conference and the like. The best, readiest, surest way, and which all approve, is loci mutatio, to send them several ways, that they may neither hear of, see, nor have an opportunity to send to one another again, or live together, soli cum sola, as so many Gilbertines. Elongatio a patria, tis Savonarola's fourth rule and Gordonius precept, distrahatur ad longinquas regions, send him to travel. 'Tis that which most run upon as so many hounds with full cry, poets, divines, philosophers, physicians, all mutet patrium. Valsius, as a sick man he must be cured with change of air, Tully for Tuscal. The best remedy is to get thee gone, Jason Pratensis, change air and soil, Laurentius, fuge litis amatum, Virg, util finitimus abstinus locis. Ovid, Iprocal, et longas carper purge vias, sed fuge tutus eris. Traveling is an antidote of love, magnum iter ad doctas proficiscae cogere Athenas, ut me longa gravi solvet, amore via. For this purpose, saith Propertius, my parents sent me to Athens, time and patience wear away pain and grief, as fire goes out for want of fuel. Quantum oculis, animo tam procul ibit amor. But so as they tarry out long enough, a whole year Xenophon prescribes Critobulus, vix enim intra hoc tempus ob amore sanari potris. Some will hardly be weaned under. All this Heinsius merrily inculcates in an epistle to his friend Primerus. First fast, then tarry, thirdly, change thy place, fourthly, think of a halter. If change of place, continuance of time, absence will not wear it out with those precedent remedies, it will hardly be removed. But these commonly are of force. Felix Plater observe. Lib 1. Had a baker to his patient, almost mad for the love of his maid and desperate. By removing her from him, he was in a short space cured. Isius, a philosopher of Assyria, was a most dissolute liver in his youth, palem lascivians, in love with all he met. But after he betook himself, by his friend's advice, to his study and left women's company, he was so changed that he cared no more for plays, nor feasts, nor masks, nor songs, nor verses, fine clothes, nor no such love toys. He became a new man upon a sudden, tanquam si priors oculos amiciset, saith mine author, as if he had lost his former eyes. Peter Godefridus, in the last chapter of his third book, hath a story out of St. Ambrose, of a young man that meeting his old love after long absence, on whom he had extremely doted, would scarce take notice of her. She wondered at it that he should so lightly esteem her, called him again, lenibat dictis animum, and told him who she was, ego sum inquit, et ego non sum ego, but he replied he was not the same man. Proripuit sees tandem, as Aeneas fled from Dido, not vouchsafing her any farther parley, loathing his folly, and ashamed of that which formerly he had done, non sum stultus ut ante jam Neaera. O Neaera, put your tricks, and practice hereafter upon somebody else, you shall befool me no longer. Petrarch hath such another tale of a young gallant, that loved a wench with one eye, and for that cause by his parents was sent to travel into far countries. After some years he returned, and meeting the maid for whose sake he was sent abroad, asked her how, and by what chance she lost her eye. No, said she, I have lost none, but you have found yours. Signifying thereby that all lovers were blind, as Fabius saith, Amantes de forma judicare non passant, lovers cannot judge of beauty, nor scarce of anything else, as they will easily confess after they return unto themselves, by some discontinuance or better advice. Wonder at their own folly, madness, stupidity, blindness, be much abashed, and laugh at love, and call it an idle thing, condemn themselves that ever they should be so besotted or misled, and be heartily glad they have so happily escaped. If so be, which is seldom, that change of place will not affect this alteration, then other remedies are to be annexed, fair and foul means, as to persuade, promise, threaten, terrify, or to divert by some contrary passion, rumor, tales, news, or some witty invention to alter his affection, by some greater sorrow to drive out the less, saith Gordonius, as that his house is on fire, his best friends dead, his money stolen. That he is made some great governor, or hath some honor office, some inheritance is befallen him. He shall be a knight, a baron, or by some false accusation, as they do to such as have the hiccup to make them forget it. Saint Hierome lib 2 epist. 16. To Rusticus the monk hath an instance of a young man of Greece that lived in a monastery in Egypt, that by no labor, no continence, no persuasion could be diverted, but at last by this trick he was delivered. The abbot sets one of his convent to quarrel with him, and with some scandalous reproach or other to defame him before company, and then to come and complain first. The witnesses were likewise suborned for the plaintiff. The young man wept, and when all were against him, the abbot cunningly took his part, lest he should be overcome with immoderate grief. But what need many words? By this invention he was cured and alienated from his pristine love thoughts. Injuries, slanders, contempts, disgraces, spreadic injuria formi, the insult of her slighted beauty, are very forcible means to withdraw men's affections. Contumelia affecti amators amer desinant, as Lucian saith, lovers reviled or neglected, contemned or misused, turn love to hate. Redeem? Non si me obsecret, I'll never love thee more. Egona lam, qui alum, qui me, qui non? So Zephyrus hated Hyacinthus because he scorned him and preferred his co-rival Apollo, Palafitus fab. Nar, he will not come again though he be invited. Tell him but how he was scoffed at behind his back. 'Tis the counsel of Avicenna, that his love is false, and entertains another, rejects him, cares not for him, or that she is a fool. A nasty quean, a slut, a vixen, a scold, a devil, or, which Italians commonly do, that he or she hath some loathsome filthy disease, gout, stone, strangury, falling sickness, and that they are hereditary, not to be avoided. He is subject to a consumption. Hath the pox, that he hath 3 or 4 incurable tetters, issues. That she is bald, her breath stinks, she is mad by inheritance, and so are all the kindred, a harebrain, with many other secret infirmities, which I will not so much as name, belonging to women. That he is a hermaphrodite, an eunuch, imperfect, impotent, a spendthrift, a gamester, a fool, a gull, a beggar, a whoremaster, far in debt, and not able to maintain her. A common drunkard, his mother was a witch, his father hanged, that he hath a wolf in his bosom, a sore leg, he is a leper. Hath some incurable disease, that he will surely beat her. He cannot hold his water, that he cries out or walks in the night, will stab his bedfellow, tell all his secrets in his sleep. And that nobody dare lie with him, his house is haunted with spirits, with such fearful and tragical things, able to avert and terrify any man or woman living. Gordonius cap. 20. Part. 2 Hunc in modo consulit. Parator aliqua vetula turpissima aspectu, cum turpi et vili habitu. Et portet subtis gremium panem menstrualum, et dicet quad amica suicid ebriosa, et quad minget in lecto, et quad est epileptica et impudicia. Et quad in corpor suo sunt excrescentii enorms, cum fetor anhelitis, et alii enormitates, quibus vetuli sunt edicti. Si nollit his persuadery, subito extrahat panem menstrualum, coram faci portando, exclamando tales est amica tua, et si ex his non demiserit non est homo sed diabolus incarnatus. Idem fear Avicenna cap. 24 de cura elici lib 3 fen 1 tract. 4 narrant res mundus vetuli, ex quibus abominationem incurret, et res sordidas et hoc assidunt, idem Arculanus cap. 16. In 9. Races and c. Withal as they do discommend the old, for the better effecting a more speedy alteration, they must commend another paramour, alteram inducere, set him or her to be wooed, or woo some other that shall be fairer, of better note, better fortune, birth, parentage, much to be preferred, in vinis alium ct hic fastidet Alexis. by this means, which Jason Pratensis wisheth, to turn the stream of affection another way, successor novo truditor omnes amor. Or, as Valesius adviseth, by subdividing to diminish it, as a great river cut into many channels runs low at last. Horder et ut parator binas hebades amicas, and see if you suspect to be taken, be sure, saith the poet, to have two mistresses at once, or go from one to another. As he that goes from a good fire in cold weather is both to depart from it, though in the next room there be a better which will refresh him as much. There's as much difference of heek as hackignes. Or bring him to some public shows, plays, meetings, where he may see variety, and he shall likely loathe his first choice. Carry him but to the next town, yea, peradventure to the next house, and as Paris lost Oenone's love by seeing Helen, and Cressida forsook Troilus by conversing with Diomed, he will dislike his former mistress, and leave her quite behind him, as Theseus left Ariadne fast asleep in the island of Dia, to seek her fortune, that was erst his loving mistress. Nunc primum Dorida vetus amator contempsi, as he said, Doris is but a dowdy to this. As he that looks himself in a glass forgets his physiognomy forthwith, this flattering glass of love will be diminished by remove. After a little absence it will be remitted, the next fair object will likely alter it. A young man in Lucian was pitifully in love. He came to the theatre by chance, and by seeing other fair objects there, mentis sanitatum recepit, was fully recovered, and went merrily home, as if he had taken a dram of oblivion. A mouse, saith an apologer, was brought up in a chest, there fed with fragments of bread and cheese, though there could be no better meat, till coming forth at last, and feeding liberally of other variety of viands, loathed his former life. Moralize this fable by thyself. Plato, in his 7th book De Legibus, hath a pretty fiction of a city underground, to which by little holes some small store of light came. The inhabitants thought there could not be a better place, and at their first coming abroad they might not endure the light, agirime solemn inturi. But after they were accustomed a little to it, they deplored their fellows' misery that lived underground. A silly lover is in like state, none so fair as his mistress at first, he cares for none but her. Yet after a while when he hath compared her with others, he abhors her name, sight, and memory. 'Tis generally true, for as he observes, priorum flammam novus ignes extrudit, et e multorum natura, ut presens maxime ament, one fire drives out another, and such is women's weakness, that they love commonly him that is present. And so do many men. As he confessed, he loved Ami, till he saw Florial, and when he saw Cynthia, forgat them both. But fair Phillis was incomparably beyond them all, Chloris surpassed her, and yet when he espied Amaryllis, she was his sole mistress. O divine Amaryllis, quam prosra, cupresi ad instar, quam elegans, quam descends, and see how lovely, how tall, how comely she was saith Polmius, till he saw another, and then she was the sole subject of his thoughts. In conclusion, her he loves best he saw last. Triton, the sea god, first loved Leucotho, till he came in presence of Mylene, she was the commandress of his heart, till he saw Galatea. But as she complains, he loved another eftsoons, another and another. 'Tis a thing which, by Hierom's report, hath been usually practiced. Heathen philosophers drive out one love with another, as they do a peg or pin with a pin. Which those 7 Persian princes did to Ahasuerus, that they might requite the desire of Queen Vashti with the love of others. Pausanias in Eliasis saith, that therefore one Cupid was painted to contend with another, and to take the garland from him, because one love drives out another, alterius vires subtrahit alter amor. And Tully, 3. Nat. Dior, disputing with Cicada, makes mention of 3 several Cupids, all differing in office. Felix Plater, in the first book of his Observations, boasts how he cured a widower in Basil, a patient of his, by this stratagem alone, that doted upon a poor servant his maid, when friends, children, no persuasion could serve to alienate his mind. They motioned him to another honest man's daughter in the town, whom he loved, and lived with long after, abhorring the very name and sight of the first. After the death of Lucretia, Euryalus would admit of no comfort, till the Emperor Sigismund married him to a noble lady of his court, and so in short space he was freed. Subsect, Roman 3. By counsel and persuasion, foulness of the fact, men's, women's faults, miseries of marriage, events of lust, and see. As there be divers causes of this burning lust, or heroical love, so there be many good remedies to ease and help. Amongst which good counsel and persuasion, which I should have handled in the first place, are of great moment, and not to be omitted. Many are of opinion, that in this blind, headstrong passion counsel can do no good. Qui enim res in si nec concilium nec modum habet, ullo eam concilio regere non pots. Which thing hath neither judgment, or an end, how should advice or counsel it amend? Quis enim modus id sit amori? But without question, good counsel and advice must needs be of great force, especially if it shall proceed from a wise, fatherly, reverent, discreet person, a man of authority, whom the parties do respect, stand in awe of, or from a judicious friend of itself alone it is able to divert and suffice. Gordonius, the physician, attributes so much to it, that he would have it by all means used in the first place. Amoviter ab illa, concilio viri quem timit, ostendendo pericula seculi, judicium inferni, gaudia paradisi. He would have some discreet men to dissuade them, after the fury of passion is a little spent, or by absence allayed. For it is as intempestive at first, to give counsel, as to comfort parents when their children are in that instant departed. To no purpose to prescribe narcotics, cordials, nectarines, potions, Homer's Nepenthes, or Helen's bowl, and see non cessibit pectus tundir, she will lament and howl for a season. Let passion have his course a while, and then he may proceed, by foreshowing the miserable events and dangers which will surely happen, the pains of hell, joys of paradise, and the like, which by their preposterous courses they shall forfeit or incur. And 'tis a fit method, a very good means. For what Seneca said of vice, I say of love, sine magistro disider, vix sine magistro deseritor. 'Tis learned of itself, but hardly left without a tutor. 'Tis not amiss therefore to have some such overseer, to expostulate and show them such absurdities, inconveniences, imperfections, discontents as usually follow, which their blindness, fury, madness cannot apply unto themselves, or will not apprehend through weakness, and good for them to disclose themselves, to give ear to friendly admonitions. Tell me, sweetheart, saith Tryphena to a lovesick Charmides in Lucian, what is it that troubles thee? Peradventure I can ease thy mind, and further thee in thy suit. And so, without question, she might, and so mayst thou, if the patient be capable of good counsel, and will hear at least what may be said. If he love at all, she is either an honest woman or a whore. If dishonest, let him read or inculcate to him that 5 of Solomon's Proverbs Eclis, 26. Ambrose, lib 1 cap. 4 in his book of Abel and Cain, Philo Judius de Mercede mer Platina's dial. In Amores Espenkius and those 3 books of Pet. Hedis de Contem. Amoribus Aeneas Silvius, tart epistle, which he wrote to his friend Nicholas of Warthurge, which he calls Medalam illicidi amoris, and see for what's a whore, as he saith, but a polar of youth, a ruin of men, a destruction, a devourer of patrimonies, a downfall of honor, fodder for the devil, the gate of death, and supplement of hell. Talis amor est lacus animi, and see, a bitter honey, sweet poison, delicate destruction, a voluntary mischief, commixtum coenum sterquilinium. And as Pet. Aretine's Lucretia, a notable queen, confesseth, gluttony, anger, envy, pride, sacrilege, theft, slaughter were all born that day that a whore began her profession. For, as she follows it, her pride is greater than a rich churl's, she is more envious than the pox, as malicious as melancholy, as covetous as hell. If from the beginning of the world any were mala, pedger, pessima, bad in the superlative degree, 'tis a whore. How many have I undone, caused to be wounded, slain? O Antonia, thou seest what I am without, but within, God knows, a puddle of iniquity, a sink of sin, a pocky queen. Let him now that so dotes meditate on this. Let him see the event and success of others, Samson, Hercules, Holofernes, and see those infinite mischiefs attend it. If she be another man's wife he loves, 'tis abominable in the sight of God and men. Adultery is expressly forbidden in God's commandment, a mortal sin, able to endanger his soul. If he be such a one that fears God, or have any religion, he will eschew it, and abhor the loathsomeness of his own fact. If he love an honest maid, 'tis to abuse or marry her. If to abuse, 'tis fornication, a foul fact, though some make light of it, and almost equal to adultery itself. If to marry, let him seriously consider what he takes in hand, look before ye leap, as the proverb is, or settle his affections, and examine first the party, and condition of his estate and hers, whether it be a fit match for fortunes, years, parentage, and such other circumstances, and sit city veneris. Whether it be likely to proceed. If not, let him wisely stave himself off at the first, curb in his inordinate passion, and moderate his desire by thinking of some other subject, divert his cogitations. Or if it be not for his good, as Aeneas, forewarned by Mercury in a dream, left Dido's love, and in all haste got him to see Nestia, surgistumque vocat fortem clonthum, classum aptant taciti jubit. And although she did oppose with vows, tears, prayers, and imprecation, nullis ele movetur fletibus, aut alas voces tractabilis audit. Let thy Mercury reason rule thee against all allurements, seeming delights, pleasing inward or outward provocations. Thou mayst do this if thou wilt, pater non deperit filium, nec frater sororum, a father dotes not on his own daughter, a brother on a sister. And why? Because it is unnatural, unlawful, unfit. If he be sickly, soft, deformed, let him think of his deformities, vices, infirmities. If in debt, let him ruminate how to pay his debts. If he be in any danger, let him seek to avoid it. If he have any lawsuit or other business, he may do well to let his love matters alone and follow it, labor in his vocation whatever it is. But if he cannot so ease himself, yet let him wisely premeditate of both their estates. If they be unequal in years, she young and he old, what an unfit match must it needs be, an uneven yoke, how absurd and indecent a thing is it? As Licinus in Lucian told Timolaus, for an old bald crook-nosed knave to marry a young wench, how odious a thing it is to see an old lecher. What should a bald fellow do with a comb, a dumb dotard with a pipe, a blind man with a looking-glass, and thou with such a wife? How absurd it is for a young man to marry an old wife for a piece of good. But put case she be equal in years, birth, fortunes, and other qualities correspondent, he doth desire to be coupled in marriage, which is an honorable estate, but for what respects? Her beauty belike and comeliness of person, that is commonly the main object. She is a most absolute form, in his eye at least, cui formam paphia, et charites tribura decorum. But do other men affirm as much? Or is it an error in his judgment? Fallant nos oculi vegic sensus, oppressa ration mentienter. Our eyes and other senses will commonly deceive us. It may be, to thee thyself upon a more serious examination, or after a little absence she is not so fair as she seems. Quidem videnter et non sunt, compare her to another standing by, tease a touchstone to try, confer hand to hand, body to body, face to face, eye to eye, nose to nose, neck to neck, and see. Examine every part by itself, then altogether, in all postures, several sights, and tell me how thou likest her. It may be not she that is so fair, but her coats, or put another in her clothes, and she will seem all out as fair. As the poet then prescribes, separate her from her clothes. Suppose thou saw her in a base beggar's weed, or else dressed in some old hirsute attires out of fashion, foul linen, coarse raiment, besmeared with soot, kali, perfumed with opoponax, sagapnum, asafoetida, or some such filthy gums, dirty, about some indecent action or other. Or in such a case as Brassivola, the physician found Malatesta, his patient, after a potion of hellebore which he had prescribed. Manibus in terram depositus, et anno versus coelum elevato, acc vidretur Socraticus ille Aristophanes, qui geometricas figuras in terram scribens, tubera colliger videbetter, atram bilum in album periodum ingicibat, adioc totem camerum, et si deterpabat, ut and si, all to berate or worse. If thou sawest her, I say, would thou affect her as thou dost? Suppose thou beheldest her in a frosty morning, in cold weather, in some passion or perturbation of mind, weeping, chafing, and see, rivelled and ill-favoured to behold. She many times that in a composed look seems so amiable and delicious, tam scitula, forma, if she do but laugh or smile, makes an ugly sparrow-mouthed face, and shows a pair of uneven, loathsome, rotten foul teeth. She hath a black skin, gouty legs, a deformed crooked carcass under a fine coat. It may be for all her costly tires she is bald, and though she seems so fair by dark, by candlelight, or afar off at such a distance, as Callicratides observed in Lucian, if thou should see her near, or in a morning, she would appear more ugly than a beast. See Diligenter considers, quid per os et nares et citeros corporis mietis egreditur, vilius sterquilinium nunquam vidisti. Follow my counsel, see her undressed, see her, if it be possible, out of her attires furtivis nudatum coloribus, it may be she is like Aesop's jay, or Pliny's cantharides, she will be loathsome, ridiculous, thou wilt not endure her sight. Or suppose thou sawest her, pale in a consumption on her deathbed, skin and bones, or now dead, cujus erat gratissimus amplexus, whose embrace was so agreeable, as Barnard saith erit horribilis aspectus. Non redalit, sedalit, qui redolor solit, as a posy she smells sweet, is most fresh and fair one day, but dried up, withered, and stinks another. Beautiful Nereus, by that Homer so much admired, once dead, is more deformed than their sights, and Solomon deceased as ugly as Marculphus. Thy lovely mistress that was erst Charis Charier Ocellis, dearer to thee than thine eyes, once sick or departed, is villi vilier estimata co eno, worse than any dirt or dunghill. Her embraces were not so acceptable, as now her looks be terrible. Thou hadst better behold a Gorgon's head than Helen's carcass. Some are of opinion that to see a woman naked is able of itself to alter his affection, and it is worthy of consideration, saith Montaigne the Frenchman in his essays, that the skilfullest masters of amorous dalliance appoint for a remedy of venerous passions a full survey of the body, which the poet insinuates. Ille quod obscenas in aperto corpore parts vidrat, in cursu qui fuit, hisit amor. The love stood still, that run in full career, when once it saw those parts should not appear. It is reported of Seleucus, king of Syria, that seeing his wife Stratonus's bald pate, as she was undressing her by chance, he could never affect her after. Remundus Lullius, the physician, spying an ulcer or cancer in his mistress' breast, whom he so dearly loved, from that day following abhorred the looks of her. Philip the French king, as Nubrigensis, lib 4, cap. 24. Relates it, married the king of Denmark's daughter, and after he had used her as a wife one night, because her breath stunk, they say, or for some other secret fault, sent her back again to her father. Peter Mattheus, in the Life of Louis XI, finds fault with our English chronicles for writing how Margaret, the king of Scots' daughter, and wife to Louis XI, French king, was ob gravelentium oris, rejected by her husband. Many such matches are made for by respects, or some seemly comeliness, which after honeymoons past turn to bitterness. For burning lust is but a flash, a gunpowder passion, and hatred oft follows in the highest degree, dislike and contempt. Cum si cutis erita laxat, fiant obscuri dens. When they wax old and ill-favored, they may commonly no longer abide them. Jam gravis eis nobis, begone, they grow stale, fulsome, loathsome, odious, thou art a beastly filthy quean. Facem Phoebe cacantes habes, thou art Saturni podex, withered and dry, insipida et vetula. T quia rugi turpent, et capitis knives. I say begone porti pat proficicere. Yea, but you will infer your mistress is complete, of a most absolute form in all men's opinions. No exceptions can be taken at her, nothing may be added to her person, nothing detracted. She is the mirror of women for her beauty, comeliness, and pleasant grace. Inimitable Mary Delicii Mary Lepores. She is Myrothedium veneris, Gratiarum pixis, a mere magazine of natural perfections. She hath all the veners and graces. Mil faces et mil figuras, in each part absolute and complete. Lita genas lita os rosium, vaga lumina lita. To be admired for her person, a most incomparable, unmatchable piece, aurea proles, ad simulacrum alicugus numinis composita, a phoenix, vernantes ediculi venerilla. A nymph, a fairy, like Venus herself when she was a maid, nulli secunda, a mere quintessence, floris spirans et amoracum, fomini prodigum. Put case she be, how long will she continue? Florum decoris singuli carpunt dies, every day detracts from her person, and this beauty is bonum fragile, a mere flash, a Venice glass, quickly broken, anceps forma bonum mortalibus. Exigui donum breve temporis. It will not last. As that fair flower Adonis, which we call an anemone, flourisheth but 1 month, this gracious all-commanding beauty fades in an instant. It is a jewel soon lost, the painter's goddess Fulsa Veritas a mere picture. Favor is deceitful and beauty is vanity, Prov, Roman 31. 30. Vitria gemula, fluxec bullula, candida forma est nix, rosa, fumis, ventis et ora nihil. A brittle gem, bubble, is beauty pale, a rose, dew, snow, smoke, wind, air, not at all. If she be fair, as the saying is, she is commonly a fool. If proud, scornful, sequiturque superbia formam, or dishonest, rara est concordia formi, ac pudicitiae, can she be fair and honest too? Aristo, the son of Agasicles, married a Spartan lass, the fairest lady in all Greece next to Helen, but for her conditions the most abominable and beastly creature of the world. So that I would wish thee to respect, with Seneca, not her person but qualities. Will you say that's a good blade which hath a gilded scabbard, embroidered with gold and jewels? No, but that which hath a good edge and point, well-tempered metal, able to resist. This beauty is of the body alone, and what is that, but as Gregory Nazianzen telleth us, a mock of time and sickness, or as Boethius, as mutable as a flower, and 'tis not nature so makes us, but most part the infirmity of the beholder. For ask another, he sees no such matter. Dick mihi pergracias quails tibi vidter, I pray thee tell me how thou likest my sweetheart, as she asked her sister in Aristenitis, whom I so much admire, methinks he is the sweetest gentleman, the properest man that ever I saw. But I am in love, I confess, nec pudet fateri, and cannot therefore well judge. But be she fair indeed, golden-haired as Anacreon his Bathyllus. To examine particulars, she have flammulos oculos, calac lacteola, a pure sanguine complexion, little mouth, coral lips, white teeth, soft and plump neck, body, hands, feet, all fair and lovely to behold, composed of all graces, elegances, and absolute peace. Lumina sint meliti Junonia, dextra minervi, mammali veneris, sura maris domini, and c. Let her head be from Prague, paps out of Austria, belly from France, back from Brabant, hands out of England, feet from Rhine, buttocks from Switzerland. Let her have the Spanish gait, the Venetian tire, Italian complement and endowments. Candida sideres ardescent lumina flammis, sudent calla rosas, et sed et crinibus aurum, melia purpurum depromint ora ruborum fulgit, ac venerum celesti corpor vincat, forma dirum omnes, and c. Let her be such a one throughout, as Lucian deciphers in his Imagines as Euphranor of old painted Venus. Aristaenetus describes Lies, another Helena, Chariclea, Leucippe, Lucretia, Pandora. Let her have a box of beauty to repair herself still, such a one as Venus gave Phaon when he carried her over the ford. Let her use all helps art and nature can yield. Be like her, and whom thou wilt, or all these in one. A little sickness, a fever, smallpox, wound, scar, loss of an eye or limb, a violent passion, a distemperature of heat or cold, mars all in an instant, disfigures all. Childbearing, old age, that tyrant time will turn Venus to Erinis. Raging time, care, rivels her upon a sudden. After she hath been married a small while, and the black ox hath trodden on her toe, she will be so much altered, and wax out of favor, thou wilt not know her. One grows to fat, another too lean, and see. Modest Matilda, pretty pleasing Peg, sweet-singing Susan, mincing Mary Moll, dainty dancing doll, neat Nancy, jolly Joan, nimble Nell, kissing Kate, bouncing Bess with black eyes, fair fillies with fine white hands, fiddling Frank, tall Tib, slender Sib, and C, will quickly lose their grace, grow fulsome, stale, sad, heavy, dull, sour, and all at last out of fashion. Ubi jam vultus argutia, suavis suavitatio, blandus, rissus, and see those fair sparkling eyes will look dull. Her soft coral lips will be pale, dry, cold, rough, and blue, her skin rugged, that soft and tender superficies will be hard and harsh, her whole complexion change in a moment, and as Matilda writ to King John, I am not now as when thou saw'st me last, that favor soon is vanished and past, that rosy blush lapped in a lily veil now is with morphew overgrown and pale. 'Tis so in the rest, their beauty fades as a tree in winter, which Dejanira hath elegantly expressed in the poet, deform solis aspicis truncis nemis, sic nostra longum forma percurrens iter, deperdit aliquid semper, et fulgit minus, malisque minus est quicquid in nobis fuit, olim peditum cessidit, et pardu labat, maturque multum rapuit ex illa mihi edas citato senior arapuit gradu. And as a tree that in the green wood grows, with fruit and leaves, and in the summer blows in winter like a stalk deformed shows, our beauty takes his race and journey goes, and doth decrease and lose, and come to naught admired of old, to this by childbirth brought, and mother hath bereft me of my grace, and crooked old age coining on apace. To conclude with Chrysostom, when thou seest a fair and beautiful person, a brave Bonaroba, a belladonna, qui salivam movit, lepidum puellam et quam tu facile aims, a comely woman having bright eyes, a merry countenance, a shining luster in her look, a pleasant grace, wringing thy soul and increasing thy concupiscence. Bethink with thyself that it is but earth thou lovest, a mere excrement which so vexeth thee, which thou so admirest, and thy raging soul will be at rest. Take her skin from her face, and thou shalt see all loathsomeness under it, that beauty is a superficial skin and bones, nerves, sinews. Suppose her sick, now riveled, hoary-headed, hollow-cheeked, old, within she is full of filthy phlegm, stinking, putrid, excremental stuff. Snot and snivel in her nostrils, spittle in her mouth, water in her eyes, what filth in her brains, and see or take her at best, and look narrowly upon her in the light, stand near her, nearer yet, thou shalt perceive almost as much, and love less, as Cardan well writes, minus ament qui acute vident, though Scaliger deride him for it. If he see her near, or look exactly at such a posture, whosoever he is according to the true rules of symmetry and proportion, those I mean of Albertus Durer, Lemadius and Tasnier, examine him of her. If he be elegans formarum spectator, he shall find many faults in physiognomy and ill color. If form, one side of the face likely bigger than the other, or crooked nose, bad eyes, prominent veins, concavities about the eyes, wrinkles, pimples, red streaks, freckles, hairs, warts, neves, inequalities, roughness, scabbardity, paleness, yellowness, and as many colors as are in a turcocock's neck, many indecorums in their other parts. Est quod desideres, est quod amputes, one leers, another frowns, a third gapes, squints, and see and tease true that he saith, diligenter considerani raro facies absoluta, et qui video caret, seldom shall you find an absolute face without fault, as I have often observed. Not in the face alone is this defect or disproportion to be found, but in all the other parts of body and mind. She is fair, indeed, but foolish. Pretty, comely, and decent, of a majestical presence, but peradventure imperious, dishonest, acerba, iniqua, self-willed. She is rich, but deformed, hath a sweet face, but bad carriage, no bringing up, a rude and wanton flirt. A neat body she hath, but it is a nasty queen otherwise, a very slut of a bad kind. As flowers in a garden have color some, but no smell, others have a fragrant smell, but are unseemly to the eye. One is unsavory to the taste as rue, as bitter as wormwood, and yet a most medicinal cordial flower, most acceptable to the stomach. So are men and women. One is well qualified, but of ill proportion, poor and base. A good eye she hath, but a bad hand and foot, foeda pedis et foeda manus, a fine leg, bad teeth, a vast body, and see examine all parts of body and mind. I advise thee to inquire of all. See her angry, merry, laugh, weep, hot, cold, sick, sullen, dressed, undressed, in all attires, sights, gestures, passions, eat her meals and see, and in some of these you will surely dislike. Yea, not her only let him observe, but her parents how they carry themselves. For what deformities, defects, encumbrances of body or mind be in them at such an age, they will likely be subject to be molested in like manner, they will patrizare or matrizare. And withal let him take notice of her companions, in convictu, as Quivra prescribes, et quibuscum converseter, whom she converseth with, nosciter ex comite, qui non cognoscitur ex se. According to Thucydides, she is commonly the best, de quo minimus foras habiter sermo, that is least talked of abroad. For if she be a noted reveller, a gatter, a singer, a pranker or dancer, then take heed of her. For what saith Democritus, et vos festivi nini saltate puelli, en malus hieris adest in vos salter paradis. Young men will do it when they come to it. Fauns and satyrs will certainly play reeks when they come in such wanton Bacchos or Eleonora's presence. Now when they shall perceive any such obliquity, indecency, disproportion, deformity, bad conditions, and see, let them still ruminate on that, and as Hedus adviseth out of Ovid, iram mendas notent, note their faults, vices, errors, and think of their imperfections. 'Tis the next way to divert and mitigate love's furious headstrong passions. As a peacock's feet and filthy comb, they say, make him forget his fine feathers and pride of his tail. She is lovely, fair, well-favored, well-qualified, courteous, and kind, but if she be not so to me, what care I how kind she be? I say with Philostratus, formosa aliis mihi superba, she is a tyrant to me, and so let her go. Besides these outward neves or open faults, errors, there be many inward infirmities, secret, some private, which I will omit, and some more common to the sex, sullen fits, evil qualities, filthy diseases, in this case fit to be considered. Consider ratio foetitatis mulirum, menstrui imprimis, quam amundi sunt, quam Savonarola proponent regula septima penitus observandum, et platina dial, amoris fuse perstringit, Ludovicus Bonixielis mulib, lib 2 cap, 2 pet. Hedus Albertus et infiniti fear medici. A lover, in Calcagninus's Apologies, wished with all his heart he were his mistress's ring, to hear, embrace, see, and do I know not what. O thou fool, quoth the ring, if thou werest in my room, thou shouldst here observe, and see pudenda et ponitenda, that which would make thee loathe and hate her, yea, peradventure, all women for her sake. I will say nothing of the vices of their minds, their pride, envy, inconstancy, weakness, malice, self-will, lightness, insatiable lust, jealousy, eclis, v14. No malice to a woman's, no bitterness like to hers, Eccles, Romans 7, 21. And as the same author urgeth Prov, Roman 31, 10, who shall find a virtuous woman, he makes a question of it. Nec jus nec bonum, nec equum seant, melius pejus, prosit, absit, nihil vident, nisi quad libido suggerit. They know neither good nor bad, be it better or worse, as the comical poet hath it, beneficial or hurtful, they will do what they list. Insidii humani generis, querimonia vidi, exuvi noctis, durissima cura die, pona verum, nex et juvenum, and c. And to that purpose were they first made, as Jupiter insinuates in the poet. The fire that bold Prometheus stole from me, with plagues called women shall revenged be, on whose alluring and enticing face, poor mortals doting shall their death embrace. In fine, as Diogenes concludes in Nevisanus, nulla est femina qui non habet quid, they have all their faults, every each of them hath some vices. If one be full of villainy, another hath a liquorish eye, if one be full of wantonness, another is a chidress. When Leander was drowned, the inhabitants of Sestos consecrated Hero's lantern to Anteros, Antierodi sacrum, and he that had good success in his love should light the candle. But never any man was found to light it, which I can refer to naught but the inconstancy and lightness of women. For in 1,000, good there is not one, all be so proud, unthankful, and unkind with flinty hearts, careless of others' moan. In their own lusts carried most headlong blind, but more herein to speak I am forbidden. Sometimes for speaking truth one may be chidden. I am not willing, you see, to prosecute the cause against them, and therefore take heed you mistake me not. Matronam nullum ego tango, I honor the sex with all good men, and as I ought to do rather than displease them, I will voluntarily take the oath which Mercurius Britannicus took, Virgin. Descript. Tib. 2 Fall, 95. Me nihil unquam mali nobilissimo sexui, vel verbo vel facto machinaturum, and c. Let Simonides, Mantuan, Platina, pet. Aretine, and such women-haters bear the blame, if aught be said amiss. I have not writ a tenth of that which might be urged out of them and others. Non possunt invectivi omnes, et satiri in fominas scripti, uno volumine comprehendi. And that which I have said, to speak truth, no more concerns them than men, though women be more frequently named in this tract. To apologize once for all, I am neither partial against them, or therefore bitter. What is said of the one, mutato nomen, may most part be understood of the other. My words are like Passus' picture in Lucian, of whom, when a good fellow had bespoke a horse to be painted with his heels upwards, tumbling on his back, he made him passant. Now when the fellow came for his piece, he was very angry and said, it was quite opposite to his mind. But Passus instantly turned the picture upside down, showed him the horse at that sight which he requested, and so gave him satisfaction. If any man take exception at my words, let him alter the name, read him for her, and tease all one in effect. But to my purpose, if women in general be so bad and men worse than they, what a hazard is it to marry? Where shall a man find a good wife, or a woman a good husband? A woman a man may eschew, but not a wife. Wedding is undoing, some say, marrying marring, wooing woeing. A wife is a fever hectic, as Scaliger calls her, and not be cured but by death, as out of Menander Athenaeus adds in Pelopris T. Jassus Negoterum, non libium, non aegeum, ubi ex trigenta non perunt tria navigia. Ducius uxorum servetur porsus nemo. Thou wadest into a sea itself of woes. In Libya and Aegean each man knows of 30 not 3 ships are cast away, but on this rock not one escapes, I say. The worldly cares, miseries, discontents that accompany marriage, I pray you learn of them that have experience, for I have none. Pi alpha letter 1F77 delta alpha sigma letter 1F10, gamma letter 1F78, lambda letter 1F79, gamma omicron upsilon sigma letter 1F10, gamma epsilon nu sigma letter 1F71 mu eta nu. Libri mentis liberi. For my part 1 LL dissemble with him, est procul nymphi, phalanx genus est puelli, vita jugata meo non facit ingenio. Me juvat and see. Many married men exclaim at the miseries of it and rail at wives downright. I never tried, but as I hear some of them say, mer hod mer, vos mer acerrimum, an Irish sea is not so turbulent and raging as a litigious wife. Scylla et Charybdis sicula contorquens freda, minus est taemenda, nulla non melior fera est. Scylla and Charybdis are less dangerous, there is no beast that is so noxious. Which made the devil belike, as most interpreters hold, when he had taken away Job's goods, corporis et fortuni bona, health, children, friends, to persecute him the more, leave his wicked wife. As Pinda proves out of Tertullian, Cyprian, Austin, Chrysostom, Prosper, Gaudentius, and C. ut novum calamitatis into genus viro existerit, to vex and gall him worse quam totus infernus than all the fiends in hell, as knowing the conditions of a bad woman. Jupiter non tribuit hemini pestilentius malum, saith Simonides. Better dwell with a dragon or a lion than keep house with a wicked wife Eclis. Roman 25:18. Better dwell in a wilderness Prov. Roman 21:19. No wickedness like to her Eclis. Roman 25:22. She makes a sorry heart and heavy countenance, a wounded mind, weak hands, and feeble knees. Vers. 25. A woman and death are two the bitterest things in the world. Uxor mihi ducenda est hodi, id mihi visus est dicer, abi domum et suspend t. Ter, and 1:5. And yet for all this we bachelors desire to be married. With that vestal virgin we long for it, felices nupti. Morior nisi nuber dulce est. 'Tis the sweetest thing in the world. I would I had a wife, saith he, for fain would I leave a single life if I could get me a good wife. Hey ho for a husband, cries she, a bad husband, nay, the worst that ever was is better than none. O blissful marriage, O most welcome marriage, and happy are they that are so coupled. We do earnestly seek it, and are never well till we have effected it. But with what fate, like those birds in the emblem that fed about a cage, so long as they could fly away at their pleasure liked well of it, but when they were taken and might not get loose, though they had the same meat, pined away for sullenness, and would not eat. So we commend marriage. Donic micelli liberi aspichmis dominam, sed postquem hu janua clausa est, fel in tus est quod mel fuit. So long as we are wooers, may kiss and call at our pleasure, nothing is so sweet, we are in heaven as we think. But when we are once tied and have lost our liberty, marriage is in hell, give me my yellow hose again. A mouse in a trap lives as merrily, we are in a purgatory some of us, if not hell itself. Dulce bellum inexpertise, as the proverb is, 'tis fine talking of war, and marriage sweet in contemplation, till it be tried. And then as wars are most dangerous, irksome every minute at death's door so is, and see when those wild Irish peers, saith Stanihurst, were feasted by King Henry II. At what time he kept his Christmas at Dublin, and had tasted of his prince-like cheer, generous wines, dainty fare, had seen his massy plate of silver, gold, enameled, beset with jewels, golden candlesticks, goodly rich hangings, brave furniture, heard his trumpets sound, fifes, drums, and his exquisite music in all kinds. When they had observed his majestical presence as he sat in purple robes, crowned with his scepter, and see, in his royal seat, the poor men were so amazed, enamored, and taken with the object, that they were perdici domestici et pristini tyrotarchi, as weary and ashamed of their own sordidity and manner of life. They would all be English forthwith, who but English? But when they had now submitted themselves and lost their former liberty, they began to rebel, some of them, others repent of what they had done, when it was too late. 'Tis so with us bachelors when we see and behold those sweet faces, those gaudy shows that women make observe their pleasant gestures and graces, give ear to their siren tunes, see them dance, and see, we think their conditions are as fine as their faces, we are taken with dumb signs and amplexum ruimus, we rave, we burn, and would fain be married. But when we feel the miseries, cares, woes that accompany it, we make our moan, many of us, cry out at length, and cannot be released. If this be true now, as some out of experience will inform us, farewell wiving for my part, and as the comical poet merrily saith, perdatur ille pessime qui fominam duxit secundus, nam nihil primo imprecor, ignaris, ut puto mali primus fuit. Foul fall him that brought the second match to pass. The first I wish no harm, poor man, alas, he knew not what he did, nor what it was. What shall I say to him that marries again and again? Stulta maritali qui porigit oraque pistro, I pity him not, for the first time he must do as he may, bear it out sometimes by the head and shoulders, and let his next neighbor ride or else run away, or as that Syracusan in a tempest, when all ponderous things were to be exonerated out of the ship, quia maximum pondus erat, fling his wife into the sea. But this, I confess, is comically spoken, and so I pray you take it. In sober sadness, marriage is a bondage, a thraldom, a yoke, a hindrance to all good enterprises. He hath married a wife and cannot come, a stop to all preferments, a rock on which many are saved, many impinge and are cast away. Not that the thing is evil in itself or troublesome, but full of all contentment and happiness, one of the three things which please God, when a man and his wife agree together, an honorable and happy estate, who knows it not? If they be sober, wise, honest, as the poet infers, si commodos nansus cantor amores, nullum iis abest voluptatis genus. If fitly matched be man and wife, no pleasures wanting to their life. But to undiscreet sensual persons, that as brutes are wholly led by sense, it is a feral plague, many times a hell itself, and can give little or no content, being that they are often so irregular and prodigious in their lusts, so diverse in their affections. Uxor nomen dignitatis non voluptatis, as he said, a wife is a name of honor, not of pleasure. She is fit to bear the office, govern a family, to bring up children, sit at a board's end and carve, as some carnal men think and say. They had rather go to the stews, or have now and then a snatch as they can come by it, borrow of their neighbors, than have wives of their own. Except they may, as some princes and great men do, keep as many courtesans as they will themselves, fly out impune, permular uxors alienas, that polygamy of Turks, Lex Julia, with Caesar once enforced in Rome, though Levinus Torrentius and others suspect it. Udi uxors quod et quas velent liceret, that every great man might marry, and keep as many wives as he would, or Irish divorcement were in use. But as it is, 'tis hard and gives not that satisfaction to these carnal men, beastly men as too many are. What still the same, to be tied to one, be she never so fair, never so virtuous, is a thing they may not endure, to love one long. Say thy pleasure, and counterfeit as thou wilt, as Parmeno told Ties, nec tu uno eris contenta, one man will never please thee, nor one woman many men. But as Pan replied to his father Mercury, when he asked whether he was married, nequequam pater, amator enim sum and see. No, father, no, I am a lover still, and cannot be contented with one woman. Pythias, Echo, Menads, and I know not how many besides, were his mistresses, he might not abide marriage. Varietas delectat, 'tis loathsome and tedious, what one still, which the satirist said of Iberina, is verified in most, unius Iberini ver sufficit. Asius illud extorquibus ut hic oculo contenta sit uno. 'Tis not one man will serve her by her will, as soon she'll have one eye as one man still. As capable of any impression as materia prima itself, that still desires new forms, like the sea their affections ebb and flow. Husband is a cloak for some to hide their villainy. Once married she may fly out at her pleasure, the name of husband is a sanctuary to make all good. Eo ventum, saith Seneca, ut nulla verum habet, nisi ut irritet adulterum. They are right and straight, as true Trojans as mine host's daughter, that Spanish wench in Ariosto, as good wives as Messalina. Many men are as constant in their choice, and as good husbands as Nero himself, they must have their pleasure of all they see, and are in a word far more fickle than any woman, for either they be full of jealousy, or masterful, or love and novelty. Good men have often ill wives, as bad as Xanthippe was to Socrates, Elevora to St. Louis, Isabella to our Edward II. And good wives are as often matched to ill husbands as Mariamne to Herod, Serena to Diocletian, Theodora to Theophilus, and Thyra to Gurmund. But I will say nothing of dissolute and bad husbands, of bachelors and their vices. Their good qualities are a fitter subject for a just volume, too well known already in every village, town, and city, they need no blazon, and lest I should mar any matches or dishearten loving maids, for this present I will let them pass. Being that men and women are so irreligious, depraved by nature, so wandering in their affections, so brutish, so subject to disagreement, so unobservant of marriage rites, what shall I say? If thou beest such a one, or thou light on such a wife, what concord can there be, what hope of agreement? 'Tis not conjugum but conjurgum, as the reed and fern in the emblem, averse and opposite in nature. 'Tis 20-1 thou wilt not marry to thy contentment, but as in a lottery 40 blanks were drawn commonly for one prize, out of a multitude you shall hardly choose a good one. A small ease hence then, little comfort, nec integrum unquam transiges lead esteem. If he or she be such a one, thou hadst much better be alone. If she be barren, she is not, and see. If she have children, and thy state be not good, though thou be wary and circumspect, thy charge will undo thee. Focunda domum tibi prole gravabit, thou wilt not be able to bring them up, and what greater misery can there be than to beget children, to whom thou canst leave no other inheritance but hunger and thirst? Cum fames dominator, strident voces regantium paenum, penetrans patris cor. What so grievous as to turn them up to the wide world to shift for themselves? No plague like to want, and when thou hast good means, and art very careful of their education, they will not be ruled. Think but of that old proverb, letter 1F91 rho letter 1F7D omega nu tau letter 1F73 kappa nu alpha pi letter 1F75 mu alpha tau alpha. Here filiae noxi, great men's sons seldom do well. O utinam aut coelibs mansissum, aut prole carum. Would that I had either remained single, or not had children, Augustus exclaims in Suetonius. Jacob had his Reuben, Simeon, and Levi, David and Amnon, and Absalom Adoniah. Wise men's sons are commonly fools, insomuch that Partition concludes, Neminum prop magnorum virorum optimum et utilum reliquis filium. They had been much better to have been childless. 'Tis too common in the middle sort. Thy son's a drunkard, a gamester, a spendthrift, thy daughter a fool, a whore, thy servants lazy drones and thieves, thy neighbors devils, they will make thee weary of thy life. If thy wife be froward, when she may not have her will, thou hadst better be buried alive. She will be so impatient, raving still, and roaring like Juno in the tragedy, there's nothing but tempests, all is in an uproar. If she be soft and foolish, thou wert better have a block, she will shame thee and reveal thy secrets. If wise and learned, well qualified, there is as much danger on the other side, mulierum doctem ducere periculousissimum, saith Nevisanus, she will be too insolent and peevish, malo venusinam quam te Cornelia mater. Take heed, if she be a slut, thou wilt loathe her. If proud, she'll beggar thee, so she'll spend thy patrimony in baubles, all Arabia will not serve to perfume her hair, saith Lucian. If fair and wanton, she'll make thee a cornuto. If deformed, she will paint. If her face be filthy by nature, she will mend it by art, alienis et siditias imposturis, which who can endure? If she do not paint, she will look so filthy, thou canst not love her, and that peradventure will make thee dishonest. Chromerus lib 12. Hist. Relates of Casimurus that he was unchaste because his wife Aleda, the daughter of Henry, Landgrave of Hesse, was so deformed. If she be poor, she brings beggary with her, saith Nevisanus, misery and discontent. If you marry a maid, it is uncertain how she proves, hic forsan veniet non satis apta tibi. If young, she is likely wanton and untaught, if lusty, too lascivious. And if she be not satisfied, you know where and when, nil nisi gerga, all is in an uproar and there is little quietness to be had. If an old maid, 'tis a hazard she dies in childbed. If a rich widow induces tea and lacume, thou dost halter thyself, she will make all away beforehand to her other children and see. Dominam quis possit fair taunantum. She will hit thee still in the teeth with her first husband. If a young widow, she is often insatiable and immodest. If she be rich, well descended, bring a great dowry, or be nobly allied, thy wife's friends will eat thee out of house and home, dives ruinam oedibus inducit, she will be so proud, so high-minded, so imperious. For nihil est magi's intolerable dite, there's nothing so intolerable, thou shalt be as the tassel of a goshawk, she will ride upon thee, domineer as she list, wear the breeches in her oligarchical government, and beggar thee besides. Uxors divite servitudem exigunt, as Seneca hits them, declam. Lib 2, declam. 6. Dotum excepi imperium perditi. They will have sovereignty pro conjuge dominam arcessus, they will have attendants, they will do what they list. In taking a dowry thou losest thy liberty, das intrit, libertas exit, hazardest thine estate. He sunt ac alii multi in magnis dotibus incommoditates, sumptusc intolerables and see. With many such inconveniences, say the best, she is a commanding servant, thou hadst better have taken a good housewife maid in her smock. Since then there is such hazard, if thou be wise keep thyself as thou art, 'tis good to match, much better to be free. Procreor liberos lepidissimum, Hercule viro liberum esse, id multo est lepidius. Art thou young? Then match not yet, if old, match not at all, vis juvenis nuber, nondum venit tempus, ingravescent edate jam tempus praeteriat. And therefore, with that philosopher, still make answer to thy friends that importune thee to marry, ad huc intempestivum, 'tis yet unseasonable, and ever will be. Consider withal how free, how happy, how secure, how heavenly in respect a single man is, as he said in the comedy, et isti quod fortunatum esse audument, uxorum nunquam habui, and that which all my neighbors admire and applaud me for, account so great a happiness, I never had a wife. Consider how contentedly, quietly, neatly, plentifully, sweetly, and how merrily he lives. He hath no man to care for but himself, none to please, no charge, none to control him, is tied to no residence, no cure to serve, may go and come when, whither, live where he will, his own master, and do what he list himself. consider the excellency of virgins, Virgo coelum meruit, marriage replenisheth the earth, but virginity paradise. Elias, Eliseus, John Baptist were bachelors. Virginity is a precious jewel, a fair garland, a never-fading flower. For why was Daphne turned to a green bay tree, but to show that virginity is immortal? Ut flows in septies secretus nascitur hordes, ignatus pecori, nullo contusus aratro, quam mulsent ori, firmat sol, educat imber, and c. Sic Virgo dum intacta manit, dum chara sues, sed cum castum amisit, and c. Virginity is a fine picture, as Bonaventure calls it, a blessed thing in itself, and if you will believe a papist, meritorious. And although there be some inconveniences, irksomeness, solitariness, and c. incident to such persons, one of those comforts, qui egro assidet et curat e gratum, fomentum paret, rogit medicum, and c. embracing dalliance, kissing, calling, and c. those furious motives and wanton pleasures a new married wife most part enjoys. Yet they are but toys in respect, easily to be endured if conferred to those frequent encumbrances of marriage. Solitariness may be otherwise avoided with mirth, music, good company, business, employment. In a word, gaudibit minus et minus dolbit. For their good nights he shall have good days. And methinks some time or other, amongst so many rich bachelors, a benefactor should be found to build a monastical college for old, decayed, deformed, or discontented maids to live together in, that have lost their first loves, or otherwise miscarried, or else are willing howsoever to lead a single life. The rest, I say, are toys in respect, and sufficiently recompensed by those innumerable contents and incomparable privileges of virginity. Think of these things, confer both lives, and consider last of all these commodious prerogatives a bachelor hath, how well he is esteemed, how heartily welcome to all his friends, quam mentitus obsequies, as Tertullian observes, with what counterfeit courtesies they will adore him, follow him, present him with gifts, humatis donis. It cannot be believed, saith Ammianus, with what humble service he shall be worshipped, how loved and respected. If he want children, and have means, he shall be often invited, attended on by princes, and have advocates to plead his cause for nothing, as Plutarch adds. Wilt thou then be reverenced and had an estimation? Dominus tamen et domini rex si tu vis feri, nullus tibi parvulus alla, lucerit Aeneas, nec filia dulcior alla, jucundum et charum sterilis facit uxor amicum. Live a single man, marry not, and thou shalt soon perceive how those Herodipti, for so they were called of old, will seek after thee, bribe and flatter thee for thy favor, to be thine heir or executor. Aruntius and Atirius, those famous parasites in this kind, as Tacitus and Seneca have recorded, shall not go beyond them. Periplectomines, that good personate old man, Delicium Senes, well understood this in Plautus. For when Plusides exhorted him to marry that he might have children of his own, he readily replied in this sort, Quando habeo multos cognatos, quid opus mihi sit liberis, nunc bene vivo et fortunate, ac animo ut lubit, mi bona mi mort cognatis dicam interpartient. Ilia pud me edunt, me curant, visunt quid agam, equid velim qui mihi mittunt munera, ad prandium, ad coenam vocant. Whilst I have kin, what need I brats to have? Now I live well, and as I will, most brave. And when I die, my goods I'll give away to them that do invite me every day. That visit me, and send me pretty toys, and strive who shall do me most courtesies. This respect thou shalt have in like manner, living as he did, a single man. But if thou marry once, cogitato in omni vita te servum for, bethink thyself what a slavery it is, what a heavy burden thou shalt undertake, how hard a task thou art tied to. For as Hierome hath it, qui uxorum habet debitor est, et uxoris servis allegatus. And how continuate, what squalor attends it, what irksomeness, what charges, for wife and children are a perpetual bill of charges, besides a myriad of cares, miseries, and troubles. For as that comical Plautus merrily and truly said, he that wants trouble must get to be master of a ship or marry a wife. And as another seconds him, wife and children have undone me. So many and such infinite encumbrances accompany this kind of life. Furthermore, uxor intumuit, and see, or as he said in the comedy Duxi uxorum, quam ibi miseriam vidi, nati filiae alia cura. All gifts and invitations cease, no friend will esteem thee, and thou shalt be compelled to lament thy misery, and make thy moan with Bartholomeus Sharius, that famous poet laureate and professor of Hebrew in Wittenberg. I had finished this work long since, but that inter alia dura et tristia qui misero mihi pene tergum frederunt. I use his own words amongst many miseries which almost broke my back. Sigma upsilon zeta upsilon gamma, letter 1F77 alpha ob xantipismum. A shrew to my wife tormented my mind above measure, and beyond the rest. So shalt thou be compelled to complain, and to cry out at last, with Phoronius the lawyer, how happy had I been, if I had wanted a wife. If this which I have said will not suffice, see more in Lemnius lib. 4 cap. 13, de occult. Nat. Mir Espenkius de Continentia lib 6. Cap. 8. Kornman de Virginitate Platina and Amor. Dial. Practica Artis Amandi, Barbarus de Reauxoria Arnesius in Polit. Cap. 3 in him that is instar omnium, Nevisanus the lawyer, Silva nuptial, almost in every page. Subsect Roman 4. Filters, magical and poetical cures. Where persuasions and other remedies will not take place, many fly to unlawful means, filters, amulets, magic spells, ligatures, characters, charms, which is a wound with the spear of Achilles, if so made and caused, must so be cured. If forced by spells and filters, saith Paracelsus, it must be eased by characters, mag. Lib 2 cap 28, and by incantations, Fernelius Path, lib 6, cap 13, Scankius lib 4, observe, med. Hath some examples of such as have been so magically caused and magically cured and by witchcraft. So saith Baptist de Quadrantius, lib 3 cap 9, de mor, ven malleus malef cap 6. 'Tis not permitted to be done, I confess, yet often attempted, see more in Wierus lib 3 cap 18 de Priestig, de remediis per filtra, Delrio Tom, 2 lib 2, Quist, 3 sect, 3 disquisite, magic, Cardan lib 16 cap 90. Reckons up many magnetical medicines, as to piss through a ring and see missile descent. 330 Baptista Porta, Jason Pratensis, Loblius Pag. 87 Matthiolus and C. prescribe many absurd remedies. Radix mandragora ebibiti, annuli ex ungulis essini, Sturcus amati sub cervical positum, Elanescient and C. quam odorum foditatis sentit amor solvitor. Noctui occam abstemios facit comestum, ex concilio jarthi indorum gymnosophisti, apud philostratum lib 3. Sanguis amaci, ebibitus omnum amoris sensum tollit. Faustinam Marsae orale uxorum, gladiatoris amore captem, ida penitus concilio Chaldeorum liberatum, refert Julius Capitolinus. Some of our astrologers will effect as much by characteristical images. Ex sigillis Hermedes, Salomonus, Cales, and C. Mulieris imago habentes crines sparsos, and see our old poets and fantastical writers have many fabulous remedies for such as are lovesick, as that of Protesilaus' tomb in Philostratus, in his dialogue between Phoenix and Venator. Venator, upon occasion discoursing of the rare virtues of that shrine, telleth him that Protesilaus' altar and tomb cures almost all manner of diseases, consumptions, dropsies, quartan agues, sore eyes, and amongst the rest such as are lovesick shall there be helped. But the most famous is Leucata Petra, that renowned rock in Greece, of which Strabo writes Geog. Lib 10. Not far from St. Maura's, Seth Sands, Lib 1, from which rock if any lover flung himself down headlong, he was instantly cured. Venus, after the death of Adonis, when she could take no rest for love, cum vesana suas torurit flamma medullas, came to the temple of Apollo to know what she should do to be eased of her pain. Apollo sent her to Leucata Petra, where she precipitated herself, and was forthwith freed. And when she would needs know of him a reason of it, he told her again that he had often observed Jupiter. When he was enamored on Juno, thither go to ease and wash himself, and after him divers others. Cephalus, for the love of Protla, Degonidas' daughter, leaped down here, that lesbian Sappho for Phaon, on whom she miserably doted. Cupidini's estro persida e summo precepts root, hoping thus to ease herself, and to be freed of her love pangs. Hic si Deucalion purhi susensus amore mercit, et eliso corpor pressit aquas, nec mora, fugit amor, and sea. Hither Deucalion came, when Pyrrha's love tormented him, and leapt down to the sea, and had no harm at all, but by and by his love was gone and chased quite away. This medicine Jos. Scaliger speaks of Ausoniarum lectionum lib 18, Salmuts in Pansirol, de 7, Mundi Mirac, and other writers. Pliny reports that amongst the Cyzani there is a well consecrated to Cupid, of which if any lover taste, his passion is mitigated, and Anthony Virgurius Imag, Deorum de Cupid. Saith that amongst the ancients there was amor lethes, he took burning torches and extinguished them in the river. His statute was to be seen in the temple of Venus Eleusina, of which Ovid makes mention, and saith that all lovers of old went thither on pilgrimage, that would be rid of their love pangs. Pausanias in Phasesis writes of a temple dedicated venery in Spelunca, to Venus in the vault, at Naupactus in Achaea, now Lepanto, in which your widows that would have second husbands made their supplications to the goddess. All manner of suits concerning lovers were commenced, and their grievances helped. The same author in Achaesis tells as much of the river Senelus in Greece. If any lover washed himself in it, by a secret virtue of that water, by reason of the extreme coldness belike, he was healed of love's torments, amoris vulnus idem qui sanat facit, which if it be so, that water, as he holds, is omni oro pretiosior, better than any gold. Where none of all these remedies will take place, I know no other but that all lovers must make a head and rebel, as they did in Ausonius, and crucify Cupid till he grant their request, or satisfy their desires. Subsect V. The last and best cure of love melancholy is to let them have their desire. The last refuge and surest remedy to be put in practice in the utmost place, when no other means will take effect, is to let them go together and enjoy one another. Potissima cura est ut heros amasia sua potiater, saith Guianerius cap. 15. Tract. 15. Aesculapius himself to this malady cannot invent a better remedy, quam ut amanti sedat amadum, Jason pratensis, than that a lover have his desire. Et pariter torulo bini jungenter in uno, et pulchro deter ini Lavinia conjux. And let them both be joined in a bed, and let Aeneas fair Lavinia wed. 'Tis the special cure to let them bleed in vena hymencaea, for love is a pleurisy, and if it be possible, so let it be. Optitac gaudia carpent. Arculanus holds it the speediest and the best cure. 'Tis Savonarola's last precept, a principal infallible remedy, the last, sole, and safest refuge. Julia sola pols nostras extingra flammas, non nive, non glaci, said Potzing Perry. Julia alone can quench my desire, with neither ice nor snow, but with like fire. When you have all done, saith Avicenna, there is no speedier or safer course than to join the parties together according to their desires and wishes, the custom and form of law. And so we have seen him quickly restored to his former health, that was languished away to skin and bones. After his desire was satisfied, his discontent ceased, and we thought it strange. Our opinion is therefore that in such cases nature is to be obeyed. Arretius, an old author, lib 3 cap. 3 hath an instance of a young man, when no other means could prevail, was so speedily relieved. What remains then but to join them in marriage? Tunc et basia morsiunculasque surreptum dare, mutuos fover and plexus licet, et licet jockery. They may then kiss and call, lie and look babies in one another's eyes, as ere sires before them did. They may then satiate themselves with love's pleasures, which they have so long wished and expected. Ac uno simul in toro quiescent, conjuncto simul or suavianter, et somnos agitant quiet in una. Yea, but hic labor hoc opus, this cannot conveniently be done, by reason of many and several impediments. Sometimes both parties themselves are not agreed. Parents, tutors, masters, guardians will not give consent. Laws, customs, statutes hinder. Poverty, superstition, fear, and suspicion. Many men dote on one woman, semel et simul. She dotes as much on him or them, and in modesty cannot woo, as unwilling to confess as willing to love. She dare not make it known, show her affection, or speak her mind. And hard is the choice, as it is in Euphues, when one is compelled either by silence to die with grief, or by speaking to live with shame. In this case almost was the fair Lady Elizabeth, Edward IV his daughter, when she was enamored on Henry VII, that noble young prince and new saluted king, when she broke forth into that passionate speech, "Oh, that I were worthy of that comely prince! But my father being dead, I want friends to motion such a matter. What shall I say? I am all alone, and dare not open my mind to any. What if I acquaint my mother with it? Bashfulness forbids. What if some of the lords? Audacity wants. Oh, that I might but confer with him, perhaps in discourse I might let slip such a word that might discover mine intention. How many modest maids may this concern? I am a poor servant, what shall I do? I am a fatherless child and want means. I am blithe and buxom, young and lusty. but I have never a suitor expectant stolidi ut ego allos regatum veniam. As she said, a company of silly fellows look belike that I should woo them and speak first. Fain they would and cannot woo, qui primum exordia sumam? Being merely passive they may not make suit, with many such lets and inconveniences which I know not. What shall we do in such a case? Sing fortune my foe. Some are so curious in this behalf, as those old Romans are modern Venetians, Dutch and French, that if two parties clearly love, the one noble, the other ignoble, they may not by their laws match, though equal otherwise in years, fortunes, education, and all good affection. In Germany, except they can prove their gentility by 3 descents, they scorn to match with them. A nobleman must marry a noblewoman, a baron's daughter, a knight a knight's, a gentleman a gentleman's, as slaters sort their slates do they degrees and families. If she be never so rich, fair, well qualified otherwise, they will make him forsake her. The Spaniards abhor all widows, the Turks repute them old women, if past 25. But these are too severe laws and strict customs, dandum aliquid amori, we are all the sons of Adam. 'Tis opposite to nature, it ought not to be so. Again, he loves her most impotently, she loves not him, and so e contra. Pan loved Echo, Echo Satyrus, Satyrus Lyta. Quantum ipsorum aliquis amentum odorat, tantum ipsius amens odiosus erat. They love and loathe of all sorts, he loves her, she hates him, and is loathed of him on whom she dotes. Cupid hath 2 darts, one to force love, all of gold, and that sharp, quad facet oratum est, another blunt of lead, and that to hinder. Fuget hoc, facet illud amorum, this dispels, that creates love. This we see too often verified in our common experience. Corsus dearly loved that virgin Collierho, but the more he loved her, the more she hated him. Onan loved Paris, but he rejected her. They are stiff of all sides, as if beauty were therefore created to undo or be undone. I give her all attendance, all observance, I pray and entreat, alma precor misera me, fair mistress pity me. I spend myself, my time, friends and fortunes, to win her favor. As he complains in the eclogue, I lament, sigh, weep, and make my moan to her, but she is hard as flint, caudibus ismera as a motier, as fair and hard as a diamond, she will not respect, despectus tibi sum, or hear me. Fugit illa vocentum nil lacrimas miserata mes, nil flexa querules. What shall I do? I wooed her as a young man should do. But sir, she said, I love not you. Durier et scopulies me Celia, marmor, ferro robor, rupe, antro, cornu, adamante, jello. Rock, marble, heart of oak with iron barred, frost, flint or adamants are not so hard. I give, I bribe, I send presents, but they are refused. Rusticus est corridon, nec munera curat Alexis. I protest, I swear, I weep. Odioque rependit amores, irisu lacrimas. She neglects me for all this, she derides me, contemns me, she hates me, Phillida flouts me. Caught Ferris, quercu durier Eurydice, stiff churlish, rocky still. And 'tis most true, many gentlewomen are so nice. They scorn all suitors, crucify their poor paramours, and think nobody good enough for them, as dainty to please as Daphne herself. Multi illum petier, illa aspernate potens, nec quid hymen, quid amor, quid sint connubia curat. Many did woo her, but she scorned them still, and said she would not marry by her will. One while they will not marry, as they say at least. When as they intend nothing less, another while not yet, when 'tis their only desire, they rave upon it. She will marry at last, but not him. He is a proper man indeed, and well qualified, but he wants means. Another of her suitors hath good means, but he wants wit. One is too old, another too young, too deformed, she likes not his carriage. A third too loosely given, he is rich but base-born. She will be a gentlewoman, a lady, as her sister is, as her mother is. She is all out as fair, as well brought up, hath as good a portion, and she looks for as good a match as Matilda or Dorinda. If not, she is resolved as yet to tarry, so apt are young maids to boggle at every object, so soon won or lost with every toy, so quickly diverted, so hard to be pleased. In the meantime, quat torsit amantes, one suitor pines away, languisheth in love, mori quat denique cogit. Another sighs and grieves, she cares not, and which Sirosa objected to Ariadne. Nec magis Euryali gemitu, lacrimisque moveris, quam priest turbati flectiter oraciti. Tu juvenum, quo non formos your altar in herbs spurnis, et insano cogis amore mori. Is no more moved with those sad sighs and tears of her sweetheart than raging sea with prayers. Thou scorn'st he the fairest youth in all our city, and maxed him almost mad for love to die. They take a pride to prank up themselves, to make young men enamored, capter viros et spurner capius, to dote on them, and to run mad for their sakes. Sed nullis illa movetur fletibus, aut voces ullas tractabilis audit. Whilst niggardly their favors they discover, they love to be beloved, yet scorn the lover. All suit and service is too little for them, presents too base, tormentis gaudet amantes et spoliis. As Atalanta they must be overrun or not won. Many young men are as obstinate and as curious in their choice as tyrannically proud, insulting, deceitful, false-hearted, as irrefragable and peevish on the other side. Narcissus-like multi-alum juvens, multi-petiere puelli, sed fuit in tenera tam dira superbia forma, nulli alum juvens, nullas petiere puelli. Young men and maids did to him sue, but in his youth, so proud, so coy was he, young men and maids bade him adieu. Echo wept and wooed him by all means above the rest, love me for pity, or pity me for love, but he was obstinate, ante et amorior quam sit tibi copia nostri, he would rather die than give consent. Psyche ran whining after Cupid, formossum tuati Psyche formosa requirit, et possit te diadem, purumque puella. Fair Cupid, thy fair Psyche to thee sues, a lovely lass a fine young gallant woos. But he rejected her nevertheless. Thus many lovers do hold out so long, doting on themselves, stand in their own light, till in the end they come to be scorned and rejected, as Stroza's Gargiliana was, T. juvens, T. odir senes, desertac long, qui furas prosrum publica cura prius. Both young and old do hate thee scorn now, that once was all their joy and comfort too. As Narcissus was himself, who despising many, died ere he could enjoy the love of any. They begin to be contemned themselves of others, as he was of his shadow, and take up with a poor curate or an old serving man at last, that might have had their choice of right good matches in their youth, like that generous mare in Plutarch which would admit of none but great horses, but when her tail was cut off and mane shorn close, and she now saw herself so deformed in the water, when she came to drink, ab asino concendi si passa, she was contented at last to be covered by an ass. Yet this is a common humor, will not be left, and cannot be helped. Hanc volo qui non vult, elam qui vult ego nolo, vincere vult animos non sacer Venus. I love a maid, she loves me not. Full fain she would have me, but I not her again, so love to crucify men's souls is bent, but seldom doth it please or give consent. Their love danceth in a ring, and Cupid hunts them round about, he dotes, is doted on again. Dumque peti petitor, periturc excedit et ardit, their affection cannot be reconciled. Oftentimes they may and will not. Tease their own foolish proceedings that mars all, they are too distrustful of themselves, too soon dejected. Say she be rich, thou poor, she young, thou old, she lovely and fair, thou most ill-favored and deformed, she noble, thou base, she spruce and fine, but thou an ugly clown, nil disparandum, there's hope enough yet, mopso nisa dater quid non speramus amantes. Put thyself forward once more, as unlikely matches have been and are daily made, see what will be the event. Many leave roses and gather thistles, loathe honey and love verjuice. Our likings are as various as our palates. But commonly they omit opportunities, oscula qui sumpsit, and see, they neglect the usual means and times. He that will not when he may, when he will he shall have nay. They look to be wooed, sought after, and sued to. Most part they will and cannot, either for the above-named reasons, or for that there is a multitude of suitors equally enamored, doting all alike, and where one alone must speed, what shall become of the rest? Hero was beloved of many, but one did enjoy her. Penelope had a company of suitors, yet all missed of their aim. In such cases he or they must wisely and warily unwind themselves, unsettle his affections by those rules above prescribed. Quin stultos excutit ens, divert his cogitations, or else bravely bear it out, as Turnus did, tua sit Lavinia conjux, when he could not get her, with a kind of heroical scorn he bid Aeneas take her, or with a milder farewell let her go. Et Phillida salus habito, take her to you, God give you joy, sir. The fox in the emblem would eat no grapes, but why? Because he could not get them. Care not then for that which may not be had. Many such inconveniences, lets, and hindrances there are, which cross their projects and crucify poor lovers, which sometimes may, sometimes again cannot be so easily removed. But put case they be reconciled all agreed hitherto, suppose this love or good liking be between two alone, both parties well pleased, there is mutuus amor, mutual love and great affection. Yet their parents, guardians, tutors cannot agree, thence all is dashed, the match is unequal. One rich, another poor. Durus pater, a hard-hearted, unnatural, a covetous father will not marry his son, except he have so much money, ida in aurum omnes insaniunt, as Chrysostom notes, nor join his daughter in marriage to save her dowry, or for that he cannot spare her for the service she doth him, and is resolved to part with nothing whilst he lives, not a penny, though he may peradventure well give it, he will not till he dies, and then as a pot of money broke. It is divided amongst them that gaped after it so earnestly. Or else he wants means to set her out, he hath no money, and though it be to the manifest prejudice of her body and soul's health, he cares not, he will take no notice of it, she must and shall tarry. Many slack and careless parents, iniquipaters, measure their children's affections by their own, they are now cold and decrepit themselves, past all such youthful conceits, and they will therefore starve their children's genus, have them a puris alico nascae they must not marry, nec eram affines esse rerum quas secum fert adolescentia. Ex sua libidine moderator qui est nunc, non qui olim fuit. As he said in the comedy. They will stifle nature. Their young bloods must not participate of youthful pleasures, but be as they are themselves old on a sudden. And 'tis a general fault amongst most parents in bestowing of their children, the father wholly respects wealth, when through his folly, riot, indiscretion, he hath embezzled his estate, to recover himself, he confines and prostitutes his eldest son's love and affection to some fool, or ancient, or deformed piece for money. Fanereti ducit filium, rufem, elam virginum, cesium, sparso or adunco naso. And though his son utterly dislike, with Clitifo in the comedy non possum pater. If she be rich, Aya he replies, ut elegans est, credas animum ibi esse. He must and shall have her, she is fair enough, young enough, if he look or hope to inherit his lands, he shall marry, not when or whom he loves, Archinides hugis filium, but whom his father commands, when and where he likes, his affection must dance attendance upon him. His daughter is in the same predicament forsooth, as an empty boat, she must carry what, where, when, and whom her father will. So that in these businesses the father is still for the best advantage, now the mother respects good kindred, must part the son a proper woman, all which Livy exemplifies, Dec. 1. Lib 4 a gentleman and a yeoman wooed a wench in Rome, contrary to that statute that the gentry and commonalty must not match together. The matter was controverted. The gentleman was preferred by the mother's voice, qui quam splendissimus nuptiis jungi puellam volbet. The overseer stood for him that was most worth, and see but parents ought not to be so strict in this behalf, beauty is a dowry of itself all sufficient, virgo formosa, etsi apido pauper, abund dotata est. Rachel was so married to Jacob and Bonaventure in 4. Cent denies that he so much as venially sins, that marries a maid for comeliness of person. The Jews dute, Roman 21. 11. If they saw amongst the captives a beautiful woman, some small circumstances observed, might take her to wife. They should not be too severe in that kind, especially if there be no such urgent occasion or grievous impediment. 'Tis good for a commonwealth, Plato holds, that in their contracts young men should never avoid the affinity of poor folks or seek after rich. Poverty and base parentage may be sufficiently recompensed by many other good qualities, modesty, virtue, religion, and choice bringing up. I am poor, I confess, but am I therefore contemptible and an abject? Love itself is naked, the graces, the stars and Hercules clad in a lion's skin. Give something to virtue, love, wisdom, favor, beauty, person, be not all for money. Besides, you must consider that amor cagi non potest, love cannot be compelled, they must affect as they may. Fatum est in partibus illis quas sinus abscondit, as the saying is, marriage and hanging goes by destiny, matches are made in heaven. It lies not in our power to love or hate, for will in us is overruled by fate. A servant maid in Aristinetus loved her mistress's minion, which when her dame perceived, furiosa emulation in a jealous humor, she dragged her about the house by the hair of the head and vexed her sore. The wench cried out, O mistress, fortune hath made my body your servant, but not my soul. Affections are free, not to be commanded. Moreover, it may be to restrain their ambition, pride, and covetousness, to correct those hereditary diseases of a family. God in his just judgment assigns and permits such matches to be made. For I am of Plato and Bodine's mind, that families have their bounds and periods as well as kingdoms, beyond which for extent or continuance they shall not exceed 600 or 700 years, as they there illustrate by a multitude of examples, and which Pucer and Melancthon approve, but in a perpetual tenor, as we see by many pedigrees of knights, gentlemen, yeomen continue as they began, for many descents with little alteration. Howsoever let them, I say, give something to youth, to love, they must not think they can fancy whom they appoint. Amor enim non imperator, affectus liber si quis alius et vices exigens. This is a free passion, as Pliny said in a panegyric of his, and may not be forced. Love craves liking, as the saying is, it requires mutual affections, a correspondency. In vito non datur nec offerter, it may not be learned. Ovid himself cannot teach us how to love, Solomon describe, Pels paint, or Helen express it. They must not therefore compel or intrude, quis enim as Fabius urgeth amor alieno animo potest, but consider withal the miseries of enforced marriages, take pity upon youth, and such above the rest as have daughters to bestow should be very careful and provident to marry them in due time. Suricides cap. 7 vers. 25. Calls it a weighty matter to perform, so to marry a daughter to a man of understanding in due time. Virgins enim tempestive locendi, as Lemnius admonisheth lib. 1 cap. 6 virgins must be provided for in season to prevent many diseases, of which Rodricus a Castro de morbis mulierum, lib 2 cap. 3 and laud. Mercatus lib 2 de mulier. Effect cap. 4 de melanch. Virginum et viduarum have both largely discoursed. And therefore as well to avoid these feral maladies, 'tis good to get them husbands betimes, as to prevent some other gross inconveniences, and for a thing that I know besides. Ubi nuptiarum tempus et edas advenerit, as Chrysostom adviseth, let them not defer it. They perchance will marry themselves else, or do worse. If Nevisanus the lawyer do not impose, they may do it by right, for as he proves out of Curtius and some other civilians, Silvi nup. Lib 2 numer. 30. A maid past 25 years of age, against her parents' consent may marry such a one as is unworthy of, and inferior to her, and her father by law must be compelled to give her a competent dowry. Mistake me not in the meantime, or think that I do apologize here for any headstrong, unruly, wanton flirts. I do approve that of St. Ambrose, comment. In Genesis, Roman 24. 51, which he hath written touching Rebekah's spousals, a woman should give unto her parents the choice of her husband, lest she be reputed to be malapert and wanton, if she take upon her to make her own choice. For she should rather seem to be desired by a man, than to desire a man herself. To those hard parents alone I retort that of Curtius, in the behalf of modester maids, that are too remiss and careless of their due time and riper years. For if they tarry longer, to say truth, they are past date, and nobody will respect them. A woman with us in Italy, saith Aretine's Lucretia, 24 years of age, is old already, past the best, of no account. An old fellow, as Lysistrata confesseth in Aristophanes, etsi sit canis, cito pulam virginum jucet uxorum, and 'tis no news for an old fellow to marry a young wench. But as he follows it, mulieris brevis ocasio est, etsi hoc non apprehenderit, nemo vult ducere uxorum, expectans viro sedet, who cares for an old maid? She may set and see a virgin, as the poet holds, lasciva et petulans pula virgo, is like a flower, a rose withered on a sudden. Quam modo nascentem, rutilis conspexit eas, hanc redians cero vesper vidit annum. She that was erst a maid as fresh as May, is now an old crone, time so steals away. Let them take time then while they may, make advantage of youth, and as he prescribes, college Virgo roses dum flows novus et nova pubis, et memor esto evum sic properare tuum. Fair maids, go gather roses in the prime, and think that as a flower so goes on time. Let's all love, dum vires and eke sinent, while we are in the flower of years, fit for love matters, and while time serves. For souls oxidir et redire passant, nobis cum semel oxidit brevis lux, nox est perpetuo una dormienda. Suns that set may rise again, but if once we lost this light, 'tis with us perpetual night. Valet irrevocabile tempus, time past cannot be recalled. But we need no such exhortation, we are all commonly too forward. Yet if there be any escape, and all be not as it should, as Diogenes struck the father when the son swore, because he taught him no better if a maid or young man miscarry, I think their parents oftentimes, guardians, overseers, governors, nec vos, saith Chrysostom. A supplicio immunes evidetis, si non statim ad nuptias, and si are in as much fault, and as severely to be punished as their children, in providing for them no sooner. Now for such as have free liberty to bestow themselves, I could wish that good counsel of the comical old man were put in practice opulentiers pauperiorum ut filias indotas dicent uxors domum, et multo fiat civitas concordier, et invidia nos minor utimer, quam utimer. That rich men would marry poor maidens some, and that without dowry, and so bring them home, so would much concord be in our city, less envy should we have, much more pity. If they would care less for wealth, we should have much more content and quietness in a commonwealth. Beauty, good bringing up, methinks, is a sufficient portion of itself. Dus est sua forma puellis, her beauty is a maiden's dower, and he doth well that will accept of such a wife. Eubulides in Aristaenetus married a poor man's child, facie non elidabili, of a merry countenance and heavenly visage in pity of her estate, and that quickly. Acontius coming to Delos to sacrifice to Diana, fell in love with Cytip, a noble lass, and wanting means to get her love, flung a golden apple into her lap, with this inscription upon it, Juro tibi sane per mystica sacra Diani, me tibi venturum comitum, sponsumque futurum. I swear by all the rights of Diana, I'll come and be thy husband if I may. She considered of it, and upon some small inquiry of his person and estate, was married unto him. Blessed is the wooing that is not long a-doing. As the saying is, when the parties are sufficiently known to each other, what needs such scrupulosity, so many circumstances? Dost thou know her conditions, her bringing up like her person? Let her means be what they will, take her without any more ado. Dido and Aeneas were accidentally driven by a storm both into one cave, they made a match upon it. Massinissa was married to that fair captive Sophonisba, King Syphax, wife, the same day that he saw her first, to prevent Scipio Laelius, lest they should determine otherwise of her. If thou lovest the party, do as much. Good education and beauty is a competent dowry, stand not upon money. Erant olim ore homines, saith Democritus, et adamants redamabant, in the golden world men did so, in the reign of Ogyges belike, before staggering Ninus began to domineer, if all be true that is reported. And some few nowadays will do as much, here and there one. 'Tis well done, methinks, and all happiness befall them for so doing. Leontius, a philosopher of Athens, had a fair daughter called Athenais, multo corporis lepor ac vener. Saith mine author of a comely carriage, he gave her no portion but her bringing up, occulto formi, presagio out of some secret foreknowledge of her fortune, bestowing that little which he had amongst his other children. But she, thus qualified, was preferred by some friends to Constantinople, to serve Pulcheria, the emperor's sister, of whom she was baptized and called Eudocia. Theodosius, the emperor, in short space took notice of her excellent beauty and good parts, and a little after, upon his sister's sole commendation, made her his wife. 'Twas nobly done of Theodosius. Rudife was the fairest lady in her days in all Egypt. She went to wash her, and by chance, her maids meanwhile looking but carelessly to her clothes, an eagle stole away one of her shoes, and laid it in Psammetichus the king of Egypt's lap at Memphis. He wondered at the excellency of the shoe and pretty foot, but more aquily, factum, at the manner of the bringing of it, and caused forthwith proclamation to be made, that she that owned that shoe should come presently to his court. The virgin came, and was forthwith married to the king. I say this was heroically done, and like a prince. I commend him for it, and all such as have means, that will either do as he did themselves, or so for love, and see marry their children. If he be rich, let him take such a one as wants, if she be virtuously given, for a suricide's cap. 7 ver. 19. Adviseth forgo not a wife and good woman, for her grace is above gold. If she have fortunes of her own, let her make a man. Danos of Lacedaemon had a many daughters to bestow, and means enough for them all. He never stood inquiring after great matches, as others used to do, but sent for a company of brave young gallants to his house, and bid his daughters choose every one, whom she liked best, and take him for her husband, without any more ado. This act of his was much approved in those times. But in this iron age of ours, we respect riches alone, for a maid must buy her husband now with a great dowry, if she will have him. Covetousness and filthy lucre mars all good matches, or some such by respects. Crales, a Servian prince, as nice for us Gregoras Ram hist. Lib 6. Relates it, was an earnest suitor to Eudocia, the emperor's sister, though her brother much desired it, yet she could not abide him, for he had 3 former wives all basely abused. But the emperor still, Crawley's amicitium magnifaciens, because he was a great prince and a troublesome neighbor, much desired his affinity, and to that end betrothed his own daughter Simonida to him, a little girl 5 years of age, he being 45, and 5 years older than the emperor himself. Such disproportionable and unlikely matches can wealth and a fair fortune make. And yet not that alone, it is not only money, but sometimes vainglory, pride, ambition, do as much harm as wretched covetousness itself in another extreme. If a yeoman have one sole daughter, he must overmatch her, above her birth and calling, to a gentleman forsooth, because of her great portion, too good for one of her own rank, as he supposeth. A gentleman's daughter and heir must be married to a knight baronet's eldest son at least, and a knight's only daughter to a baron himself, or an earl, and so upwards, her great dower deserves it. And thus striving for more honor to their wealth, they undo their children, many discontents follow, and oftentimes they ruinate their families. Paulus Jovius gives instance in Galadius II, that heroical Duke of Milan, externas affinitates, decoras quidem regio fastu, sed sibi et posteris demnosas, et fear exitials quisivit. He married his eldest son John Galadius to Isabella the King of France his sister, but she was sacero tam gravis, ut ducentis millibus oriorum considerit. Her entertainment at Milan was so costly that it almost undid him. His daughter Violanta was married to Lionel Duke of Clarence, the youngest son to Edward III, King of England. But adigius adventum tanti opes tam admirabili liberalitate profusi sunt, ut opulentissimorum regum splendorum superse videretur. He was welcomed with such incredible magnificence that a king's purse was scarce able to bear it. For besides many rich presents of horses, arms, plate, money, jewels, and sea, he made one dinner for him and his company, in which were 32 messes and as much provision left, ut relati a mensa daps decem millibus hominum sufficerant, as would serve 10,000 men. But a little after Lionel died, novi nupti et intempestivis conviviis operam dans, and see, and to the Duke's great loss, the solemnity was ended. So can titles, honors, ambition make many brave, but unfortunate matches of all sides for by respects. Though both crazed in body and mind, most unwilling, averse, and often unfit, so love is banished, and we feel the smart of it in the end. But I am too lavish peradventure in this subject. Another let or hindrance is strict and severe discipline, laws and rigorous customs that forbid men to marry at set times and in some places, as apprentices, servants, collegiates, states of lives in copyholds or in some base inferior offices, vel licit in such cases, potiri non licit, as he said. They see but as prisoners through a great, they covet and catch, but Tantalus a labrys, and see their love is lost, and vain it is in such an estate to attempt. Gravissimum est adamere nec potiri, 'tis a grievous thing to love and not enjoy. They may, indeed, I deny not, marry if they will and have free choice, some of them. But in the meantime their case is desperate, lupum oribus tenent, they hold a wolf by the ears, they must either burn or starve. 'Tis cornutum sophisma, hard to resolve, if they marry they forfeit their estates, they are undone, and starve themselves through beggary and want. If they do not marry, in this heroical passion they furiously rage, are tormented, and torn in pieces by their predominate affections. Every man hath not the gift of continence, let him pray for it then, as Beza adviseth in his tract de divortias, because God hath so called him to a single life, in taking away the means of marriage. Paul would have gone from Mysia to Bithynia, but the Spirit suffered him not, and thou wouldst peradventure be a married man with all thy will, but that protecting angel holds it not fit. The devil, too, sometimes may divert by his ill suggestions, and mar many good matches, as the same Paul was willing to see the Romans, but hindered of Satan he could not. There be those that think they are necessitated by fate, their stars have so decreed, and therefore they grumble at their hard fortune, they are well inclined to marry, but one rub or other is ever in the way. I know what astrologers say in this behalf, what Ptolemy quadripartit. Tract, 4 cap, 4 sconer lib, 1 cap, 12. What Leovitius genitor? Example. One which Sextus ab Heminga takes to be the horoscope of Hieronymus Wolfius, what Pesilius Origanos and Leovitius his illustrator Garcius cap. 12. What Junctine, Protanus, Campanella, what the rest? to omit those Arabian conjectures apart conjugae, apart lasciviae, triplicitates veneris, and c. And those resolutions upon a question, and amica potiater, and c. determine in this behalf viz. And sit natus conjugem habituris, facile and difficulter sit sponsum impetraturis, quat conjuges, quo tempor, quals discernenter nato uxors, de mutuo amore conjugem, both in men's and women's genitures, by the examination of the seventh house the all-mutans, lords and planets there, a d et a and c, by particular aphorisms, si dominus 7 me in 7 mavel secunda nobilum discernit uxorum, servam aut ignobilum si duutsima. See Venus in 12 ma, and c, with many such, too tedious to relate. Yet let no man be troubled or find himself grieved with such predictions as hierer. Wolfius well saith in his astrological dialogue, non sunt praetoriana decreta, they be but conjectures, the stars incline, but not enforce, sidera corporibus presunt caelestia nostris, sunt e divili candida namc ludo, cogere sed necunt animum ration fruentem, quip sub imperio solius ips de est. Wisdom, diligence, discretion may mitigate if not quite alter such decrees, fortuna sua accujusque fingitur moribus, qui cauti, prudence, voti compotes, and c. Let no man then be terrified or molested with such astrological aphorisms, or be much moved, either to vain hope or fear, from such predictions, but let every man follow his own free will in this case, and do as he sees cause. Better it is indeed to marry than burn, for their soul's health, but for their present fortunes, by some other means to pacify themselves, and divert the stream of this fiery torrent. To continue as they are, rest satisfied, lugents virginitatis florum sic eruis, deploring their misery with that eunuch in Libanius, since there is no help or remedy, and with Jephthah's daughter to bewail their virginities. Of like nature is superstition, those rash vows of monks and friars, and such as live in religious orders, but far more tyrannical and much worse. Nature, youth, and his furious passion forcibly inclines and rageth on the one side, but their order and vow checks them on the other. Vatoque seu sua forma repugnat. What merits and indulgences they heap unto themselves by it, what commodities I know not. But I am sure, from such rash vows and inhuman manner of life, proceed many inconveniences, many diseases, many vices, masturbation, satyriasis, priapismus, melancholy, madness, fornication, adultery, buggery, sodomy, theft, murder, and all manner of mischiefs. Read but Bayle's Catalogue of Sodomites, at the visitation of abbeys here in England, Henry Stephen. His Apol. For Herodotus, that which Ulricus writes in one of his epistles, that Pope Gregory, when he saw 600 skulls and bones of infants taken out of a fishpond near a nunnery, thereupon retracted that decree of priests' marriages, which was the cause of such a slaughter, was much grieved at it, and purged himself by repentance. Read many such, and then ask what is to be done. Is this vow to be broke or not? No, saith Bellarmine cap. 38. Lib. Demonic. Melius est scortari et uri quam devoto celibatus ad nuptias transir, better burn or fly out than to break thy vow, and Coster in his Enchiridion. De celibat. Sacerdotum saith it is absolutely gravius peccatum, a greater sin for a priest to marry than to keep a concubine at home. Gregory de Valence cap. 6. De celibat, maintains the same as those of Essay and Montanists of old. Insomuch that many votaries, out of a false persuasion of merit and holiness in this kind, will sooner die than marry, though it be to the saving of their lives. Anno 1419. Pius II, Pope James Rossa, nephew to the King of Portugal, and then elect Archbishop of Lisbon, being very sick at Florence, when his physicians told him that his disease was such, he must either lie with a wench, marry, or die, cheerfully chose to die. Now they commended him for it, but St. Paul teacheth otherwise, better marry than burn, and as St. Hierome gravely delivers it, alii, sunt legs Caesarum, alii Christi, aliud Papinianus, aliud Paulus noster praecipit, there's a difference betwixt God's ordinances and men's laws, and therefore Cyprian epist. 8. Boldly denounceth, impium est, adulterum est, sacrilegum est, quodcunc humano furori statuiter, ut dispositio divina violator, it is abominable, impious, adulterous, and sacrilegious, what men make and ordain after their own furies to cross God's laws. Georgius Weislius, one of their own archdivines, inspect. Eccles. Pag. 18 exclaims against it and all such rash monastical vows, and would have such persons seriously to consider what they do, whom they admit, ni in posterum querantur de inanibus stupris, lest they repented at last. For either, as he follows it, you must allow them concubines, or suffer them to marry, for scarce shall you find 3 priests of 3,000, qui per edatum non ament, that are not troubled with burning lust. Wherefore I conclude it is an unnatural and impious thing to bar men of this Christian liberty, too severe and inhuman an edict. The silly wren, the titmouse also, the little redbreast have their election, they fly I saw and together gone, whereas hemlist, about environ as they of kind have inclination, and as nature impress and guide, of everything list to provide. But man alone, alas the hard stond, full cruelly by kind's ordinance constrained is, and by statutes bound, and debarred from all such pleasance. What meaneth this? What is this pretense of laws, I wise, against all right of kind without a cause, so narrow men to bind? Many laymen repine still at priests' marriages above the rest, and not at clergymen only, but of all the meaner sort and condition, they would have none marry, but such as are rich and able to maintain wives, because their parish belike shall be pestered with orphans, and the world full of beggars. But these are hard-hearted, unnatural monsters of men, shallow politicians. They do not consider that a great part of the world is not yet inhabited as it ought. How many colonies into America, Terra Australis Incognita, Africa, may be sent? Let them consult with Sir William Alexander's Book of Colonies, Orpheus Junior's Golden Fleece, Captain Whitburn, Mr. Hagthorpe, and see, and they shall surely be otherwise informed. Those politic Romans were of another mind. They thought their city and country could never be too populous. Adrian the emperor said he had rather have men than money, mal si hominum adjection amplier imperium, quam pecunia. Augustus Caesar made an oration in Rome ad caelibus, to persuade them to marry. Some countries compelled them to marry of old, as Jews, Turks, Indians, Chinese, amongst the rest in these days, who much wonder at our discipline to suffer so many idle persons to live in monasteries, and often marvel how they can live honest. In the Isle of Maragnan, the governor and petty king there did wonder at the Frenchmen, and admire how so many friars, and the rest of their company could live without wives. They thought it a thing impossible, and would not believe it. If these men should but survey our multitudes of religious houses, observe our numbers of monasteries all over Europe, 18 nunneries in Padua, in Venice 34 cloisters of monks, 28 of nuns, and c. Ex Unglianum, 'tis to this proportion, in all other provinces and cities, what would they think, do they live honest? Let them dissemble as they will, I am of Tertullian's mind, that few can continue but by compulsion. O chastity, saith he, thou art a rare goddess in the world, not so easily got, seldom continuate. Thou mayst now and then be compelled, either for defect of nature, or if discipline persuade, decrees enforce, or for some such by respects, sullenness, discontent, they have lost their first loves, may not have whom they will themselves, want of means, rash vows, and see but can he willingly contain, I think not. Therefore, either out of commiseration of human imbecility, in policy, or to prevent a far worse inconvenience, for they hold some of them as necessary as meat and drink, and because vigor of youth, the state and temper of most men's bodies do so furiously desire it, they have heretofore in some nations liberally admitted polygamy and stews. 100,000 courtesans in Grand Cairo in Egypt, as Radzivillus observes, are tolerated besides boys. How many at Fez, Rome, Naples, Florence, Venice, and c, and still in many other provinces and cities of Europe they do as much, because they think young men, churchmen, and servants amongst the rest can hardly live honest. The consideration of this belike made Vibius, the Spaniard, when his friend Crassus, that rich Roman gallant, lay hid in the cave, ut voluptatis quam edas illad desiderat copium facerit, to gratify him the more, send 2 lusty lasses to accompany him all that while he was there imprisoned, and Shurnus, the Parthian general, when he warred against the Romans, to carry about with him 200 concubines, as the Swiss soldiers do now commonly their wives. But because this course is not generally approved, but rather contradicted as unlawful and abhorred, in most countries they do much encourage them to marriage, give great rewards to such as have many children, and mulct those that will not marry, jus trium liberorum, and in Agellius lib 2 cap. 15. Elian, lib 6, cap. 5. Valerius lib 1 cap. 9. We read that 3 children freed the father from painful offices, and 5 from all contribution. A woman shall be saved by bearing children. Epictetus would have all marry, and as Plato will, 6 de legibus, he that marrieth not before 35 years of his age must be compelled and punished, and the money consecrated to Juno's temple or applied to public uses. They account him, in some countries, unfortunate that dies without a wife, a most unhappy man, as Boethius infers, and if at all happy, yet infortunio felix, unhappy in his supposed happiness. They commonly deplore his estate, and much lament him for it. O, my sweet son, and C. Lucian de Luctu, sans fall. 83 and c. Yet notwithstanding, many with us are of the opposite part, they are married themselves, and for others let them burn, fire, and flame, they care not, so they be not troubled with them. Some are too curious, and some too covetous, they may marry when they will both for ability and means, but so nice, that except as Theophilus the emperor was presented, by his mother Euprosune, with all the rarest beauties of the empire in the great chamber of his palace at once, and bid to give a golden apple to her he liked best. If they might so take and choose whom they list out of all the fair maids their nation affords, they could happily condescend to marry. Otherwise, and see, why should a man marry, saith another Epicurean rout, what's matrimony but a matter of money? Why should free nature be entrenched on, confined or obliged to this or that man or woman, with these manacles of body and goods? And see, there are those too that dearly love, admire, and follow women all their lives long, sponsy Penelopes, never well but in their company, wistly gazing on their beauties, observing close, hanging after them, dallying still with them, and yet dare not, will not marry. Many poor people, and of the meaner sort, are too distrustful of God's providence. They will not, dare not for such worldly respects, fear of want, woes, miseries, or that they shall light, as Lemnius saith, on a scold a slut or a bad wife. And therefore, tristem juventam vener deserta collant, they are resolved to live single, as Epaminondas did, nil 8 esse prius, Melius nil silae vita, and ready with Hippolytus to abjure all women, detester omnes, horio, fugio, execrer, and see, but Hippolyte nescis quod fugis vidi bonum, Hippolyte nescis. Alas, poor Hippolytus, thou knowest not what thou sayest, 'tis otherwise, Hippolytus. Some make a doubt, an uxor literato sit ducenda, whether a scholar should marry. If she be fair, she will bring him back from his grammar to his horn-book, or else with kissing and dalliance she will hinder his study. If foul with scolding, he cannot well intend to do both, as Philippus Beroldus, that great Benonian doctor, once writ, impedire enim studia literarum, and see, but he recanted at last, and in a solemn sort with true conceived words he did ask the world and all women forgiveness. But you shall have the story as he relates himself, in his commentaries on the 6th of Apuleius. For a long time I lived a single life, et ob uxor ducenda semper abhorui, nec quicquam libero lecto sensui jucundius. I could not abide marriage, but as a rambler, erraticus ac volaticus amator, to use his own words, per multiplices amores discurribam, I took a snatch where I could get it. Nay more, I railed at marriage downright, and in a public auditory, when I did interpret that 6th satire of Juvenal, out of Plutarch and Seneca, I did heap up all the dictories I could against women. But now recant with Stesichorus Palinodium cano nec ponitet censuri in ordine maritorum. I approve of marriage, I am glad I am a married man, I am heartily glad I have a wife, so sweet a wife, so noble a wife, so young, so chaste a wife, so loving a wife, and I do wish and desire all other men to marry. And especially scholars, that as of old Marcia did by Hortensius, Terentia by Tullius, Calphurnia to Plinius, Pudentilla to Apuleius, hold the candle whilst their husbands did meditate and write, so theirs may do them, and as my dear Camilla doth to me. Let other men be averse, rail then and scoff at women, and say what they can to the contrary. Versine uxor malorum expers est, and see, a single man is a happy man, and see, but this is a toy. Nec dulces amores spurn pure, nec tu Koreas. These men are too distrustful and much to blame, to use such speeches, parsite paucorum diffundir crimen in omnes. They must not condemn all for some. As there be many bad, there be some good wives, as some be vicious, some be virtuous. Read what Solomon hath said in their praises, Prov, Roman 13. And Suricides, cap. 26 et 30, blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife, for the number of his days shall be double. A virtuous woman rejoiceth her husband, and she shall fulfill the years of his life in peace. A good wife is a good portion, and Roman 36. 24. And help, a pillar of rest, column quieties, qui capit uxorum, fratrum capit ac sorrorum. And 30. He that hath no wife wandereth to and fro mourning. Minuntur atri conjuge curi. Women are the sole, only joy, and comfort of a man's life, born ad usum et lusum hominum, firmamenta familiae delitiae humani generis, salatia viti, blenditia noctis, placidissima cura dia, voda verum, juvenum spes, and c. A wife is a young man's mistress, a Middle Ages companion, an old man's nurse. Particeps litorum et tristium, a prop, a help, and c. Optima viri possessio est uxor benevola, mitigans iram et avertens animam ejus atristitia. Man's best possession is a loving wife, she tempers anger and diverts all strife. There is no joy, no comfort, no sweetness, no pleasure in the world like to that of a good wife, quam cum chara domi conjux, fitusque meritus unanimes degunt. Saith our Latin Homer, she is still the same in sickness and in health, his eye, his hand, his bosom friend, his partner at all times, his other self, not to be separated by any calamity, but ready to share all sorrow, discontent, and as the Indian women do, live and die with him, nay more, to die presently for him. Admetus, king of Thessaly, when he lay upon his deathbed, was told by Apollo's oracle that if he could get anybody to die for him, he should live longer yet. But when all refused, his parents, etsi decrepiti, friends and followers forsook him, Alcestis, his wife, though young, most willingly undertook it. What more can be desired or expected? And although on the other side there be an infinite number of bad husbands, I should rail downright against some of them, able to discourage any women, yet there be some good ones again, and those most observant of marriage rites. An honest country fellow, as Fulgasus relates it in the kingdom of Naples, at plough by the seaside, saw his wife carried away by Mauritanian pirates. He ran after in all haste, up to the chin first, and when he could wade no longer, swam, calling to the governor of the ship to deliver his wife, or if he must not have her restored, to let him follow as a prisoner, for he was resolved to be a galley slave, his drudge, willing to endure any misery, so that he might but enjoy his dear wife. The Moors, seeing the man's constancy, and relating the whole matter to their governors at Tunis, set them both free, and gave them an honest pension to maintain themselves during their lives. I could tell many stories to this effect, but put case it often prove otherwise, because marriage is troublesome, wholly therefore to avoid it is no argument, he that will avoid trouble must avoid the world. Eusebius Prepar, Evangel, 5 cap. 50. Some trouble there is in marriage I deny not, etsi grave sit matrimonium, saith Erasmus, edulcatur tamen multis, and see, yet there be many things to sweeten it, a pleasant wife, placens uxor, pretty children, dulces nati, delitiae filium hominum, the chief delight of the sons of men eccles. Roman 2. 8. And see, and howsoever though it were all troubles, utilitatis publici causa divorandum, grave quid libenter subundum. It must willingly be undergone for public good's sake, audite populus, hic, inquit suzerain, mali sunt mulieres, verentamen o populars, hoc sine malo domum inhabiter non licit. Hear me, O my countrymen, saith suzerain, women are not, yet no life without one. Malum est mulier, sed necessarium malum. They are necessary evils, and for our own ends we must make use of them to have issue, supplet Venus ac restituit humanum genus, and to propagate the church. For to what end is a man born? Why lives he but to increase the world? And how shall he do that well, if he do not marry? Matrimonium humano generi immortalitatem tribuit, saith Nevisanus, matrimony makes us immortal, and according to Tacitus, 'tis firmissimum imperii munamentum, the sole and chief prop of an empire. Indene vivit per quem non vivit et alter, which Pelopidas objected to Epaminondas, he was an unworthy member of a commonwealth, that left not a child after him to defend it, and as Trismegistus to his son Tatius, have no commerce with a single man. Holding belike that a bachelor could not live honestly as he should, and with Georgius Weislius, a great divine and holy man, who of late by 26 arguments commends marriage as a thing most necessary for all kinds of persons, most laudable and fit to be embraced, and is persuaded withal that no man can live and die religiously, and as he ought, without a wife, persuasis neminem passi nec pi viver, nec beni mori citra uxorum, He is false, an enemy to the commonwealth, injurious to himself, destructive to the world, and apostate to nature, a rebel against heaven and earth. Let our willful, obstinate, and stale bachelors ruminate of this. If we could live without wives, as Marcellus Numidicus said in Agellius, we would all want them. But because we cannot, let all marry and consult rather to the public good than their own private pleasure or estate. It were an happy thing, as wise Euripides hath it, if we could buy children with gold and silver, and be so provided, sine mulierum congressu, without women's company. But that may not be. Orbis jaspit squalido turpis sidu vanum, sine ullis classibus stabit, mer alesque silo dirit et silvis fera. Earth, air, sea, land soon would come to naught. The world itself should be to ruin brought. Necessity therefore compels us to marry. But what do I trouble myself to find arguments to persuade to or commend marriage? Behold a brief abstract of all that which I have said, and much more succinctly, pithily, pathetically, perspicuously, and elegantly delivered in 12 motions to mitigate the miseries of marriage by Jacobus de Vorgin. 1. Res est, habes qui tucatur et agit. 2. Non est, habes qui querat. 3. Secondi res sunt, felicitas duplicatur. 4. Adversi sunt consolitor, et sidit, onus participat ut tolerable fiat. 5. Domi eis solidudinis tedium pellet. 6. Foras, descendentum visu prosquitur absentum desiderat regiuntum lita excipit. 7. Nihil jucundum obsc societate, nulla societas matrimonio suavir. 8. Vinculum conjugalis charitatis adamantinum. 9. Accrescit dulcis affinium turba, duplicatur numerus parentum, fratrum, sororum, nepotum. 10. Pulchra sis prole parens. 11. Lex Moses sterilitatem matrimoniae execrator, quanto amplia celibatum. 12. Si natura ponum non effugit, ni voluntas quaedam effugiat. 1. Hast thou means, thou hast none to keep and increase it. 2. Hast none, thou hast one to help to get it. 3. Art in prosperity, then happiness is doubled. Art in adversity, shall comfort, assist, bear a part of thy burden to make it more tolerable. 5. Art at home, shall drive away melancholy. 6. Art abroad. She looks after thee going from home, wishes for thee in thine absence, and joyfully welcomes thy return. 7. There's nothing delightsome without society, no society so sweet as matrimony. 8. The band of conjugal love is adamantine. 9. The sweet company of kinsmen increaseth, the number of parents is doubled of brothers, sisters, nephews. 10. Thou art made a father by a fair and happy issue. 11. Moses curseth the barrenness of matrimony, how much more a single life? 12. If nature escape not punishment, surely thy will shall not avoid it. All this is true, say you, and who knows it not? But how easy a matter is it to answer these motives, and to make an antiparodia quite opposite unto it? To exercise myself I will essay. 1. Hast thou means, thou hast one to spend it. 2. Hast none, thy beggary is increased. 3. Art in prosperity, thy happiness is ended. Art in adversity. Like Job's wife shall aggravate thy misery, vex thy soul, make thy burden intolerable. 5. Art at home, shall scold thee out of doors. 6. Art abroad, if thou be wise keep thee so, shall perhaps graft horns in thine absence, scowl on thee coming home. 7. Nothing gives more content than solitariness, no solitariness like this of a single life. 8. The band of marriage is adamantine, no hope of losing it, thou art undone. 9. Thy number increaseth, thou shalt be devoured by thy wife's friends. 10. Thou art made a cornudo by an unchaste wife, and shalt bring up other folks' children instead of thine own. 11. Paul commends marriage, yet he prefers a single life. 12. Is marriage honorable? What an immortal crown belongs to virginity. So Suricides himself speaks as much as may be for and against women, so doth almost every philosopher plead pro and con, every poet thus argues the case, though what cares vulgus nominum what they say? So can I conceive peradventure, and so canst thou. When all is said, yet since some be good, some bad, let's put it to the venture. I conclude therefore with Seneca, Cur toro viduo jaces, tristem juventam solve, mine luxus rape, effund habnas, optimos vidi dies efflura prohibe. Why dost thou lie alone? Let thy youth and best days to pass away. Marry whilst thou mayst, donic viventi canides abest morosa. Whilst thou art yet able, yet lusty, elige cui dicas, two mihi sola places, make thy choice, and that freely forthwith make no delay, but take thy fortune as it falls. 'Tis true. Calamitatis est qui inciderit in malum uxorum, felix qui in bonum. 'Tis a hazard both ways I confess, to live single or to marry, nam et uxorum ducere, et non ducere malum est. It may be bad, it may be good, as it is a cross and calamity on the one side, so 'tis a sweet delight, an incomparable happiness, a blessed estate, a most unspeakable benefit, a sole content on the other. 'Tis all in the proof. Be not then so wayward, so covetous, so distrustful, so curious and nice, but let's all marry, mutuos fovens amplexis. Take me to thee, and thee to me. Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day. Let's keep it holiday for Cupid's sake, for that great god love's sake, for Hymen's sake, and celebrate Venus vigil with our ancestors for company together. Singing as they did, crassum et qui nunquam amavit, quic amavit, eras amit, ver novum, ver jam canorum, ver natus orbis est, vir concordant amores, vir nubunt alights, et nemus coma resolvit, and see, cras amit, and see. Let those love now who never loved before, and those who always loved now love the more. Sweet loves are born with every opening spring, birds from the tender boughs their pledges sing, and see. Let him that is averse from marriage read more in barbarus de re uxor, lib. 1 cap, 1 lemnius de institut, cap. 4, p. Godfridus de amor lib. 3 cap, 1 nevisanus lib. 3 alex, ob Alexandro lib. 4 cap. 8 Tunstall, Erasmus tracts in laudum matrimonii and see, and I doubt not but in the end he will rest satisfied, recant with Beroldus, do penance for his former folly, singing some penitential ditties, desire to be reconciled to the deity of this great god love, go a pilgrimage to his shrine, offer to his image, sacrifice upon his altar, and be as willing at last to embrace marriage as the rest. There will not be found, I hope, no, not in that severe family of Stoics, who shall refuse to submit his grave beard and supercilious looks to the clipping of a wife, or disagree from his fellows in this point. For what more willingly, as Varro holds, can a proper man see than a fair wife, a sweet wife, a loving wife? Can the world afford a better sight, sweeter content, a fairer object, a more gracious aspect? Since then this of marriage is the last and best refuge, and cure of heroical love, all doubts are cleared, and impediments removed. I say again, what remains, but that according to both their desires, they be happily joined, since it cannot otherwise be helped. God send us all good wives, every man his wish in this kind, and me mine, and God that all this world hath erat send him his love that hath it so dear bought. If all parties be pleased, ask their bands, 'tis a match. Fruiter rodens sponsa, sponso docicle, rodens and docicles shall go together, Clitophon and Leucippe, Thegins and Chariclea, Polyarchus hath his Argenes, Lysander Callista, to make up the mask Polylarch sua pure Iphis Ianth, and Troilus in lust and in quiet is with Cresseid, his own heart sweet. And although they have hardly passed the pikes, through many difficulties and delays brought the match about, yet let them take this of Aristaenetus, that so marry for their comfort. After many troubles and cares, the marriages of lovers are more sweet and pleasant. As we commonly conclude a comedy with a wedding and shaking of hands, let's shut up our discourse and end all with an epithalamium. Feliciter nuptes, God give them joy together. Hymen o Hymene, Hymen ades o Hymene. Bonum factum, 'tis well done, haud equidem sine ment rior, sine numine divum, 'tis a happy conjunction, a fortunate match, an even couple, ambo animis, ambo prestantes viribus, ambo florens annis. They both excel in gifts of body and mind, are both equal in years, youth, vigor, alacrity. She is fair and lovely as Lais or Helen. He is another Charinus or Alcibiades. Ludite ut lubit et brevi liberos date. Then modestly go sport and toy, and let's have every year a boy. Go give a sweet smell as incense, and bring forth flowers as the lily, that we may say hereafter, Sidus mecaster natus est Pamphilo pure. In the meantime I say, ait agite, o juvens, non murmura vestra columbi, Bratia, non hederi, nec vincent oscula conci. Gentle youths, go sport yourselves betimes, let not the doves outpass your murmurings, or ivy-clasping arms, or oyster-kissings. And in the morn betime, as those Lacedaemonian lasses saluted Helena and Menelaus, singing at their windows and wishing good success, do we at yours. Salvo sponsa, salve felix, det vobis latona felicem sabulum, Venus didet equalum amorum inter vos mutuo. Saturnus durabiles divitias, dormite in pectora mutuo amorum inspirantes, et desiderium. Good morrow, master bridegroom, and mistress bride, many fair lovely bairns to you betide. Let Venus to you mutual love procure. Let Saturn give you riches to endure. Long may you sleep in one another's arms, inspiring sweet desire and free from harms. Even all your lives long continget vobis tertium concordia, corniculi vivicitas. The love of turtles hap to you, and ravens' years still to renew. Let the muses sing, as he said. The graces dance, not at their weddings only but all their days long. So couple their hearts that no irksomeness or anger ever befall them. Let him never call her other name than my joy, my light, or she call him otherwise than sweetheart. To this happiness of theirs, let not old age any whit detract, but as their years, so let their mutual love and comfort increase. And when they depart this life, concords quoniam vixertat annos, offerat hora duos idem, nec conjuges usquam busta sui videt, nec sit tumulendis ab illa. Because they have so sweetly lived together, let not one die a day before the other, he bury her, she him, with even fate, 1 hour their souls let jointly separate. Fortunati ambos si quid me carmina passant, nulla dies, unquam memori vas eximit evo. Ac hic durmore dixis sufficit, sub correction, quad 8 alle, cujusc melius sentientes. Pluriquivalet de remedies amoris. Leget Jasonum Pratensum, Arnoldum, Montaltum, Savanarolum, Langium Valescum, Crimisanum, Alexandrum Benedictum, Laurentium, Valerialem, e Poetis Nasonum, e Nostratibus Chaucerum, and c, with whom I conclude, for my words here and every part. I speak hem all under correction of you that feeling have in love's art, and put it all in your discretion to entreat or make diminution of my language that I you beseech. But now to purpose of my rather speech,